Welcome back in part 11 of PlayStation. Anyways, let's continue. Each console has a variety of games.
The PlayStation 2, PSX and PlayStation 3 exhibit backwards compatibility and can play most of the games released on the original PlayStation.
Some of these games can also be played on the PlayStation Portable, but they must be purchased and downloaded from a list of PS1 classics from the PlayStation Store.
Games released on the PlayStation 2 can currently only be played on the original console as well as the PSX and the early models of the PlayStation 3, which are backwards compatible.
The PlayStation 3 has two types of games, those released on Blu-ray discs and downloadable games from the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation Portable consists of numerous games available on both its physical media, the Universal Media Disc and the digital download from the PlayStation Store.
However, some games are only available on the UMD, while others are only available on the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation Vita consists of games available on both its physical media, the PlayStation Vita card and digital download from the PlayStation Store.
List of PlayStation games may refer to List of PlayStation console video games. List of PlayStation console games at will.
List of PlayStation console games M to Z. List of video games for other Sony PlayStation consoles.
List of PlayStation 2 games at K.
List of PlayStation 2 games L to Z.
List of PlayStation 3 games at C.
List of PlayStation 3 games D to I.
List of PlayStation 3 games J to P.
List of PlayStation 3 games Q to Z.
List of PlayStation 4 games at will.
List of PlayStation 4 games M to Z.
List of PlayStation 5 games. List of portable PlayStation games. List of PlayStation portable games.
List of PlayStation Vita games at D.
List of PlayStation Vita games E to H.
List of PlayStation Vita games I to L.
List of PlayStation Vita games M to O.
List of PlayStation Vita games P to R.
List of PlayStation Vita games S.
List of PlayStation Vita games T to V.
List of PlayStation Vita games W to Z.
A list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games.
This is a list of games for the Sony PlayStation video game system, organized alphabetically by name.
There are often different names for the same game in different regions.
The final licensed PlayStation game released in Japan, not counting re-releases, was Black/Matrix 00 on May 15, 2004. Counting re-releases, the final licensed game released in Japan was Strider Hurry on October 24, 2006.
The final licensed game released in North America was FIFA Football 2005 on October 12, 2004. And the final licensed game released in Europe was either Snappy Dash Clan Crocodile 3 Fun Games on July 18, 2005, or More Unix on July 20, 2005.
Additionally, homebrew games were created using the Sony PlayStation Net Heroes.
Games were being reprinted as late as 2008 with Metal Gear Solid in Metal Gear Solid: The Essential Collection.
There are currently 4,075 games across both this page, a 12, and the remainder of the list from M to Z. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions column.
Games dated December 3, 1994, JP, September 9, 1995, NA, September 29, 1995, EU, November 15, 1995, AU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
This is a continued list of games for the Sony PlayStation video game system, organized alphabetically by name.
There are often different names for the same game in different regions.
There are currently 4,075 games across both this page, M2D, and the remainder of the list from A to L. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions column.
Games dated December 3, 1994, JP, September 9, 1995, NA, September 29, 1995, EU, on November 15, 1995, AU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
This is a list of games for Sony's PlayStation 2 video game console.
Title names may be different for each region due to the first language spoken.
The last game for the PlayStation 2, Pro Evolution Soccer 2014, was released on 8 November 2015. There are currently 4,348 games across both this page, that's okay, and the remaining games from L to Z, 5,000 plus. This is a continued list of games for the Sony PlayStation 2 video game system.
Title names may be different for each region due to the first language spoken.
There are currently 4,348 games across both this page, L to Z, and the list from F to K. There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
This is a list of games that were released for the PlayStation 4 console. There are currently 3,594 games across both lists. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 4.
The PlayStation 4 supports both physical and digital games.
Physical games are sold on Blu-ray disc and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
See list of PlayStation 2 games for PlayStation 4 for PlayStation 2 games running on PlayStation 4 with an emulator.
See list of PlayStation VR games for a larger range of dedicated PlayStation VR games. There are currently 3,740 games on this list. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 4.
The PlayStation 4 supports both physical and digital games.
Physical games are sold on Blu-ray disc and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
See Arcade Archives and Arcade Game Series for a list of emulated arcade games that have been released for the PlayStation 4, a list of PlayStation 2 games for PlayStation 4, for PlayStation 2 games running on PlayStation 4 with an emulator.
See list of PlayStation VR games for a larger range of dedicated PlayStation VR games. There are currently 3,740 games on this list. Here are the list of the free-to-play games, which released for the PlayStation 4 console. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 5.
Physical games are sold on Ultra HD Blu-ray and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation 5 is backwards compatible with all but 9 PlayStation 4 games.
This list only includes games that are released natively for PlayStation 5.
PlayStation VR 2 and backwards compatible games are excluded. There are currently 1,106 games on this list. This article lists current and upcoming games for the PlayStation VR headset. There are 529 titles on this page. This article lists current and upcoming games for the PlayStation VR 2 headset. There are currently 426 games on this list. This is a list of games for the Sony PlayStation Portable Handheld Console.
It does not include the S1 Classics, the S-Minis, or Neo Geo Station.
Games have been released in several regions around the world: North America, NA, Japan, JP, Europe, EU, and Australia, AUS. The game shows the date the game was first released in that region. Notes. Some games have multiple publishers, varying by region.
In these cases, the publishers are ordered by release date for their respective regions. An alternate English titles are listed underneath the main title.
There are currently 1,922 games on this list. These are lists of games for the PlayStation Vita that are distributed through retail via flash storage as well as downloadable from the PlayStation Store.
While the PlayStation Vita additionally plays some games of the PlayStation Portable, Original PlayStation, PlayStation Minus, PC Engine as purchasable downloads available on Japan PSN only, on PlayStation Mobile, and is able to play PlayStation 4 games through Remote Play and a selection of PlayStation 3 games through Remote Play or PlayStation Now. These lists contain only games that were developed specifically for the system itself.
Physical cartridge retail games are region-free and can be played on any device. Digitally distributed games and downloadable content are, however, restricted by the PSN region the user's account is associated with.
Although there are no hardware restrictions on the type of regional account that can be used, this page lists the release date of games within the North American, European, and Japanese regions.
All PS Vita game formats, physical/digital, can be played with a PlayStation TV. However, for various reasons, that is, incompatibility with motion sensor/camera, not all games are compatible with it. The touchpad can be emulated on the PS TV.
The lists have a column denoting compatibility with a microconsole.
Games that were announced but cancelled prior to release are documented at the list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games. There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. List of games. List of PlayStation Vita games, E2D.
List of PlayStation Vita games, E2H.
List of PlayStation Vita games, I2L.
List of PlayStation Vita games, M2O.
List of PlayStation Vita games, P2R.
List of PlayStation Vita games, S.
List of PlayStation Vita games, T2V.
And list of PlayStation Vita games, W to Z.
This is a list of PlayStation Vita games that have been released and distributed at retail via flash storage cartridges or made available for download via the PlayStation Store service. While the PlayStation Vita features backwards compatibility and streaming services, which allow playing games from other platforms, this list only contains games that were developed specifically for the PlayStation Vita console.
The following categories of games are not included on this list. PlayStation Portable games available digitally.
PlayStation PS1 games available digitally.
TurboGrafx 16 PC Engine games available on multiple Sony platforms.
PlayStation Minus available on multiple Sony platforms.
PlayStation Mobile games available on multiple Sony platforms and Android devices.
And PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 games available via Remote Play or PlayStation Now. This list of games also excludes applications, companion apps for other games, and non-retail games.
Games that were announced but cancelled prior to release should be added to the list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games instead.
This article lists release dates for North American, European, and Japanese regions separately.
Physical cartridge games are region-free and can be played on a device from any region.
Digitally purchased games and add-ons are tied to the region of the user's PlayStation Network account, and while there are no hardware restrictions on which region of account can be used during initial setup, only a single account can be registered with the device at once. The PlayStation TV contains very similar hardware to the PlayStation Vita, including a matching cartridge slot for physical games, but not all games can be played on this device.
This is controlled by a wide list of compatible games in the system software, and while this can be modified to increase compatibility by using custom firmware. This article has a column denoting a game's official compatibility with a PlayStation TV.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games.
The list of games is split across several articles, which can be accessed by clicking the alphabetical groups in parentheses above the main table.
For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, Japan, February 15, 2012, North America, and February 22, 2012, Europe, are the launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, and February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
List of games for the PlayStation Vita. There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
The original PlayStation is a video game console released by Sony in late 1994.
This list documents games that were announced for the PlayStation at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 93 games on this list. Title: Seven Blades. Developer and publisher, Konami. Work on the game began in 1998 for the original PlayStation. but development was shifted to the PlayStation 2, where the game released in late 2000 because the developers needed stronger hardware to be able to render more characters on screen concurrently.
Title abuse. Developer Crack.com. Publisher Victake. Originally released in 1996 on PC platforms, versions for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced at E3 1996, but never materialized.
Title Influx 1996. Developer Cryo Interactive. Publisher Viacom New Media. A video game adaptation of the Influx television series broadcast from 1991 to 1995 was scheduled for release on PlayStation in 1996.
Development was far enough along for playable promotional copies to be sent out to magazines for previews.
However, during development, publisher Viacom New Media went through a corporate merger and lost the rights to publish games from the franchise, resulting in the game's cancellation.
Some of the content and assets were reworked into the poorly received Pax Corpus 1997.
The game is completely unrelated to the Influx 2005 video game released for PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox.
Title Aliens vs. Predator. Developer Rebellion Developments. Publisher Fox Interactive. In 1995, a video game adaptation of the Alien vs. Predator crossover franchise was announced for release in 1997 for the PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Microsoft Windows.
Whoa!
The console version were in development into 1997, with a PlayStation version being present at E3 1997, but after delays, only the Windows version ever materialized when the game released in 1999.
A Dreamcast version was later reported online magazines, though it never materialized either.
Title Aquaria. Developer Lobotomy Software. Publisher Enix. In 1997, Lobotomy Software announced their first Nintendo 64 game, Aquaria.
Described as resembling an underwater version of Nights into Dreams, Enix was also said to be developing a port of the game for PlayStation.
However, neither version ever released.
Title Battlesport 2/Neo Swarm. Developer Cyclone Studios. Publisher 3DO. A sequel to Battlesport 1997 was planned for the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, but never released for any system.
Title Black and White. Developer Chrysalis Software and Lionhead Studios. One of multiple console versions of the 2001 PC release in development, but ultimately cancelled.
The version for the original PlayStation was unique in that it was the only console substantially weaker than the PC version, requiring extensive cutbacks in graphics and gameplay to get running on the console.
The game was scheduled for release in mid-2001, over a year after the release of the PlayStation 2.
After its cancellation, focus was shifted on versions for the PS2, Dreamcast, and the original Xbox, though none of these ever materialized either. Title Blackthorn. Developer Blizzard Entertainment. Publisher Interplay Entertainment. Shortly after the game's initial release on SNES, publisher Interplay decided against the Sega Genesis port in favor of concentrating on more powerful hardware.
Sega 32X, Saturn, and PlayStation versions were announced, though of those, only the 32X version released. Title, Bloodstorm. Developer, Incredible Technologies. Publisher, Strata. Released in arcades in 1994, Sega Saturn and PlayStation ports were announced, but neither console version ever materialized.
Titles, Bubble Symphony / Bubble Bobble 2. Developer, Tato. Publisher, Virgin Interactive. After its 1994 release as an arcade game, console versions were announced.
While the announced Sega Saturn version, released in 1997, a PlayStation version, far enough along to be slated for a January 1998 release, never materialized. Titles, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Developer, The Collective. Publisher, Fox Interactive. Originally in development for the PlayStation, Dreamcast and PC, publisher Fox Interactive announced in April 2001 that the title would become an Xbox exclusive.
Title, Burn Cycle. Developer, Trick Media. Publisher, Philips Interactive Media. Released for the CDI in 1994, console ports for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced in 1996, but neither ever surfaced.
Titles, Converse Hardcore Hoops / Converse City Hall Tour. Publisher, Virgin Interactive. Announced at E3 1995 for the Sega Saturn, Sega Genesis, Sega 32X, SNES, PlayStation, and PC. The game was reportedly far in development, but was cancelled and never released in any capacity.
Despite a large budget and an impressive 15,000 frames of animations, the game reported garnered very negative reactions from test audiences who did not like the game's half-court 2 versus 2 setup. Title, Creation. Developer, Bullfrog Productions. With work starting in the early 1990s, the game featured a lengthy and troubled development process.
Versions for the Sega Saturn, PlayStation, Amiga CD32, and various PC platforms were announced over time, though no version of the game was ever released. Title, Crime Patrol. Developer and publisher, American Laser Games. After releasing as an arcade game on a few PC and consoles in 1993 and 1994, ports to Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced for 1996, but neither ever released.
Title, Dirty War. Developer, Sid Interactive. Dirty War was a multiplayer strategy tactical game that was in development by New Zealand-based Sid Interactive for the PlayStation.
Around 6 people were working on it.
It was originally scheduled for release in 1999, but was later put on hold indefinitely.
Title, Dark Sun, Shattered Lands. Developer, Strategic Simulations. Publisher, Data East. Released for PC platforms in 1993 by Strategic Simulations, console versions by Data East were announced for Sega Saturn and PlayStation for release in 1996, but neither version ever materialized.
Title, Deadly Honor. Developer and publisher, Tech Magic. An action game featuring actor Steven Seagal, announced for a late 1997 release for both the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. The game was cancelled in its beta stages and never released in any capacity for either platform.
Title, Demolition Man. Developer and publisher, Virgin Interactive. A video game adaptation of the film Demolition Man, 1993, was announced for a number of video game consoles.
While versions for Sega Genesis, Sega CD, SNES, and 3DO released across 1995, the PlayStation version never materialized. Title, Down in the Dumps. Developer, Hate You Studios. Publisher, Philips Interactive Media. Originally for the CDI, ports for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced for late 1996 after its failure, though only releases for PC platforms ever materialized.
Title, Dragon Sword. Developer, Interactive Studios. Publisher, MGM Interactive. Announced in 1997 as The Legend of Zelda-inspired game coming to the Nintendo 64 first, and Windows and the PlayStation sometime after, the game went through many changes over its multiple years of development, including a transition into a simpler, Golden Axe-styled action game.
Despite being near completion, the game was cancelled in 2001 due to its publisher pulling out, citing fears regarding its profitability. Title, Duckman, The Graphic Adventures of a Private Dick. Developer, Illusions Gaming Company. Publisher, Playmates Interactive. A video game adaptation of the Duckman animated television series was in development concurrently for Windows and PlayStation and scheduled for release in 1997, the year of its final season.
However, only the Windows version ever materialized. Title, Dungeon Keeper. Developer, Wolfride Productions. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Released on PC platforms in 1997, Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions were in development and due for release in 1997, but were both cancelled.
Title, Dungeon Keeper 2. Developer, Wolfride Productions. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Originally announced at E3 1998 with a release planned by the end of the same year on the Windows and the original PlayStation, when the game actually released in 1999, only a Windows version materialized.
Title, Dungeons & Dragons Collection. Developer and publisher, Capcom. Originally released on the Sega Saturn in 1999, a PlayStation version was also in development, but cancelled in favor of Capcom focusing on other projects instead.
Title, Dungeons & Dragons, Tower of Doom. Developer and publisher, Capcom. Originally released as an arcade game in 1994, the game was released as part of the Dungeons & Dragons Collection 1999 on the Sega Saturn, but its release on PlayStation, both standalone and as part of Collection, were cancelled so Capcom could focus on other projects instead.
Title, Earthworm Jim 3D. Developer, Shiny Entertainment. Publisher, Playmates Interactive. Development started on the PlayStation, but was cancelled in favor of a Nintendo 64 version by 1997, which was the only console it appeared on by its release in 1999.
Title, Enemy Zero. Developer, Warp. Publisher, Sony. The game was initially announced for release for the PlayStation console.
However, Kenji Eno, leader of the development team at Warp, became upset with Sony after they failed to produce as many copies as previously agreed upon of Warp's previous game, the 1995.
That led to him cancelling the PlayStation of Enemy Zero in favor of developing it for the Sega Saturn, where it released in 1996.
Titles, Exodus/VidGuns. Developer, Neversoft Entertainment. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. The game started as a demo named VidGuns that developer Neversoft created to attract interest in getting a publishing deal from a game publisher.
They attracted the interest of Shiny Entertainment, though they asked the team to use the game engine to facilitate a port their PC game MDK 1997 to the PlayStation first.
The teams continued to work on the game idea concurrently, and upon MDK being a success, secured a publishing deal with Sony.
The game changed a lot in their collaboration with Sony, including changing the name to Exodus due to being unable to secure the rights to big guns. And moving from a 3D action/shoot mech game into more of a 3D Metroid and Mega Man inspired design.
Sony cancelled the game in November 1997, though the game engine was later reused for future Neversoft releases Apocalypse 1998 and early entries in the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series.
Titles: Evergrace. Developer From Software. Publisher Agetic. Development began on the PlayStation 2, but midway through, the development on a scaled-back PS1 version was started in hopes of reaching a larger audience.
Unhappy with the progress on the PS1 version, it was cancelled in favor of only releasing the original PS2 version. Titles: Fortress. Developer Promethean Designs. Publisher Majesco. Originally announced as Fortress by developer Promethean Designs for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 1, Majesco obtained the rights for the game. Moved development to the Game Boy Advance under their own internal development team, and released it only for the Game Boy Advance in 2001.
Titles: Ghost Rider. Developer Neversoft Entertainment. Publisher Crystal Dynamics. 1996.
Title: Hexen 2. Developer Raven Software. Publisher Activision. Versions of the 1997 PC release were announced for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation by Activision, but never materialized.
Titles: Hyperblade/Hockey-Drome. Developer Windbang Software Productions. Publisher Activision. Originally announced as Hockey-Drome, a futuristic, ultra-violent version of the sport of hockey for the 32X, Sega Saturn, and the original PlayStation. By the time the game was released under its final name, Hyperblade, in November 1996, only a version for Windows was released.
Title: I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Developer and publisher Cyber Dreams. Early in development, Sega CD and PlayStation versions was reported to be in development, though it was not widely publicized, and only versions for various PC platforms ever released.
Title: Eco. Developer Team Eco. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. The game spent 2 years in development for the original PlayStation until the development team decided that the hardware was not powerful enough to carry out director Fumito Uda's vision for the game.
In order to stick to the plan, the PS1 version was cancelled as they transitioned it to the PlayStation 2, where it released in 2001. Title: Independence War 2, Edge of Chaos. Developer Particle Systems. Publisher Infogrames. Scheduled for release for the PlayStation, Dreamcast, Windows, and Nintendo 64, none of the console versions ever ended up releasing, only the Windows version, released in 2001.
Title: The Indestructibles. Developer Bullfrog Productions. Publisher Sean Cooper. 1996.
Title: Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Developer and publisher LucasArts. 1999.
Title: Iron Soldier 2. Developer Eclipse Software Design. 1997.
Title: Jeff Gordon XS Racing. Developer Real Sports. Publisher ASC Games. It was initially planned for release on PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Windows, and Game Boy Color.
However, the PlayStation and N64 versions were cancelled, with only the Windows and GBC versions releasing. Title: The Journeyman Project, Pegasus Prime, US version. Developer, Presto Studios. Publisher, Acclaim Entertainment. Q2, 1997.
Title, Show and Time. Developer, Logicware. Publisher, Acclaim Entertainment. 1996.
Title, Kingdom of Magic. Developer and publisher, Sales Curve Interactive. 1996.
Title, Kiss, Psycho Circus, The Nightmare Child. Developer, Third Law Interactive. 2000.
Title, The Last Express. Developer, Game Bank. Publisher, Broderhund. 1997.
Title, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2. Developer, Crystal Dynamics. Publisher, Eidos Interactive. The project was initially started as a project on Dreamcast and the PlayStation, but in May 2000, after putting together a mock-up of what could be accomplished on PlayStation 2 for an E3 2000 presentation, Eidos Interactive decided to cancel the prior version and shift to a PS2 and Windows release, which occurred in late 2001.
Title, Legions of the Undead. Developer, Rebellion Developments. 1995.
Title, Lego Stunt Rally. Developer, Asylum Entertainment. Publisher, Lego Media. 2000.
Title, Mace, The Dark Age. Developer and publisher, Midway Games. 1997.
Title, Madden NFL 96. Developer, Visual Concepts. Publisher, EA Sports. 1995.
Title, Major Damage. Developer, Capcom. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. 1996.
Title, Malice. Developer, Argonaut Games. Publisher, Fox Interactive. 2004.
Title, Marvel 2099, One Nation Under Doom. Developer, Mindscape. Publisher, Capcom. 1997.
Title, Messiah. Developer, Shiny Entertainment. Publisher, Interplay Entertainment. Originally announced for Dreamcast, PlayStation, and Windows, only the Windows version ever released.
The Dreamcast version was delayed and eventually cancelled due to the slow hardware sales of the Dreamcast. Title, Monster Force. Developer, Digital Eclipse Software. Publisher, Konami. 2001.
Title, Myth, History in the Making. Developer, System 3. A revival of Myth, History in the Making, 1989, was in development for Nintendo 64, PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Windows.
The release was delayed due to a legal dispute with Eidos Interactive, who were already releasing their own Myth series, and the game ultimately never materialized for any system. Title, Neopets, The Darkest Fairy. Developer, The Code Monkeys. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. An action-adventure game, based on the Neopets website, was announced at E3 2003 and would be released in November of that year.
At the end of October 2003, it was announced that the PlayStation version would be scrapped in favor of a PlayStation 2 version, with the site's management stating that the system couldn't achieve everything they wanted to do for the game.
The game would be released near the end of 2005.
Title, NHL 96. Developer and publisher, EA Sports. 1995.
Title, NHL Blades of Steel 99. Developer and publisher, Konami. 1999.
Title, Omicron, The Nomad Soul. Developer, Quantic Dream. Publisher, Eidos Interactive. 2000.
Title Onimusha Warlords. Developer and publisher Capcom. 1997.
Title Power Slide. Developer Ratbag Games. Publisher GT Interactive. After its 1998 Windows release, versions for the PlayStation, arcades, and Nintendo 64 were announced, though none of the other versions ever materialized.
Title Prince of Persia 3D. Developer and publisher Red Orb Entertainment. 1999.
Title The Punisher. Developer Crystal Dynamics. Publisher Capcom. 1996.
Title Quake. Developer Lobotomy Software. 1997.
Title Rayman 2. Developer Ubisoft. Summer 1996.
Title Raze. Developer and publisher Interplay Entertainment. Originally announced as Realms of Valor for Nintendo 64, Raze was a 4-player 3D fighting game based in the Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms setting.
By 2000, the game had shifted development to the PlayStation, but was ultimately never released in any capacity. Title Rebel Moon Rising. Developer Fenris Wolf. Publisher GT Interactive. 1997.
Title Red Line. Developer and publisher Accolade. 1997.
Title Ripper. Developer and publisher Take-Two Interactive. 1996.
Title Rocket Jockey. Developer Rocket Science Games. 1997.
Title Rocky Interactive Horror Show. Developer and publisher Online Entertainment. 1999.
Title Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers. Developer Directness Interactive Studios. 2001.
Title Space Bunnies Must Die. Developer Jinx/Ripper Games. Publisher Take-Two Interactive. Console versions of the 1998 Windows release were scheduled for the PlayStation and Nintendo 64, but never released, as the game was a serious commercial failure for its developers Ripper Games, who were bought out by investors due to its poor performance.
It was seen as a poor attempt to cash in on the popularity of the Tomb Raider franchise. Title Spec Ops Rangers Lead the Way. Developer Zombie Studios. Publisher BMG Interactive. 1997.
Title Spiral Saga. Developer Software Creations. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. 1998.
Title Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Developer and publisher Interplay Entertainment. 1997.
Title Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Developer and publisher LucasArts. 1999.
Title Superman. Developer Blue Sky Software. Publisher Titus Interactive. 2000.
Title Test Drive Cycles. Developer and publisher Infogrames North America. A proposed spin-off of the Test Drive series of video games that would have featured motorbike racing.
Whoa!
Planned for release in 2000, all versions of the game, PlayStation, Dreamcast, Windows, were cancelled outside of a vastly different Game Boy Color version. Title Three Dirty Dwarves. Developer Appaloosa Interactive. Publisher Sega Soft. 1996.
Title Thrill Kill. Developer Paradox Development. Publisher Virgin Interactive. This fighting game was anticipated for its extreme violence and sexual content, and was one of the first titles to receive an AO rating.
The game was planned for an October 1998 release, but in August, Virgin Interactive's North American operations were purchased by Electronic Arts.
EA declined to publish the game or sell the rights to another company, deeming it too graphic for release.
Title: Time Crisis 2. Developer and publisher: Namco. 1997.
Title: TaBNWNE. Developer: Blitz Games. Fall 2000.
Title: Tommy Thunder. Developer: Player One Studios. Publisher: ASC Games. Originally announced for the Nintendo 64, development later shifted to the PlayStation, though this version also went unreleased.
Title: Too Human. Developer: Silicon Knights. 1999.
Title: Transformers. Developer: Argonaut Software. Publisher: Takara. In 1994, Takara announced that the cancellation of the Transformers game being developed for SNES, and that the project would instead be released in 1995 on the next generation of consoles, including the PlayStation.
However, these ports were also never released. Title: Varuna Forces. Developer: Accent Media Productions. 1996.
Title: Waterworld. Developer: Ocean Software. 1995.
Title: Wild Wild West, The Steel Assassin. Developer and publisher: South Peak Interactive. 1999.
Title: Wonder Project J2. Developer: Hero Corporation. Publisher: Enix. 1997. And Title: 05. Developer: Caspian Software. 1997.
The PlayStation 2 is a video game console released by Sony in 2000.
This list documents games that were announced for the PlayStation at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
The PlayStation 3 is a video game console released by Sony in 2006.
The follow-up to their extremely successful PlayStation 2, the console initially struggled due to its high price point and the difficulty of developing for its unique system architecture.
These factors, combined with increased budget and scope involved with a move into high-definition video game development, led to the cancellation of games.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the PlayStation 3 at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 133 games on this list. Title: 2 Days to Vegas. Developer: Steel Monkeys. A game in which the player character traveled between multiple American cities to reach Las Vegas began development in 2003 and was announced in 2005. Planned to release first on Xbox 360 and PC before coming to PlayStation 3 later.
Though no new media of the game was shown after 2008, developer Steel Monkeys continued to assert it was in development, though the remainder of the console generation passed without the game being released. Title: Aerocross. Developer and publisher: Namco Bandai Games. As part of Namco Generations, a line of modern remakes of classic Namco arcade games, a revival of the arcade game Metro Cross, 1985. Was was announced in 2010 for release on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
However, Namco remained silent for some time regarding the game's progress until 2012, when it was announced that Arrow Cross had been cancelled and there would be no further Namco Generations games. Title Afterfall Insanity. Developer Intoxicate Studios. Publisher Nicholas Entertainment Group. A port of the game was planned for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but never released.
Title The Agency. Cover Ops. Developer SOE Seattle. Publisher Sony Online Entertainment. Initially announced in 2007, the MMO shooting game The Agency, Covered Ops, was cancelled following the closure of its developer, SOE Seattle.
Title Agent. Developer Rockstar North. Publisher Rockstar Games. Initially teased in 2007 and announced in 2009, the stealth action game Agent was a source of much speculation, with Rockstar Games not providing any details beyond its title.
Development extended beyond the lifespan of the PlayStation 3, and the trademark was eventually fully abandoned in 2018.
According to former Rockstar employees, the game was cancelled as a result of members of the development team being reassigned to work on Grand Theft Auto 5.
Title Animal Wars. Developer Factor 5. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. Prior to the launch of the PlayStation 3, Julian Egbert of Factor 5 made a pitch to Sony for Animal Wars, a World War I inspired tactics game featuring anthropomorphic animal characters as combatants.
Sony approved the pitch, and it began development under a small team, while the bulk of the company focused on the game that would become Lair 2007.
Whoa!
In 2006, due to Lair's troubled development and Sony's marketing team becoming uncomfortable with the concept of animals shooting each other in a dark and violent setting, Animal Wars was cancelled and its team was laid off.
Title Ashes Cricket 2015. Developer Trickstar Games. Publisher 505 Games. Originally released on PC to scathing reviews, the game was shortly after pulled from Steam and planned console versions for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii U were cancelled.
Title The Avengers. Developer Blueton Entertainment. Publisher THQ. A first-person brawler video game set to be released in 2012 to coincide with the release of the 2012 film of the same name was announced for many platforms, PlayStation 3 included.
However, THQ's financial difficulties at the time led to multiple games being delayed or cancelled, and with this project being tied to the timing of the film's release, it was ultimately scrapped and not released on any platforms. Title Batman The Dark Knight. Developer Pandemic Studios. Publisher Electronic Arts. Beginning development prior to principal photography for the film The Dark Knight, developer Pandemic Studios experienced several technical difficulties resulting from the game's assets being incompatible with its chosen game engine.
As a result, the game missed the film's release window, and the ongoing technical issues resulted in the decision to cancel production, with Electronic Arts losing the Batman license and Pandemic being shut down shortly thereafter. Title Beautiful Katamari. Developer and publisher Namco Bandai Games. While initially reported as coming to both PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, only the Xbox 360 version released in 2007, making it the first Katamari game to not be released on a PlayStation system.
Title Beyond Good and Evil 2. Developer Ubisoft Montpellier. Publisher, Ubisoft. Announced in 2008 as a sequel to the original Beyond Good and Evil, 2003, in development for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 platforms.
As of 2024, the game is still in development and unreleased on any platform, though the developers announced that development had moved on to more powerful hardware, as both of its original platforms were deemed too underpowered for their ambitious plans for the game. Title: Blue Steel Superman. Developer: Factor 5. Publisher: Brash Entertainment. A Superman game in development for the Wii, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 platforms in 2008.
Initially intended as a tie-in to a proposed Superman Returns film sequel, the game had a troubled development period and had to be retooled when said film sequel was cancelled.
In 2009, both Brash Entertainment and Factor 5 were impacted by the Great Recession and closed down, ending the game's development.
Title: Bomberman Live Battlefest. Developer and publisher: Hudson Soft. Versions for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii were announced, but only the Xbox 360 version was released.
Title: Bug, Brink of Extinction. Developer: Pi Studios. Publisher: Hudson Soft. A downloadable revival of the Bug series was planned for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii, but was cancelled in 2011 when Hudson Soft was closed down.
Title: Brothers in Arms, Furious 4. Developer: Gearbox Software. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Brothers in Arms series was announced at E3 2011 and would have been an over-the-top take on World War II shooting games with 4-player cooperative play.
Developer Gearbox Software later decided that the game would not be a good fit for the Brothers in Arms series, converting the project into an original IP.
Furious 4 was ultimately cancelled, though elements of the gameplay would later be utilized in Battleborn 2016.
Title: Capsized. Developer: Alien Trap. A PlayStation 3 port was intended to be released after the Xbox 360 version in 2013, but failed to materialize.
Title: Untitled Castlevania game. Developer and publisher: Konami. A 3D entry in the Castlevania franchise was initially announced at Tokyo Game Show in 2008 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, which was implied to feature a looter as its main protagonist.
However, the game was never released. Title: Cypher Complex. Developer: Edge of Reality. Publisher: Sega. First announced in 2006 as Edge of Reality's first attempt to create their own IP after many years of creating licensed games or ports for other companies.
The game was described as a new sort of stealth-based game for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but the game never materialized and Edge of Reality eventually went out of business. Title: The City of Metronome. Developer: Tarsier Studios. The 3D puzzle platformer The City of Metronome was announced at E3 2005 for the next generation consoles.
The game struggled to find a publisher and was ultimately placed on indefinite hold in 2007. Title: The Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. Developer: Nihilistic Software. A video game adaptation of the Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader was in development, but never released.
Title: Coded Arms Assault. Developer and publisher: Konami. A PlayStation 3 sequel to Coded Arms 2005 was announced at E3 2006.
Konami later announced that they no longer had plans to release the game in any form. A sequel would not be released until Coded Arms Contagion 2007 for PlayStation Portable. Title: Dancing Eyes. Developer and publisher Namco Bandai Games. As part of Namco Generations, a line of modern remakes of classic Namco arcade games. A revival of the arcade game Dancing Eyes 1996 was announced in 2011 for release on PlayStation 3.
However, Namco remained silent for some time regarding the game's progress until 2012, when it was announced that Dancing Eyes had been cancelled. Title: The Dark Eye, Demonican. Developer, Namena Studios. Publisher, Calypso Media. Versions for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 were announced, planned for release after the PC version, but these console ports failed to materialize.
Title: Devil's Third. Developer, Valhalla Game Studios. Publisher, THQ. Initially beginning as an Xbox 360 exclusive to be published by Microsoft Game Studios, the partnership fell through, and THQ picked up the game, planning to release it on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
These plans were dropped as a result of THQ's bankruptcy, and the game would eventually be published by Nintendo in 2016 as a Wii U exclusive. Title: Dirty Harry. Developer, The Collective. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive. A video game continuing the story of the 1971 film Dirty Harry was announced in 2005, and was set to feature Clint Eastwood reprising his role as Harry Callahan.
While planned to launch on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2007, the project was cancelled that year due to development issues. Title: Disaster Report 4. Developer and publisher, Irem. The fourth entry in the Disaster Report series was originally to be developed and published by Irem and released in March 2011. But was delayed before being cancelled as a result of the 2011 Tahiti earthquake and tsunami.
Members of the development team later formed a new company, Granzella, who acquired the rights to Disaster Report in 2014 and resumed development of the game, releasing it for PlayStation 4 in 2018. Title: Dreamcast Collection. Developer and publisher, Sega. A retail listing for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of the Dreamcast Collection was first discovered in late 2010.
The compilation was only released for Xbox 360, though the individual games were already available for separate digital purchase on PlayStation 3. Title: Guiding Light. Developer, Techland. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. The game was initially announced in 2013 for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and PC.
The PS3 and 360 versions were later cancelled due to Techland determining that they were not powerful enough to run the game. Title: Earth No More. Developer, Recoil Games. Publisher, 3D Realms. Earth No More was a first-person shooter set in England, with a player character dealing with an environmental apocalypse.
Initially announced in 2008, the game was never released due to financial difficulties at 3D Realms. Title: 8 Days. Developer, London Studio. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. The The action game 8 Days was to feature dual protagonists traveling across 8 states over the course of 8 days, with the system's real-time clock affecting gameplay.
In 2008, it was reported that the game was being put on hold alongside The Getaway 3 to focus on other first-party PlayStation games.
While Sony claimed in 2009 that 8 Days and The Getaway 3 were not cancelled, neither game ever saw release.
Title: Elvian. Developer: Tentacle Studios. The high fantasy RPG Elvian was announced in 2005, but its developer suffered financial problems and was forced to shut down in 2008.
Though Elvian was set to be transferred to another developer, it was never completed. Title: Endless Saga. Developer and publisher: Webzine. The MMORPG Endless Saga was announced in 2005 for PlayStation 3 and PC, only to be cancelled in favor of Webzine focusing on other titles in development.
Title: Epic Mickey. Developer: Junction Point Studios. Publisher: Disney Interactive Studios. Development for the game was originally started as a PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC release.
The rise of the popularity of Nintendo's Wii platform led to Disney reps asking if a Wii version could be developed too.
When developers expressed concern with getting a Wii version up and running as well due to its very different hardware, after further review, they felt a Wii release was most important, and cancelled all other versions before releasing the game on the Wii in 2010.
Title: Eternal Light. Developer: Revistronic. The cooperative action game Eternal Light, originally announced in 2007 under the codename Reject Witches, was planned for release in 2011, but never released due to developer Revistronic's bankruptcy in 2011.
Title: Identify. Developer: London Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. A game that used the PlayStation Eye to interface with a team of operatives was demonstrated at E3 2005, but was not subsequently mentioned again.
Title: Faith in the Dark 45. Developer: Deadline Games. In 2008, Deadline Games announced a cooperative shooter starring a Bonnie and Clyde-style pair of outlaws during the Great Depression.
Whoa!
While the game received positive press, Deadline were too unable to find a publisher, and the company filed for bankruptcy in 2009. Title: Fallen Frontier. Developer: Moonshot Games. Fallen Frontier was a digital-only game being developed for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 and PC by Moonshot Games, a studio founded by former members of Bungie.
While the game was positively received by players at trade shows, the company struggled to find a publisher due to changes in the market, and the game was cancelled in 2013. Title: Fear Files. Developer: TimeGate Studios. Publisher: Vivendi Games. A standalone compilation release of the Pursuit Mandate and Extraction Point expansions for Fear 2005 was planned for release on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in 2007, though only the Xbox version saw release.
Title: Final Fantasy XIV. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. When Final Fantasy XIV 2010 first launched on Windows, it was heavily criticized by players and press outlets for its poor gameplay and unfinished state.
As a result, a planned PlayStation 3 port was delayed while Square worked to fix these issues.
Ultimately, this original version never released on PS3, as the decision was made to completely rebuild the game from scratch with a new story and mechanics.
When This new game was launched in 2013, initially subtitled as A Realm Reborn. It was released simultaneously on Windows and PS3. Title: Final Fantasy Versus 13. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. Announced in 2006 as part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis Final Fantasy series, Final Fantasy Versus 13 was planned as a PlayStation 3 exclusive.
As a result of slow development and gradual expansion of the game's scope, plans for the PS3 version were abandoned due to the system approaching the end of its life cycle. And development shifted to the next generation of consoles, ultimately releasing on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One at Final Fantasy 15, 2016. Title: Fortress. Developer: Grin. Publisher: Square Enix. Fortress was a code name for a planned spin-off in the Final Fantasy series intended as a sequel to the events of Final Fantasy XII, 2006.
While production began in 2009, Square Enix expressed dissatisfaction with the game's art style and withheld milestone payments to developer Grin throughout development.
As a result of this, combined with lower than expected sales from the company's other games released that year, Grin suffered heavy financial losses and the company was forced to shut down 6 months into the development of Fortress.
Title: Frame City Killer. Developer and publisher: Namco Bandai Games. Frame City Killer was an action game in which players controlled an assassin in a near future setting attempting to take down a drug kingpin.
While originally intended to release early in 2006, the game's release date slipped to later in the year before disappearing altogether. Title: Frontlines, Fuel of War. Developer: KO Studios. Publisher: THQ. Originally intended to release alongside the Xbox 360 and Windows versions, in 2008, the PlayStation 3 version was cancelled due to development difficulties.
Title: A Game of Dwarves. Developer: Zeal Game Studio. Publisher: Paradox Interactive. The game was originally planned for release in 2012 on PlayStation 3 and PC, but only the PC version was released.
Title: The Getaway 3. Developer: Team Soho/London Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. A new entry in Sony's The Getaway series was announced in 2005.
In 2008, it was reported that the game was being put on hold alongside 8 Days to focus on other first-party PlayStation games.
While Sony claimed in 2009 that 8 Days and The Getaway 3 were not cancelled, neither game ever saw release.
Title: Glow Tag. Developer: Greenfly Studios. Glow Tag was intended as a video free-party game using the PlayStation Move controller in which players would attempt to tag one another by touching each other's controllers.
While announced in 2013 as a downloadable game for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC and Mac, the game was never released. Title: Gotham by Gaslight. Developer: Day One Studios. Publisher: THQ. A video game adaptation of Gotham by Gaslight, an alternate universe Batman story set in the 1800s, began development at Day One Studios, but was cancelled after publisher THQ failed to acquire the license to use the Batman IP.
Early concept art and video footage later surfaced in 2012. Title: Gravite. Developer: Japan Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Production of the Gravity-based action game began in 2008 and utilized the PlayStation 3 6-axis controller.
In 2009, 2009, after seeing an early version of the PlayStation Vita and being impressed with its gyroscope technology, director Kiichiro Toyama decided to cancel the PS3 version and shift development to the Vita, where the game released as Gravity Rush 2012. Title: Guillermo del Toro's Sundown. Developer: Terminal Reality. Publisher: Ubisoft. Announced in E3 2006, Sundown was a post-apocalyptic zombie game similar to Left 4 Dead, developed in collaboration with filmmaker Guillermo del Toro.
However, del Toro departed the project later that year, and the game was never released. Title: Guns Up. Developer: Valkyrie Entertainment. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4, the Vita and PS3 versions were cancelled to help the team focus on being able to release the PS4 version.
Difficulty in getting it to run on the Vita's weaker hardware was also cited as a reason for its cancellation. Title: Parker. Developer: Double Helix Games. Publisher: Konami. A video game based on Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Announced in 2007, the game was placed on hiatus and later cancelled so the team could focus on developing Silent Hill: Homecoming 2008 instead. Title: Heat. Developer: Gearbox Software. Publisher: Titan Productions. A video game sequel to the 1995 film Heat was announced in 2006.
While some pre-production work was done and the company entered into negotiations for the film's cast to reprise their roles, the game never entered full production. As Gearbox Software was already busy with Borderlands and Aliens, Colonial Marines, and could not fully commit to a new project. Title: Heavenly Sword 2. Developer: SCE Studio Cambridge. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Following the release of Heavenly Sword 2007, original developer Ninja Theory chose not to work on the sequel in favor of developing a new game, Enslaved: Odyssey to the West.
SCE Studio Cambridge began work on the game in their place, but the project was ultimately cancelled due to Sony no longer seeing it as commercially viable.
Concept art of the game later surfaced in 2012.
Title: Heist. Developer: Exile Entertainment. Publisher: Codemasters. An open-world video game about a group of criminals performing elaborate thefts was announced in 2007 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC.
However, technical issues with a PS3 version, combined with a strained relationship between its developer and publisher, ultimately led to the game's cancellation. Title: Highlander the Game. Developer: Widescreen Games. Publisher: Eidos Interactive. A video game based on the Highlander franchise was announced in 2008.
However, the game was officially cancelled in 2010. Title: Hour of Victory. Developer: Infusion Interactive. Publisher: Midway Games. A PlayStation 3 port was scheduled to be released alongside the Xbox 360 version, but failed to materialize.
Title: Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. Developer: Bethesda Softworks. Publisher: LucasArts. A video game in the Indiana Jones franchise was in development for the PlayStation 3 between 2004 and 2009.
The plan had been to create a high-budget version of the game for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC platforms as a collaboration between LucasArts and Bethesda Softworks. announces different low-budget versions for weaker platforms such as the Wii and PlayStation 2 to smaller developers.
Development issues lead to many delays in a full reboot of the project, and the lack of progress, combined with a company's fear of being unable to compete with a critically acclaimed Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, 2007, lead to the eventual cancellation of the high-end versions of the game, while the low-end budget releases ended up being the only ones to release.
Title Insane. Developer Volition/THQ. Publisher THQ. The survival horror game Insane was announced in 2010 to be developed in collaboration with film director Guillermo del Toro, planned for release in 2010.
In 2012, shortly before going out of business, THQ announced the cancellation of Insane, with a game's IP rights transferring to Del Toro. Title Interstellar Marines. Developer and publisher 0 Point Software. Initially announced to be coming to PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, only the PC version was released in 2015.
Title Killing Day. Developer and publisher Ubisoft. A first-person shooter announced by Ubisoft as a showcase of what was possible with the new PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 hardware.
First announced and shown in video format E3 2005, Ubisoft went quiet on the project shortly afterwards, and it never materialized in any capacity.
The game was cancelled midway through development, though patent renewals for the name still occurred well after the fact in 2009 and 2013.
Title Kingdom Under Fire 2. Developers Blueside and Fantagram. Publisher Gameforce. Initially announced for Xbox 360 in 2009, followed by the announcement of a PlayStation 3 version the following year, the game underwent a long and protracted development period that lasted beyond the lifespan of both systems, ultimately releasing only on Windows in 2019.
Title Tsuriyami. Developer Grasshopper Manufacture. Publisher Electronic Arts. The thriller game Tsuriyami was planned for release on PlayStation 3 and underwent several revisions during development.
After Electronic Arts agreed to publish the game, despite it being nearly completed, they requested that the game's story and mechanics be completely overhauled.
As a result, the game was cancelled and the work then was repurposed to become Shadows of the Damned, 2011.
Earlier drafts of Tsuriyami's story and concepts were later used as the basis for the game Black Knight Sword, 2012, and the manga Tsuriyami Dance. Title The Last Guardian. Developer Kimiko. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. Director Fumito Uda began concepting ideas for The Last Guardian shortly after the release of the developer's previous game, Shadow of the Colossus, 2005, though full production did not begin until 2007.
While originally planned to have a shorter development time, the small Kimiko had difficulty achieving acceptable performance on PlayStation 3 hardware.
In 2012, Sony made the decision to shift development to the upcoming PlayStation 4, while Yuta and multiple other members of the team left Sony, forcing other studios to finish development of the game.
After multiple delays, it was finally released in 2016. Title The Last Remnant. Developer and publisher Square Enix. Originally slated for release on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC, the 360 and PC versions released first with no date given for the PS3 version's release.
Square Enix later stated that the release was unlikely, believing the PS3 version would not be profitable due to its long delay and the weaker sales of the other versions. Title Legacy of Kain, Dead Son. Developer, Climax Studios. Publisher, Square Enix. A sixth entry in the Legacy of Kain series began development for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but was cancelled in 2013 during the early phases of production.
Work done on the game's multiplayer mode was later repurposed and converted into a free-to-play multiplayer game, Nosgoth, which entered an open beta phase in 2015 before being shut down in 2016.
The existence of Dead Sun was later revealed through footage that leaked in 2015.
Title, Little Big Planet Hub. Developer, Media Molecule. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. A smaller free-to-play entry in the Little Big Planet series was announced in 2013, intended to feature a limited suite of creation tools and the ability to play a small selection of levels.
Following its announcement, no other mention of the game was made, though data footage was leaked onto the internet in 2024. Title, The Lord of the Rings, The White Council. Developer, EA Redwood Shores. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Announced in 2006 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 as Electronic Arts' answer to Skyrim utilizing the AI from the Simpsons games.
However, it was cancelled in the following year, with EA reportedly unhappy with initial progress with the game.
EA partnered with TaBNWNE Studios to create The Lord of the Rings, Conquest, 2009 instead.
Title, Lords of the Fallen. Developer, Deck 13 Interactive and CI Games. Publisher, CI Games. Initially announced to be released in 2013 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, the game was heavily overhauled and it was decided to move to more powerful hardware, with the console versions releasing on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in 2014.
Title, Mad Max. Developer, Avalanche Studios. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. A video game adaptation of the Mad Max franchise was announced at E3 2015 and was set to release the following year on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC, Xbox 360, and Xbox One.
Following a delay, it was announced in May 2015 that the ports for the two older systems had been cancelled due to hardware limitations. The other versions would be released later that year. Title, Magical Drop 5. Developer, Golgoth Studio. Publisher, UTV Ignition Entertainment. Ports of Magical Drop 5 2012 were announced for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but never released.
Title, Mete Wars. Developer and publisher, Nipponichi Software. Initially teased in Mete Kingdom, Chronicles of the Sacred Tomb, Mete Wars was announced in 2004 to be releasing on the PlayStation Portable, with a PlayStation 3 version announced the following year.
Following the announcement, Nipponichi Software did not comment further on the game's development, and it spent over a decade being treated as vaporware.
The game ultimately released as a free-to-play mobile title in 2018.
Title, Marvel Chaos. Developer, EA Chicago. Publisher, Electronic Arts. An intended follow-up to Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects, 2005, was in development by EA Chicago for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
The studio was dissolved in November 2007, and the game and series were cancelled in January 2008 when Electronic Arts changed its portfolio strategy and terminated its partnership with Marvel. Title, Mega Man Universe. Developer and publisher, Capcom. A 2.5D entry in the Mega Man series was announced in 2010 for digital release on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Functioning as both a remake of Mega Man 2, 1988, and a creation suite that would allow players to customize their own characters and levels.
Following the departure of Mega Man series, producer Kaiji Nathan later that year, news on the game went silent until March 2011, when it was officially cancelled.
In a subsequent interview, Capcom's Christian Svensson explained that while Universe was pretty far in production, the quality of the game did not meet the company's standards, leading to the decision to cancel the game.
Title, Metro 2033. Developer, 4A Games. Publisher, THQ. The game was initially announced as coming to PlayStation 3 and PC under the name Metro 2033, The Last Refuge.
Following THQ becoming the publisher for the game, the decision was made to cancel the PS3 version in favor of an Xbox 360 port. Title, Militant. Developer and publisher, Zidalba Studios. Originally announced for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PC, only the PS4 and PC versions were released.
Title, Monster Hunter Tri. Developer and publisher, Capcom. Initially announced as a PlayStation 3 exclusive, development later shifted to the Wii due to the high development costs for HD consoles.
Title, Mortal Kombat 10. Developer, NetherRealm Studios. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. Initially announced alongside versions for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC, the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions were delayed past the other versions released due to development difficulties.
Eventually, it was announced that the two versions had been cancelled due to NetherRealm's inability to get the game running at acceptable quality on the older consoles. Title, Mr. T, the video game. Developer, Zootfly. In 2009, Zootfly announced that they were planning to release a series of video games based on the Mr. T graphic novels. The first of which would be an action-adventure game featuring Mr. T and will write battling Nazis.
However, no Mr. T games from Zootfly ever materialized. Title, NBA League 11. Developer, EA Canada. Publisher, EA Sports. Following several releases in the NBA Live series, EA Sports attempted to rebrand the series as NBA League, with the title being announced for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and iOS.
However, it suffered heavy development troubles, and after delaying the release, the decision was made to cancel it entirely a week before its intended street date, with subsequent games returning to the NBA Live name.
Despite the cancellation, some PlayStation 3 copies had already been shipped to stores and have since become rare collector's items.
Only the iOS mobile version of the game ever officially released. Title, NBA Live 07. Developer, EA Canada. Publisher, EA Sports. Originally announced as a PlayStation 3 launch title, the PS3 version was cancelled in favor of focusing on development of NBA Street Home Court, 2007.
Title, NBA Live 13. Developer, EA TaBNWNE. Publisher, EA Sports. Following the cancellation of NBA League 11, EA spent 2 years preparing to relaunch the NBA Live series, announcing NBA Live 13 at E3 2012.
Months later, EA announced the game had been cancelled, feeling that the game's quality was not sufficient and deciding to focus on NBA Live 14 as the return for the series instead. Title Nexus. Developer Alphonic. Publisher THQ. Released for Xbox 360 and PC in 2012, with a PlayStation 3 port scheduled for release later that year, the PS3 version was never released, presumably due to THQ's financial difficulties and impending closure.
Title Naya. Developer Team Ninja. Publisher Koei Tecmo. Originally announced as a PlayStation 3 exclusive in 2005 and intended for release the following year, the game underwent a very slow development period that extended past the end of the system's life, ultimately releasing on PlayStation 4 in 2017.
Title Oil Rush. Developer and publisher Unigine Holding SARL. Originally released on PC and mobile platforms, the game was also intended to later release as a downloadable PS3 title, but this version never materialized.
Title Omicron Karma. Developer Quantic Dream. A sequel to the Nomad Soul 1999 was planned for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, but was cancelled in favor of focusing on Heavy Rain 2010.
Title The Outsider. Developer Frontier Developments. First announced in 2005 as a showpiece of what was possible with an upcoming PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 hardware. The game experienced a protracted 5 to 6 years of development time, followed by years of limbo status, before it was declared, stopped, and probably gone for good. By Ahead, developer in 2014.
The game centered around a CIA agent who was wrongly accused of a crime, and his efforts as a fugitive to clear his name.
While no official reason was given for its cancellation, reports indicated that the developers may have struggled with the game's open-ended nature, as the game was to present the player with many ways, paths, and endings through the game.
They struggled to find a publisher for the game as well. Title Pirates of the Caribbean Armada of the Damned. Developer Propaganda Games. Publisher Disney Interactive Studios. An action RPG set in the world of the Pirates of the Caribbean films was announced in 2009 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Despite positive pre-release reception, developer Propaganda Games experienced a restructuring that saw the game's development team laid off in 2010. Title Possession. Developer Blitz Games/Volatile Games. Possession was a real-time strategy game in which players controlled a zombie who amassed an army of other zombies to take down the corporation responsible for his transformation.
The game was put on indefinite hold in 2006 due to the developer's inability to secure a publishing deal. Title Postal 3. Developer Running with Scissors. Publisher Atella. Postal 3 was initially announced for release on Windows and Xbox 360, with a PlayStation 3 version also being seriously considered by the developers.
However, the game was only released for Windows in 2011. Title Prey 2. Developer Human Head Studios. Publisher Bethesda Softworks. A sequel to Prey 2006 was announced shortly after the first game's release, though substantial work would not begin until 2009, when original publisher 3D Realms transferred the rights to the property to ZeniMax Media.
The The game was re-announced by Bethesda Softworks in 2011, though original developer Human Head Studios ceased working on the project later that year for unspecified reasons.
Following several years of rumors about the project's status, the game was formally cancelled in 2014.
A new Prey game would not be released until the series reboot in 2017. Title: Reject Cars. Developer: Slightly Mad Studios. Publisher: Namco Bandai Games. Originally announced for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Wii U, and Windows, the PS3 and 360 versions were cancelled in favor of PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions, while the Wii U version was cancelled.
Title: Quick Draw. Developer: Greenfly Studios. Quick Draw was intended as a video free party game using the PlayStation Move controller, in which players would compete to perform a quick draw with their controller to win a duel.
While announced in 2013 as a downloadable game for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC and Mac, the game was never released. Title: Rat Race. Developer: Super Ego Games. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. The episodic comedy adventure game Rat Race was planned for digital release via PlayStation Network, featuring writing and voiceover by comedian Victor Varnado.
The player controlled an office employee trying to get through their dad's things, go on around them.
The game was ultimately cancelled due to development issues and Sony's dissatisfaction with the game's quality.
Title: Recoil Retrograde. Developer: Zeitgeist. Initially announced in 2006 under the title Urban Mysteries, Recoil Retrograde was an action game in which the player was able to go back in time to prevent a dystopian by defeating chrono assassins, with their actions in the past affecting the world of the present.
Though intended to release in 2010, the game was quietly cancelled, presumably due to being unable to find a publisher. Title: Reich. Developers: Ignition Florida and UTV True Games. Publisher: UTV Ignition Games. The first-person shooter Reich began development at Ignition Entertainment's Florida studio, which was closed in 2010 after $20 million had already been spent on the project.
Development shifted to the publisher's Texas-based UTV True Games studio, only for the company to be liquidated in 2012. Title: Right to Hell, Route 666. Developer: Black Forest Games. Publisher: Deep Silver. Shortly before the release of Right to Hell, Retribution, 2013, the downloadable spin-off Right to Hell, Route 666, was announced to be releasing on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC later that year, and would allow players to participate in strategy-based battles between biker gangs.
When Retribution released, it received extremely negative reviews and was labeled one of the worst video games of all time, leading Deep Silver to cancel all other Right to Hell projects. Titles: The Ripper / Blooddust. Developer: Visual Games. Publisher: Electronic Arts. A single-player video game that reimagined real-life serial killer Jack the Ripper as an anti-hero whose victims were actually vampires began development in 2008.
At Electronic Arts' behest, the team later added a multiplayer mode that pit teams of Freemasons, police, and vampires against each other.
Due to the game's ballooning budget, technical issues resulting from a shift to the Frostbite engine, and marketing having difficulty finding a way to promote the game, EA cancelled Ripper in 2011 before it was ever announced.
An attempt was made to convert the multiplayer mode into a standalone game, titled Blooddust, but this was also cancelled. Titles: Rock Band, Japan. Developers, Harmonix Music Systems/Q Entertainment. A spin-off of the Rock Band series, targeted at the Japanese market, was announced in 2008, intended to primarily feature J-pop music.
The project was later cancelled in 2010, with Harmonix citing the difficulty of licensing Japanese music artists, the cost of shipping instrument controllers overseas, and the limited space available in most Japanese homes. Title: Sacrilegium. Developer: Reality Punk Studios. Publisher: Topware Interactive. Originally announced as a survival horror game, coming to the PlayStation 3, Wii U, Xbox 360, and PC platforms, the game never released in any capacity.
Title: Saints Row. Developer: Volition. Publisher: THQ. Following its original Xbox 360 release, a PlayStation 3 port of Saints Row 2006 was cancelled in favor of focusing on launching Saints Row 2 2008 on both systems.
Title: Civilization. Developer: Blackwing Foundation. Publisher: Topware Interactive. Originally announced for PC, Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, the game entered development hell that extended beyond the lifespan of both consoles.
Title: Scratch, the Ultimate DJ. Developers: 7 Studios/Commotion Interactive/Bedlam Games. Publishers: Genius Products and Jinko Media. Scratch, the Ultimate DJ, a rhythm game which utilized a turntable controller, was announced in 2008.
In 2009, Activision purchased the game's developer, 7 Studios, leading publisher Genius Products to file a lawsuit against Activision and 7 Studios, claiming the purchase was meant to force a delay of Scratch and ensure that Activision's similar game DJ Hero 2009 would be released first.
Following a legal battle, all source code related to Scratch was returned to Genius, and Bedlam Games took over the game's development.
In 2010, it was announced that the game would also be coming to Windows and mobile platforms.
However, no versions of the game ever saw release.
Title: Severity. Developer: Escalation Studios. Publisher: Cyber Athlete Professional League. An esports-focused first-person shooter was announced in 2006 to be developed in collaboration with John Romero and the Cyber Athlete Professional League, and would feature cross-platform play between Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
While planned to launch in 2007, the game failed to materialize. Title: Shadow Clan. Developer: Tiger Hill Entertainment. Publisher: Titan Productions. Shadow Clan was a stealth action game set in New York City, with a player controlling a ninja who battles gangs warring for territory, assisted by AI-controlled characters.
Conceived by film director John Woo, who later dropped out of the project, and Titan Productions failed to find anyone to replace him in the role. Title: Shantae, Half-Genie Hero. Developer and publisher: WayForward. Following a successful Kickstarter campaign in 2015, development began on the 4th entry in the Shantae series for PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Wii U, and Windows.
In August 2016, it was confirmed that the 360 and PS3 versions had been cancelled, while the other announced ports all released in December of that year.
WayForward noted that less than 1% of Kickstarter backers cited 360 and PS3 as their preferred console in surveys, and felt this low demand would not justify the time and cost needed to develop these versions.
Title: Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn. Developers, Saber Interactive and Big Beast Productions. Publisher, Mad Dog Games. A sequel to Shaq Fu, 1994, was crowdfunded via Indiegogo in 2014, with plans to release the finished game for PC, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Wii U.
In 2018, it was announced that the PS3, 360, and Wii U versions had been cancelled, while the remaining versions were released later that year. Title: Sirlin. Developer and publisher, Phillison Studios. While the monster-taming RPG Sirlin 2016 was initially announced to be releasing on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Vita, the PS3 version was cancelled during development.
Title: 6 Days in Fallujah. Developer, Atomic Games. Publisher, Konami. First announced in 2009, the game was met with significant criticism and controversy, given its subject matter and tone.
As a result, Konami chose to no longer publish the game in 2010, with Atomic Games declaring bankruptcy the following year after being unable to find a new publisher.
In 2021, it was announced that development had restarted under Highwire Games, and the game eventually received an early access release in 2023 for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and PC.
Title: Snapshot. Developer and publisher, Retro Effect. Just prior to its PC release in 2012, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 3 were announced for release by the end of the year, though neither PlayStation version ever materialized.
Title: Star Wars Battlefront 3. Developer, Free Radical Design. Publisher, LucasArts. Following the release of Star Wars Battlefront 2, 2005, Free Radical Design was contracted to develop a third entry in the series, with a focus on seamless movement from ground-based combat to space battles.
However, a change in leadership at LucasArts led to the publisher becoming dissatisfied with the project and withholding payments for 6 months, eventually resulting in the game's cancellation and Free Radical entering bankruptcy.
A prototype for Xbox 360 was leaked in 2016, while a near final Wii build of the game was uncovered in 2024.
Title: Steamrock Chronicles 2. Developer, Iran. A sequel to Steamrock Chronicles 2005 was initially announced for PlayStation 2 in 2006 before shifting development to PlayStation 3 the following year.
After missing a planned 2008 release date, no new updates on the game emerged until 2011, when it was announced that the game had been cancelled following the 2011 Tahiti earthquake and tsunami. Title: TaBNWNE. Developer, Big Rooster. Publisher, Capcom. A video game version of the Games Workshop board game TaBNWNE was announced in 2007 to be published by Capcom.
The following year, Capcom announced that the game had been cancelled due to a misfire early in development, determining that the cost of finding a new developer for the project would outweigh the expected returns. Title: Tekken X Street Fighter. Developer and publisher, Namco Bandai Games. Announced in 2010 alongside the Capcom-developed Street Fighter X Tekken 2012, which featured characters from the Street Fighter and Tekken franchises in Street Fighter-based 2D battles. Tekken X Street Fighter was Namco Bandai's take on the crossover and would have featured 3D Tekken-style gameplay.
However, the game entered development hell that extended beyond the lifespan of the PlayStation 3. To date, the project has been on hold since 2016 with no indication that it will be released. Title: Ice. Developer: Shrek 7 Games. Announced at E3 2005 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC. Developer Shrek 7 Games confirmed the following year that the PS3 version had been cancelled due to the high costs of developing for the system, with focus being placed on finishing the 360 and PC versions.
However, these ports were also never released, likely due to being unable to find a publisher. Title: A. Developer: Metropolis Software. Following the announcement of the horror first-person shooter in 2007, developer Metropolis Software was acquired by CD Projekt, which moved the team off of it in favor of working on The Witcher, with it ultimately going unreleased.
Title: This is Vegas. Developer: Surreal Software. Publishers: Midway Games / Warner Brothers. An open-world video game centered around the activities in Las Vegas.
Announced in 2008, it was cancelled in 2010 after Midway Games went bankrupt and their assets were acquired by Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment.
No official reason was given, but the game's budget up to that point was already at US $50 million, a massive number for a game at that time.
Title: Time Splitter 4. Developer: Free Radical Design. Publishers: Crytek. A fourth entry in the Time Splitter series was announced in 2008 for release on PlayStation 3 following several years of rumors.
However, the project ultimately fizzled out after the game failed to find a publisher due to both the poor reception of Free Radical Design's previous game Haze 2008 and publishers' unsureness of how to market the game.
Following Free Radical's closure in 2014, the studio was re-established in 2021 under the Embracer Group and once again began work on a new Time Splitters game, but this too was cancelled in 2023 after Embracer closed the studio down.
A prototype of the PlayStation 3 version was later discovered in 2024. Title: Time O. Developer: Zootfly. Time O was an action game following two New Yorkers trapped in a parallel shadow version of the city.
The game was built using work originally done for a Ghostbusters prototype, which had been cancelled due to Zootfly not acquiring the license.
Following the game's initial announcement, little news on the game surfaced over the following year, with the game itself ultimately never materializing.
Title: TaBNWNE. Developer: Ubisoft Montreal. Publisher: Ubisoft. A PlayStation 3 version of TaBNWNE 2007 was shown at press events, but never released.
Title: To End All Wars. Developer: Q2 Entertainment. A first-person shooter set during World War I was announced in 2007, but never materialized.
Title: Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six: Patriots. Developer and publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six series was announced in 2011 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC via a trailer with pre-rendered target footage.
In 2013, it was announced that the game had shifted to the next generation of consoles, though the project experienced several issues in the transition and needed to be rebooted.
By 2014, it had been confirmed that Patriots had been cancelled and that the series would be rebooted with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege 2015.
Title: Until Dawn. Developer: Supermassive Games. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Development began on the PlayStation 3 with a planned release year of 2013 and was initially designed around the use of the PlayStation Move accessory.
The decision was later made to retool the game and expand its scope by shifting development to the PlayStation 4, where it released in 2015. Title: Voltage. Developer: IVA. The racing game Voltage was scheduled for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC in 2008, but never materialized.
Title: The Wall. Developers: WorldForge/DureCT. The Wall, a shooter set in a dystopian future, was first announced in 2006 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but failed to materialize.
Titles: War Devil/Project King. Developer: DG Guys. Publisher: Ignition Entertainment. Originally announced as War Devil in 2004 for the PlayStation 3, an Xbox 360 version was later announced as well.
The game was planned to be similar in concept to the Dynasty Warriors by DG Guys, a newly created developer subsidiary by publisher Ignition Entertainment.
The game went through a lengthy and difficult 7-year development period, including a brief rebrand/reworking of the game as Project came to salvage work done on it. But it was ultimately cancelled, with Ignition going out of business shortly afterwards.
Titles: Warriors Lair. Developer: Idle Minds. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Originally announced as Ruined by Sony at E3 2011 as a cross-platform PlayStation 3 and Vita game due out in 2012.
The game was heavily promoted across 2011, with outlets such as IGN being given access to playable builds of the game, but the status on the game went quiet moving into 2012, where it missed E3 2012 and its release year entirely.
By July 2013, the game was announced to be cancelled on both platforms.
Titles: The Witcher: Rise of the White Wolf. Developer: Widescreen Games. Publisher: CD Projekt. A port of The Witcher 2007 was announced for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2008 and would feature various enhancements compared to the PC original.
In 2009, developer Widescreen Games announced they had put the project on hold due to payments from publisher CD Projekt being late.
CD Projekt responded that the late payments had been due to Widescreen missing deadlines and the port's lackluster quality, and that they had terminated their relationship.
Titles: Wonderflick. Developer and publisher Level 5. A cross-platform JRPG announced for iOS, Android, Nintendo 3DS, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and Wii U.
The game was intended to support cross-saving, allowing the player to save, progress on one platform and pick up where they left off on another.
Gameplay also occurred on two separate screens, whether it be on dual-screen platforms like Wii U and 3DS, or through other means like remote play.
While the mobile versions, released in early 2014 in Japan, it suffered from a troubled launch and short lifespan, being shut down just a year later, leading to the cancellation of all console versions. Title: World in Conflict, Soviet Assault. Developer: Massive Entertainment. Publisher: Ubisoft. Following the release World in Conflict 2007 on PC, the Soviet Assault expansion pack was announced, along with standalone ports for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
The project was cancelled following the merger of Activision and Vivendi Universal, only for Ubisoft to acquire the rights to the franchise.
While the PC expansion was released in 2009, Ubisoft decided not to release the console ports.
Title: WWE Brawl. Developer and publisher: THQ. A new WWE wrestling game, WWE Brawl, was announced in 2011 for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii.
Unlike THQ's annual WWE releases, Brawl was a spin-off intended to be a more fast-paced party fighting game akin to Super Smash Bros. Or Power Stone.
However, the game was never released, presumably due to THQ's financial difficulties at the time.
In 2024, a prototype of a previously unknown Nintendo 3DS version was found and shared online. Title: WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. Developer: Ukes. Publisher: THQ. While announced for PlayStation 3 alongside other versions of the game, the decision was made to cancel the port due to its rate of development, which would have seen it released well after the other versions. The series would come to PlayStation 3 a year later with WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008.
Title: Zombies. Developer: Vic Rooster. Publisher: Twilight Creations Incorporated. A video game adaptation of the board game, Zombies, was announced in 2008 for digital release on Xbox 360 and PS3.
Whoa!
However, publisher Twilight Creations later announced the next year that Big Rooster would no longer be working on the game and that they were seeking a new developer.
The game was ultimately released only on Windows Phone in 2011, developed by TaBNWNE.
And title: Zombies Animals. Developer: High Voltage Software. Publisher: MTV Games. First announced exclusively for WiiWare in 2008, this version was cancelled in 2011 when the developers failed to keep the game within the WiiWare size limits.
While PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions were announced as replacements, those two were cancelled, and the game only saw release for iOS mobile devices in 2013.
The following games were initially announced as PlayStation 4 titles, but were subsequently cancelled or postponed indefinitely by developers or publishers. Title: Console. Developer: Interceptor Entertainment. Publisher: 3D Realms.
Title: Delta Force. Developer: Team EJ3 Studio. Publishers: Team E Studio Group and Arena. Originally the game was going to release for the PS4 and Xbox One, alongside PS5 and Xbox Series X/S. Meanwhile the PS5 and Xbox Series X/S version was released. The PS4 and Xbox One version were never released due to unknown reasons.
Title: EverQuest Next. Developer and publisher: Daybreak Game Company. 2016.
Title: Gotham Knights. Developer: WB Games Montreal. Publisher: Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. Gotham Knights was originally announced for PS5, PS4, Windows, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X/S.
The PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X/S versions were released in 2022, while the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One version were cancelled because WB Games Montreal thought it was better off focusing efforts to deliver a polished experience on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X/S. Title: Human Element. Developer: Robotoki. Starting development in 2012 and being announced at the Game Awards in 2014, the game was an ambitious first-person shooter by Robert Bowen, who had previously worked on Call of Duty titles.
announced for the Wii U, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC platforms. Development was put on hiatus before being cancelled in early 2015 due to the inability to fund the game and subsequent closure of developer Robotoki. Title: Hyenas. Developer: Creative Assembly. Publisher: Sega. Hyenas was announced in 2022 as part of IGN's Summer of Gaming event.
It was going to be a FPS game for Windows, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and was going to be a free-to-play similar to Fortnite and Apex Legends.
In early August 2023, Sega executives publicly called Hyenas development challenging, raising the possibility it would be cancelled, and stated they would look at adjusting the game's business model, possibly to free-to-play.
Its development was halted by Sega on September 28, 2023, along with multiple other unannounced games, due to lower profitability of the European region. Title: Killing Heights. Developer: Nex Entertainment. 2016.
Title: Legacy of Kain, Dead Sun. Developer: Climax Studios. Publisher: Square Enix Europe. 2012.
Title: Lego James Bond. Developer: TT Games. Publisher: Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. In 2016, TT Games pitched a new entry in their long-running line of Lego games, this time based on the James Bond film franchise.
The pitch was rejected due to the film's adult themes and level of violence being too extreme for the Lego brand's family-friendly demographic.
A trailer for the game was later leaked in 2024.
Title: Overkill's The Walking Dead. Developer: Overkill Software. Publisher: Starbreeze Studios. 2019.
Title: Kurgan. Developer and publisher: Epic Games. 2018.
Title: Project Ragtag. Developer: Visual Games. Publisher: Electronic Arts. 2017.
Title: Project Rat Rabbit. Developers: Nane and Sean Ennis. Publisher: Peekab. 2017.
Title: Silent Hills. Developers: Kojima Productions. Publisher: Konami. 2015.
Title: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Frontline. Developers: Ubisoft Bucharest and Ubisoft Kyiv. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new Battle Royale entry in the Ghost Recon series was announced back in October 2021 for PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and Google Stadia.
9 months later, Ubisoft cancelled the game due to negative feedback received during the game's announcement and its closed beta test. Title: Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Patriots. Developers: Ubisoft Montreal, Red Storm Entertainment, and Ubisoft Toronto. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six series was announced in 2011 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC via a trailer with pre-rendered target footage.
In 2013, it was announced that the game had shifted to the next generation of consoles, though the project experienced several issues in the transition and needed to be rebooted.
By 2014, it had been confirmed that Patriots had been cancelled and that the series would be rebooted with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege 2015.
Title: Uppers. Developer: Bullets. Publisher: Marvelous. 2020.
Title: Wild. Developer: Wild Sheep Studio. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. 2024.
Title, War of the Orient. Developer, TaBNWNE Interactive Entertainment. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. 2016.
And title, Wolf, The Red Hood Diaries. Developer and publisher, Grid Game Studio. 2015.
The PlayStation 5 is a home video game console launched by Sony Interactive Entertainment in 2020 as the successor to the PlayStation 4 and as one of the inaugural platforms within the 9th generation of video game consoles.
The console has been released in multiple variants throughout its lifetime, including a slimmer redesign as well as a more powerful iteration, the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Despite initially encountering commercial difficulties due to a global semiconductor shortage resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, the console was declared as Sony's biggest PlayStation platform launch within 2 weeks of its release, ultimately shipping 84.2 million units worldwide as of November 2025.
This list documents games that were in development for PlayStation 5 at various points in its history, but either didn't release in any capacity or were reconfigured in production.
There are currently 17 games on this list. Title, Bloodborne Remake. Developer, Bluepoint Games. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. In February 2026, it was reported by Bloomberg News that Bluepoint Games had successfully pitched a remake of the PlayStation 4 title Bloodborne 2015 to Sony in early 2025, making it their second remake of a From Software game following the PlayStation 5 launch title Demon's Souls 2020.
However, From Software themselves turned the project down. Title, Football Manager 25. Developer, Sports Interactive. Publisher, Sega. The 2025 iteration of the yearly Football Manager franchise was delayed twice before eventually being cancelled outright.
The developers cited internal concerns about its quality and that any further delays would move it too far past the start of the current football season.
The team instead decided to cancel the game in favor of focusing on the 2026 iteration.
Title, Untitled God of War multiplayer game. Developer, Bluepoint Games. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. In October 2025, images leaked online from a multiplayer spin-off in the God of War franchise that was to be developed by Bluepoint Games.
The screenshots inferred a return to the Greek mythology backdrop of the original God of War trilogy and the implied return of the villain Hades.
Sony had previously ended work on an unspecified Bluepoint Games project in early 2025.
Title, Hyenas. Developer, Creative Assembly. Publisher, Sega. A multiplayer-focused first-person shooter game announced in 2022.
It was cited as Sega's most expensive game ever made, with a budget that surpassed the US $70 million spent on Shenmue in 1999.
Sega called it one of their super games that was pivotal to the publisher's future, expressing hope that it would recoup the investment put towards the title.
After several alpha tests conducted throughout the next year, Sega remained unhappy with the game's progress and reception, sending more of its in-house staff to Creative Assembly to closely supervise development.
In 2023, they cited the game's production as challenging and were looking into adjustments for its monetization model, including a potential pivot towards being a free-to-play game.
Sega officially canceled the title in September 2023, attributing it towards a lack of potential profitability in Europe.
An anonymous developer from Creative Assembly later alleged a lack of direction, paired with a risk of releasing an unoriginal game in an overly saturated market, as contributing to the decision to end IM's development.
Title: The Last of Us Online. Developer: Naughty Dog. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally beginning development as a multiplayer mode for The Last of Us Part 2, 2020, similar to the first game's factions, Naughty Dog Creative, lead Niels Druckmann and co. lead game designer Emilia Schatz announced in 2019 that the multiplayer component would not be timed to release with a game in 2020, with a developer separately confirming that such work would continue separately.
Druckmann revealed more details at Summer Game Fest 2021 in June, including its conversion into a standalone game, project that was as big as Naughty Dog's single-player titles, focusing on completely new characters in a separate area within the United States.
Production of the title persisted until being scaled back in 2023 as Sony reassessed its direction and subsidiary Bungie evaluated the game, expressing concern that it would not be able to sustain long-term player engagement.
The game was cancelled in December 2023, with Naughty Dog citing its ambitious scale and an unwillingness to shift pivotal resources away from upcoming single-player projects such as Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Title: Lego Disney. Developers: Traveler's Tale / The Lego Group. Publisher: Warner Brothers Games. A report from Nintendo Life in March 2023 revealed that according to sources close to its development, TT Games had conceived a Lego video game that would feature an ensemble of characters derived from various Disney properties similar to the Disney Infinity franchise, codenamed Project Marley.
The game was scrapped due to perceived similarities with Disney Dreamlight Valley 2023, which released a critical and commercial success later that year. Title: Lego Guardians of the Galaxy. Developers: Traveler's Tale / The Lego Group. Publisher: Warner Brothers Games. A report from Nintendo Life in March 2023 alleged that according to sources close to its development, TT Games had previously cancelled a Lego video game adaptation of the Marvel Comics characters, the Guardians of the Galaxy, which had been in development for 18 months under the codename Project Cosmic.
Title: Untitled London Studio Game. Developer: London Studio. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Sony announced an online multiplayer game in development by London Studio in October 2022 under the codename Project TaBNWNE.
The game would have been set in a fictionalized London hybridizing traditional fantasy and contemporary aesthetics with an emphasis on cooperative gameplay.
The game was officially cancelled in conjunction with a permanent closure of the developer in February 2024.
Soon after, a group of former London studio developers regrouped to found independent studio Twisted Works.
Many concepts from their prior work at Sony would be resurfaced in their upcoming debut title Castouts, currently in development and slated to release for PlayStation 5, Windows and Xbox Series X/S.
Title: Mirror Pond. Developer: Pen Studio. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. By June 2021, Pen Studio had begun developing an open-world, live-service game built on the gameplay systems introduced in their single-player title Days Gone.
The game was cancelled by Sony in January 2025, leading to the studio laying off 30% of its staff at that time.
In February 2026, the game's working title of Mirapon was leaked alongside development footage sourced from the showreel of a former animator at the studio, revealing the game to be a third-person shooter with military-grade weaponry.
Title: Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time Remake. Developer: Ubisoft Montreal. Publisher: Ubisoft. A remake of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was originally in development by Ubisoft Monday and Ubisoft Tune and announced in 2020 for 8th generation consoles and PC for release the following year.
Whoa!
After subsequent criticism for the game's visuals, the game was delayed to 2022 and was soon postponed indefinitely to address feedback.
In May 2022, production on the title was internally rebooted with Ubisoft Montreal taking over responsibilities.
In November 2023, the Prince of Persia series social media accounts announced that development was progressing smoothly after reaching a significant internal milestone.
The game was re-revealed under its original title at Ubisoft Forward in June 2024, where it was slated for a 2026 launch.
In January that year, Ubisoft announced the game was among multiple that had been cancelled as part of a wider organizational restructuring at the publisher. Title: Redfall. Developer: Ark and Austin. Publisher: Bethesda Softworks. A multiplayer-focused open-world first-person shooter game, developed by Ark and Austin and released in May 2023 for Windows and Xbox Series X/S.
During a preview event for the game in March, creative director Harvey Smith confirmed to IGN that the title was initially slated to release on PlayStation 5. But development on said version was cancelled at Microsoft's request following their acquisition of ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Ark and Austin, in March 2021. Title: Marvel Spider-Man: The Great Web. Developer: Insomniac Games. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. A ransomware attack on developer Insomniac Games in December 2023 revealed that they had internally pitched a multiplayer entry in the Marvel Spider-Man series inspired by the Spider-Verse comics and concept.
Described as Spider-Man meets GTA Online in pitch documents, the game would have players selecting from a roster of alternate Spider people to complete various missions and daily challenges in an open-world New York City.
Like other live service games, The Great Web was to be supported by a battle pass providing quarterly seasons of additional content such as new story chapters.
Title: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Frontline. Developers: Ubisoft Bucharest and Ubisoft Kyiv. Publisher: Ubisoft. Originally announced in 2021, the game was to be a first-person massively multiplayer online PvP class-based tactical shooter battle royale game.
An alpha test was originally scheduled to take place shortly after its unveiling, but was delayed indefinitely for undisclosed reasons.
A closed beta was held in confidentiality in January 2022, although footage was quickly leaked on live streaming sites such as Twitch, leading to backlash against the game's resemblance to Call of Duty Warzone.
Ubisoft cancelled the title altogether in July 2022. Title: Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland. Developer: Red Storm Entertainment. Publisher: Ubisoft. Announced in 2021 as a free-to-play third-person shooter title, it originated as a battle royale multiplayer mode for Tom Clancy's The Division 2, 2019, though pivoted to a streamlined survival focus.
Part 1 would also secured rewards in both the Division 2 and sister title Tom Clancy's The Division Resurgence.
The game was revealed to have been cancelled by Ubisoft during an earnings call in May 2024.
Title Untitled Twisted Metal Game. Developer Firestrike. Publisher Sony Interactive Entertainment. An unannounced entry in the Twisted Metal franchise under the codename Project Copper was cancelled by Sony in early 2024 as part of a series of studio layoffs.
It would have been a live service title focused around third-person battle royale mechanics that was previously developed by third-party studio Lucid Games, whom Sony collaborated with on Destruction All-Stars 2021, before being taken over by first-party team Firestrike later in production. Title Untitled Warner Brothers crossover game. Developer Traveler's Tales. Publisher Warner Brothers Games. According to a March 2023 report by GamesIndustry.biz, developer Traveler's Tales had previously been working on a shooter game codenamed Project Rainbow Road, which was alleged to be a crossover between multiple Warner Brothers media properties such as DC Comics, Rick and Morty, and external franchises like Stranger Things.
It had already been cancelled by the time of the report's publication to allocate more resources for projects such as Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight 2026 and title Wild. Developer Wild Sheep Studio. Publisher Sony Interactive Entertainment. An open-world survival game, which was originally in development and announced as a PlayStation 4 exclusive, suffered significant delays further, compounded by original director Michel Ansel's retirement from the games industry in 2020.
The game was never completed, despite Ansel iterating in December 2024 that editorial duties on the title were transferred from Wild Sheep to Ubisoft terrorists, owing to his prior employment at the publisher, and that the former studio shifting the game to the PlayStation 5 proved to be its undoing.
The PlayStation Portable is a handheld video game console released by Sony in 2004.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the PSP at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 31 games on this list. Title 100 Bullets. Publisher D3 Publisher. A video game adaptation of the 100 Bullets comic book series was announced by Acclaim Entertainment for release on the PlayStation 2 and original Xbox.
This version of the game was cancelled amid Acclaim's financial troubles in the mid-2000s.
D3 Publisher obtained the rights to the franchise shortly after and announced plans to release an unrelated game in the franchise for a variety of platforms, PSP included, though none of those versions ever materialized either.
The comic's primary writer, Brian Azzarello, later explained that the developers had trouble translating the comic's story into the video game format. Title 6 Gun. Developer Battleborn, a military-themed third-person shooter game announced in 2005 for the PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, and Xbox, scheduled for release the following year.
A few screenshots were shown at the time of its announcement, but the game was cancelled after the closure of its developer. Title Advent Shadow. Developer Full Fat. Publisher Majesco Entertainment. Originally announced for the PSP as a side story of the console game Advent Rising 2005, poor sales of that game, coupled with financial struggles and layoffs at publisher Majesco Entertainment, led to its cancellation.
Title Age of Elements. Developer Steamroll. Publisher Atari. The game was first announced at E3 2006, where it was reportedly 40% complete.
An early playable build of the game was present at the show, with IGN describing it as a fighting game mixed between Tekken and Power Stone.
While the game was scheduled for release in late 2006 and early 2007 timeframe, it was cancelled prior to release.
Title: Pac-Man Begins. Developer: Eurocom. Publisher: Electronic Arts. A video game adaptation of the Pac-Man Begins film was announced for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, original Xbox, Game Boy Advance, and the PSP. Though the PSP was the only announced version that was cancelled and did not release alongside the movie in June 2005.
Title: Battlefield 2 Modern Combat. Developer: EA Brightlight. Publisher: Electronic Arts. A companion version of the game was announced for the PSP alongside the PlayStation 2, Xbox 360, and original Xbox versions. But the PSP version was never completed and subsequently cancelled.
Title: Black and White Creatures. Developer: Full Fat. Publisher: Majesco. A spin-off of the Black and White series of games was announced for the PSP and Nintendo DS in May 2005.
While the original was a large-scale god game for PC platforms, the handheld versions were more of a smaller-scale pet simulator adaptation of the original concept.
Both versions were cancelled and never released, though a very early build of the DS version leaked onto the internet in 2021.
Title: Blood Rain. Developer: Full Fat. Publisher: Majesco Entertainment. An original entry in the Blood Rain series was in development for the PSP and would have focused on a new two-player cooperative mode.
It was one of a number of games cancelled by publisher Majesco Entertainment around late 2005 and early 2006 due to the company's financial troubles. Title: Destroy All Humans. Big Wooly Unleashed. Developer: Locomotive Games. Publisher: THQ. Originally in development for the Wii, with PlayStation 2 and PSP version in development later, only the Wii version ever released.
The PS2 version was cancelled due to THQ's financial issues at the time, while the PSP version was cancelled due to the development team's struggles with adapting the Wii game's controls to a PSP's controls. Title: Duke Nukem Critical Mass. Developer: Frontline Studios. Publishers: Apogee Entertainment and Deep Silver. Originally announced for the Nintendo DS and PSP at E3 2008, the game featured a troubled multi-year development process.
While the DS version eventually released in 2011, the PSP version was cancelled.
A build of the PSP version was later found at the Library of Congress in 2014 and eventually shared online.
Title: Earthworm Jim. Developer: Shiny Entertainment. Publisher: Atari. Also known as Earthworm Jim PSP, the game was a planned entry in the Earthworm Jim series of video games in development for the PSP.
Initially thought to be a remake of the original Earthworm Jim, 1994, it was later revealed that it would contain mostly original content.
The game was reported to reunite some of the developers who had worked on the acclaimed Earthworm Jim and Earthworm Jim 2, 1995, but been absent during production of the more poorly received Earthworm Jim 3D, 1999, and Earthworm Jim Menace to the Galaxy, 2000.
All although said to be 80% complete in August 2006 and slated for an early 2007 release date. The game was ultimately cancelled in mid-2007 due to financial issues at publisher Atari at the time. Title: The Elder Scrolls Travels Oblivion. Developer: Climax Studios. Publisher: Bethesda Softworks. A version of Oblivion was in development for the PSP across 2006 and 2007.
It was announced alongside a PS3 version, though the PSP version would have been a smaller, simpler adaptation of the game, in the vein of their Elder Scrolls Travel sub-series.
The game was reportedly cancelled due to a lack of funds and time to complete it satisfactorily.
Footage of the game leaked onto the internet in 2016. Title: Godzilla Unleashed. Developer: Pipeworks Software. Publisher: Atari. The third entry in Pipeworks Software's series of Godzilla fighting games was initially announced to be receiving portable versions for PSP and Nintendo DS alongside the main console release on Wii.
However, while the game was released on Wii, DS and PlayStation 2 in 2007, the PSP version was cancelled. Title: Gunbreak 2 Remix. Developer: Sitio. Publisher: TM Studios. The 1998 arcade game has been re-released on a variety of consoles in the year, but the remixed version, announced for the PSP in 2009, never materialized.
Title: The Incredibles: Rise of the Underminer. Developer: Pacific Coast Power and Light. Publisher: THQ. A video game adaptation of the 2005 film was announced for all platforms active at the time, though only the PSP version was cancelled.
Title: Mecha Wars. Developer and publisher: Nipponichi Software. Initially teased in Mecha Kingdom: Chronicles of the Sacred Tome. Mecha Wars was announced in 2004 to be releasing on the PSP, with a PlayStation 3 version announced the following year.
Following the announcement, Nipponichi Software did not comment further on the game's development, and it spent over a decade being treated as vaporware.
The game ultimately released as a free-to-play mobile title in 2018.
Title: Painkiller: Hell Wars. Developer: People Can Fly. Publisher: Dreamcatcher Interactive. After its initial 2004 PC release, the game was announced for the PSP, PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox.
While a playable version of the PSP version was present at E3 2006, only the Xbox version ever released. Title: Tubby Squad. Developer and publisher: System 3. In 2010, it was announced that a remake of Tubby Squad 1994 was coming to most active platforms at the time.
While the announcement included the PSP, by the time the remake, released in 2015, the platform had become inactive, and versions were released for the PlayStation Vita and Nintendo 3DS handhelds that had released in the meantime. Title: Puzzle Quest 2. Developer: Infinite Interactive. Publisher: D3 Publisher. Originally announced for the Nintendo DS, Xbox 360, mobile devices, Windows and the PSP in 2010, it was released for all platforms except PSP later that year.
The following year, the president of developer Infinite Interactive said the PSP version had been cancelled after the company had run out of manpower to complete that version.
Infinite Interactive, being acquired by Fireman Studios, who were subsequently acquired by Electronic Arts, were also cited as complications that helped cancel the completion and release of the PSP version.
Title: Rayman Raving Rapids. Developer and publisher: Ubisoft. While a PSP version of the multi-platform release was announced at the time of its reveal, it never materialized.
No details on it were released, making it unclear if it was a mini-game compilation like its console iterations, or a platformer like the Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance. Title: Road to Sunday. Developer: San Diego Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. A game that combined American football with aspects of a story-driven fighting game.
It was announced for PSP and PlayStation 2 and presented at E3 2005 in June, but was cancelled by the following month.
Sony, its publisher, cited not making their internal quality standards as the reason for its cancellation.
Title: Saints Row Undercover. Developer: Volition. Publisher: THQ. An iteration of the Saints Row series was in development for the PSP in 2006.
Unlike many PSP companion games, the game retained a full open-world environment to explore.
The game was very far into development, but was cancelled by publisher THQ, who, according to Volition, did not share the developer's enthusiasm for the game.
In 2016, Volition themselves leaked the game onto the internet for people to download for free, with Volition stating they had retained the rights to do so. Title: Sonic Generations. Developer: Imps. Publisher: Sega. In 2017, a disc containing an unannounced PSP version of Sonic Generations 2011 was found.
The disc contained the 2009 build of the game, which was damaged but somewhat functional, and fans were able to recover several game assets such as an early logo, button prompts, a debug menu, and a level screenshot.
The recoveries suggested that the content was identical to the eventual 3DS version of the game.
The gamer speculated that Sega cancelled the PSP version due to the impending launch of the PlayStation Vita. Title: Space Station Tycoon. Developer: Wahoo Studios. Publisher: Namco Bandai. A spiritual successor to Outpost Coloki X, scheduled for release on the Wii and PSP. The game missed its scheduled release date of August/September 2007, never received a new release time frame, and never released for either platform.
Title: SpongeBob SquarePants Lights, Camera, Pants. Publisher: THQ. Ports of the game for Nintendo DS and PSP were announced alongside the other versions, but were never released.
Title: Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2. Developer and publisher: LucasArts. Originally announced for release alongside the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Wii, and Nintendo DS versions in October 2010. The PSP version was abruptly cancelled without explanation 2 months prior to its release.
Title: State of Emergency 2. Developer: DC Studios. Publisher: South Peak Interactive. Originally announced for PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Windows, the game was cancelled as a result of VIM Entertainment's bankruptcy.
The game was later acquired by DC Studios, who released the game for PS2 in 2006.
A PlayStation portable version was announced to follow later that year, but was never released.
Title: Sticky Walls. Developer and publisher: Warthog. Similar on concept to Billiards, the game was announced in 2004 and presented at E3 2004 as a PSP game.
However, after the developers were bought out by TaBNWNE, the PSP release was cancelled in favor of a 2005 release on their short-lived Bismondo handheld. Title 4, God of Thunder. Developer, Redfly Studio. Publisher, Sega. A video game adaptation of the 2011 film was announced for the many platforms, including the PSP.
In early 2011, publisher Sega announced that the PSP version had been cancelled in favor of a Nintendo 3DS version. Title, Correction. Developer, Puget Entertainment. Publisher, LucasArts. A music-based video game announced for the PSP in 2006, where players could import their music collection into their PSPs, and the game would generate mini games and puzzles from them, with different music generating different content.
The game was present at E3 2006, where it received positive reception from publications, but in January 2007, it was announced that the game had been cancelled.
While specific reasons were not disclosed, the cancellation announcement noted that both the developer and publisher had mutually agreed to part ways and cancel it.
And title, Ashiro. Developer and publisher, Level 5. The Spirit Horror role-playing video game announced for the PSP in 2008 by Level 5.
Despite cross-media plans such as manga and light novels releasing in subsequent years, the game never released on the PSP.
A decade later, Level 5 announced that development had moved to the Nintendo Switch, though, to date, the game has not released there either. The PlayStation Vita is a handheld video game console released by Sony in 2011.
The system, positioned as an attempt to appeal both traditional handhelds and mobile phone gaming, maintained a niche following through 2018, though failed to pick up on mainstream success.
While the Vita would go on to have over 1,400 games released for it in its lifetime, its weak commercial performance and weaker hardware, compared to other video game consoles and mobile devices multi-platform games were in development for, led to a considerable number of cancelled video games as well.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the Vita at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 81 games on this list. Title, 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Developer, Vanillaware. Publisher, Atlas. Originally conceived in 2013 as a Vita and PlayStation 4 game, the game was continually delayed out of the Vita's lifespan and cancelled in 2018, only releasing on PS4 in 2019 and Nintendo Switch in 2022.
Title 140. Developer, Abstraction Games. Publisher, Double Fine Productions. In June 2016, it was announced that Abstraction Games and Double Fine Productions would be porting the rhythm game 140, 2013, to PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, Xbox One, Wii U, and Nintendo 3DS, with the ports scheduled for release later that year.
However, the Vita and 3DS ports were never released. Title, 99 Bricks Wizard Academy. Developer and publisher, Weirdbeard. A port of the 2014 mobile phone game was announced for Vita, but cancelled in October 2015, because the developers wished to switch focus on developing their next title, Tricky Towers, instead.
Title, Action Inc. Developer, Race Squid. Publisher, Curve Digital. Announced in June 2015 for the Vita, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Wii U. The Vita version never materialized when the other versions all released in 2016.
Title: Eternal Blade 2. Developer and publisher: Cell Technology. The game was originally announced in October 2015 for the Vita and Nintendo 3DS.
In early 2017, a number of members of the development team resigned, forcing the developers to restart development and causing them to cancel the handheld versions in favor of developing and releasing PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch versions in 2019 instead. Title: Against the Blade. Developer: SparkCube. Announced in 2014 at a Sony press conference regarding their move to start releasing games in China, the game never materialized in any capacity.
Title: Anonymous. Code. Developers: Mages and Fiamaru Studio. Publisher: Mages. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in 2017, the game's lengthy development period delayed its release beyond the Vita's lifespan.
The Vita version was cancelled in favor of a PS4 and Nintendo Switch release in late 2021. Titles: Asaki and Yumamishi, The Tale of Genji. Developer: Mio. Publisher: Quinn Rose. An entry of the Tale of Genji series was announced in September 2015, but the game never released after the publisher's parent company, Artmove, officially suspended business later in the month.
Title: Assault Android Cactus. Developer and publisher: Witch Team. Released for a variety of PC platforms in 2015, various console ports occurred across into 2016, including a planned Vita version.
However, it was cancelled August 2017.
While no reason was given, the developers had said prior to the cancellation that they did not expect much of a financial return on the Vita version.
Title: The Banner Saga. Developer: Stoic Studio. Publisher: Versus Evil. After its 2014 release on PC and mobile platforms, Vita and PlayStation 4 versions were announced that same year.
Despite 2016 releases on PS4 and Xbox One in 2016, development of the Vita version lagged behind.
In July 2017, it was announced that the developers were having trouble getting the game engine to run well on the Vita, and it was hindering updates for other platforms.
A version was released on Nintendo Switch instead in 2018. Title: Untitled BioShock Game. Developer: Irrational Games. Publisher: 2K Games. Initially announced for the Vita at E3 2011. BioShock series creator Ken Levine conceded that development had not even started almost 2 years later in February 2013, and another year later in February 2014. Irrational Games closed down altogether, with the game never releasing in any capacity.
Title: Deserta Silent Evil. Developer: Edrox Interactive. Development on the game started on PlayStation Vita before realizing the hardware was not powerful enough to fulfill the game's vision.
Development was moved to Wii and was reportedly in development for multiple years, but never released in any capacity. Title: Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Developer: Artplay. Publisher: 505 Games. The Vita version of the game was cancelled in 2018 in response to Sony's announcement that they were discontinuing the Vita in 2019, though the game still released on all other platforms, planned in its Kickstarter.
Title: Broforce. Developer: Freelives. Publisher: Devolver Digital. Announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 during E3 2014, the Vita version was quietly announced as cancelled without reason in September 2015.
Version still released for PC platforms, PS4, and the Nintendo Switch in the following years. Title, Castle Conqueror 5. Developer, Circle Entertainment. Announced in 2014 at a Sony press conference regarding their move to start releasing games in China, the game never materialized in any capacity.
Title, The Chainsaw Incident. Developer and publisher, Arigo Games. Announced in 2014 for the Vita and PlayStation 4, in late 2016, the developers announced that they had run out of funding and the game never materialized on any platforms.
Title, Chroma Squad. Developer, Behold Studios. Publisher, Bandai Namco Entertainment. Released on PC platforms in 2015, additional versions for Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and mobile platform were announced in 2016.
While all other versions and an additional Nintendo Switch version were released, the Vita version was announced as cancelled in 2017. Title, Chronos Materia. Developer, Justco Limited. Publisher, Tecmo Koei. Announced exclusively for the Vita in June 2013, with a release date of September 26, 2013, the game was indefinitely delayed before its release and was not officially cancelled until much later in April 2016, and never released in any capacity.
Title, City Shrouded in Shadow. Developer, Granzella. Publisher, Bandai Namco Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in September 2015, after an extended year-long period with no updates, the game was announced to be a PS4-only release, with a Vita version being cancelled for various reasons.
Title, Cloudberry Kingdom. Developer, TaBNWNE Studios. Publisher, Ubisoft. A Vita version of the multi-platform release was announced, but never received a concrete release date and never materialized.
Title, A Clumsy Adventure. Developer and publisher, Extra Media. A 3D platformer in development from 2015 by Dutch indie studio Extra Media.
An early access build of the PC version was made available on GameJolt in December 2013, and another demo was playable at Gamescom 2014.
It was earmarked for a 2015 release.
Title, Crow's Burning Edge. Developer and publisher, Bandai Namco Entertainment. A game adaptation of the Crow's manga was announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 in July 2015, but the Vita version was cancelled for undisclosed reasons in August 2016.
Title, Sea Wars. Developer and publisher, Onipunk Studio. While the game's starter stretch goal for releases on Vita, Nintendo 3DS, Wii U, Linux, and Android, only the Windows and Mac OS versions ever released in 2015.
Title, Untitled Dato Jiken Kashiki Tachi Slot Simulator Game. Developer and publisher, TaBNWNE. An entry in TaBNWNE's long-running Tachi slot video game series was announced at the Tokyo Game Show in 2011, but never materialized.
Title, Disc Storm. Developer and publisher, XMPT Games. Announced in March 2015 for Vita and PC platforms, the Vita version never materialized.
Title, Dungeon Defenders. Developer, Trendy Entertainment. Publisher, Reverb Communications. Originally announced at Sony's January 2011 conference, where they first revealed the Vita, where its tech demo was used to demonstrate how developers could create PlayStation 3 level games on Vita. The title was cancelled in June 2012, so the company could divert resources towards development of another game.
The game still released on PS3, Xbox One, and PC/mobile platforms. Title: Dragons Racing. Developer and publisher: TaBNWNE Entertainment. Listed by Sony as a game in development for the Vita by Ignition Entertainment in November 2011, the game never materialized as Ignition subsequently suffered financial troubles and went out of business in 2012.
Title: Drive. Developer: Different Cloth. Publisher: Choice Provisions. Announced in September 2015 for the Vita and PlayStation 4, the Vita version was cancelled later in the year so the game's sole developer could focus on publishing the PS4 version.
Title: Again Roll. Developer and publisher: Lamagama Entertainment. A 3D action game announced by Turkish Indie, developer Lamagama for Vita and iOS, for a late 2012 release. The game never materialized.
Title: Elliot Quest. Developer: Ansimus Games. Publisher: Play Everywhere Games. A Vita version of the Wii U and PC game. Was announced in July 2015 for a 2016 release, though it was cancelled in May 2016 due to its game engine being incompatible to the Vita's hardware. The version still released for Nintendo 3DS and Nintendo Switch in 2016 and 2017, respectively.
Title: Energy Hook. Developer and publisher: Happy Laboratories. Announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Windows, the Vita version was revealed to be cancelled in January 2016.
Titles: Phoenix Rage/Phoenix Furia. Developer and publisher: Green Lava Studios. Originally released on Windows in 2014, versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Xbox 360 were announced shortly afterwards for 2015.
However, when console version of the game was delayed into 2016 and rebranded as Phoenix Furia due to unforeseen circumstances, the Vita was dropped as a release platform. Titles: Final Fantasy Agito Plus. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. Originally released in an episode for iOS and Android mobile devices across 2014 and 2015, a Vita version with all of the game's content was announced for 2015.
However, the Vita version was later delayed and then cancelled outright by September 2015.
Technical bottlenecks and network compatibility problems were cited as reason for the cancellation.
Titles: Forgotten Memories, Alternate Realities Director's Cut. Developer and publisher: Psychos Interactive. Originally released for iOS mobile devices, all proposed console and PC ports, Vita included, were cancelled in February 2017, with the developers feeling that the game, designed for mobile devices, was not translated well to other platforms.
Titles: Four-Sided Fantasy. Developer: Ludoland. Publishers: Curve Digital/Serenity Forge. The game was initially announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Windows in 2015.
However, the following year, when developers changed publishers from Curve Digital to Serenity Forge, the Vita version was dropped, while the other versions released later in the year. Title: Galaxy the Dimensional. Developer and publisher: 17-bit. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 for a 2014 release, the game was delayed into 2015, and the Vita version was cancelled in July 2015 because a development team could not get the game running properly on the Vita's weaker hardware, while the PS4 version released the following month.
Title, Great Little War Game. Developer, Rubicon Developments. Publisher, Viacom Games. Released on mobile devices in 2011, the announced plans for a Vita version were described by the developer as long buried in September.
Reasons cited were that Sony halted sale of the game because the multiplayer components had not transferred to the Vita game, even though the game itself otherwise was running on the platform. Title, Gunscape. Developer and publisher, Blowfish Studios. The Vita version of the game was cancelled in October 2016, with the developer explaining they could not get the game running on the Vita.
Title, Guns Up. Developer, Valkyrie Entertainment. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4, the Vita and PS3 versions were cancelled to help the team focus on being able to release the PS4 version.
Difficulty in getting it to run on the Vita's weaker hardware was also cited as a reason for its cancellation. Title, Hand of Fate. Developer and publisher, Defiant Development. Originally announced for the Vita alongside PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC versions. The Vita version was cancelled a few months after the other versions, released in 2015, with the development team stating that they were unable to get the game running on the Vita's weaker hardware.
Title, The Hero Trap. Developer and publisher, Smashworks. Originally announced for Vita, PlayStation 4, and PC platforms, the game was cancelled and not released in any capacity.
The developer noted that while they met their Kickstarter fundraising goal, it was not enough to fund the game, and they had been unsuccessful in finding an outside publisher to help either. Title, Hyper Light Drifter. Developer and publisher, Heart Machine. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Wii U, and PC platforms. The Vita and Wii U version were later cancelled due to the developers struggling to get it running on their respective hardware and health issues that were also taking their toll.
Other versions, released in 2016, and a handheld version finally released on the Nintendo Switch in 2018. Title, Killing Heights. Developer, Nex Entertainment. Publisher, Fields. A video game adaptation of the Killing Heights manga was announced in 2015 and shown at that year's Tokyo Game Show.
Originally targeting a 2016 release, it was indefinitely delayed and then fully cancelled in September 2017 after the closure of its development company. Title, Kabuto. Developer and publisher, Carnivore Studio. A survival horror game announced in early 2014 for the Vita and PlayStation 4. The game was later cancelled due to the development team's financial issues.
Some members of the team attempted to revive it as Kabuto 3D in 2016, but this version did not target a Vita release and never materialized either. Title, Legend of Raven, Yatagarasu. Developer, Circle Edge. Publisher, Nicalis. Originally released on PC platforms in 2011 under the name Yatagarasu, game publisher Nicalis announced plans to release the game under the title Legend of Raven across multiple platforms.
Initially, a 3DS version was planned, but Nicalis later reported this version was cancelled in favor of a PlayStation Vita version due to fan feedback.
Plans expanded beyond just the Vita version to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions as well, though no versions have materialized beyond its original PC release.
Title, Mighty Number 9. Developers, Concept, and Inti Creates. Publisher, Deep Silver. A high-profile spiritual successor to the Mega Man series by longtime series producer Kenji Nathan successfully raised funding for a wide variety of platforms in 2013.
While announced console and PC versions released across mid-2016 to a tepid response, the versions for the 3DS and PlayStation Vita never materialized. Title: Militant. Developer and publisher: Zugalta Studios. Originally announced for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PC, only the PS4 and PC versions were released.
Title: Minecraft Story Mode. Developer and publisher: Telltale Games. Announced for release on a wide variety of platforms, starting in October 2015, with planned releases for the Vita and Wii U on a later date. The Vita release never materialized for any of the game's episodes.
Title: Moon Hunters. Developer and publisher: Kitfox Games. Originally announced and funded through Kickstarter for the Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC platforms, the Vita version was cancelled slightly after the release of the other versions, with the developers saying they could not get the game running on the Vita hardware without making major cuts into the game's graphics, and even that would not solve their ongoing problem with long load times.
A portable version was later released on the Nintendo Switch the following year. Title: Mr. Inkjet. Developer and publisher: AQ Interactive. Announced and presented in playable form at E3 2011.
The game involved using the Vita's camera to take a picture of a person, which was used to create a playable character, and then use the Vita's rear touchpad to control the character through a series of obstacles and challenges.
The game's demo was not received well. IGN singled it out as one of the low points in Sony's conference that year, and the game was cancelled.
Title: Never Alone. Developer: Upper One Games. Publisher: Eline Media. Announced for a variety of console, PC, and mobile platforms, the Vita version of the game was cancelled due to technical problems the developers were having getting it running on the Vita hardware.
Title: Nier. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. While never publicly announced as a title in development, in 2015, Square Enix staff mentioned that there had been plans to bring the game to the Vita back in 2011. But the internal development team to be tasked to it ended up being assigned to Dragon Quest X instead, and the project was eventually cancelled.
Title: Nom Nom Galaxy. Developer: Q Games. Publisher: Double 11. Originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4, the Vita version was dropped during development so the developers could focus resources on getting the PlayStation 4 version, which eventually saw release in 2015.
Title: Not a Hero. Developer: Roll7. Publisher: Devolver Digital. Released for PC platforms in 2015, versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One were announced for the following year.
However, the Vita version was cancelled after the development team struggled to get it running on the Vita's hardware. Title: Orc Attack, Flatulent Rebellion. Developer: Casual Brothers Games. Publisher: Game No Entertainment. Announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 and Windows, and released across 2013 and 2014, the Vita version never materialized.
Title: Autumn Ken Musashi. Developer: Toronto. Publisher: Terran Entertainment. Originally planned for a 2017 release on the Vita, it was cancelled in favor of releases for Android and iOS mobile devices.
Title: Untitled Pachipara Game. Developer and publisher: Irun. An entry in the Pachinko series was announced for the Vita at the Tokyo Game Show 2011, but never materialized.
Title: Pure Solar and the Great Architects. Developer and publisher, Watermelon. Released on a variety of platforms across 2014, a Vita version was announced in October 2014, but never materialized.
Title, Poncho. Developer, Dell Interactive. Publisher, Rising Star Games. Originally released for the PlayStation 4, Wii U, and Windows across 2015 and 2016, the Vita version of the game was announced as cancelled in January 2017.
While the developers disclosed that they could not legally give exact reasons for the cancellation, a difficult development process, contentious relationship with their publisher, and the fact that none of the games released made the company any profit were all mentioned in the game's retrospective. Title: Pro Evolution Soccer Entry. Developer and publisher, Konami. Konami announced they would be releasing a Vita entry of their long-running soccer video game series at the Tokyo Game Show in 2011, though no entry was ever released.
Title, Quantum Suicide. Developer, Cotton Candy Cyanide. Publisher, Seke Project. A visual novel similar to Danganronpa originally announced on PC platforms in 2020.
In November 2020, the developers announced they were starting work on a Vita version, though they conceded it would be a difficult effort that would take a long time and may not be finished in the Vita's lifespan.
Sony stopped accepting Vita game submissions just 9 months later in July 2021, and the game never materialized.
Title: Real Wars. Developer and publisher, 5PB. Originally scheduled for release in November 2014, the game was announced as cancelled much later in January 2016. Citing its unsuccessful, protracted development period and other various reasons not expanded upon.
Title, Regalia of Men and Monarchs. Developer and publisher, Pixelated Milk. A tactical role-playing video game with a successful Kickstarter campaign in 2015 to release the game on PC platforms, PlayStation 4, and Vita.
The PC version in May 2017, while a deluxe edition, Regalia Royal Edition, was later released for PS4 and Xbox One in 2018.
The Vita version was cancelled in favor of a Nintendo Switch version, released the same year.
Title: Road Not Taken. Developer and publisher, Stray Fox. Originally envisioned as a mobile phone game, the developers perceived saturation of the market, and Sony agreeing to partner with them, changed the development plans for the game to be released on the Vita and PlayStation 4.
While the game, released as planned for the PS4 in 2014, the Vita version was severely delayed due to development issues, including the fact that the middleware company assisting with it had decided to stop working on Vita games.
Windows and mobile phone versions were released by 2016, but the Vita version never materialized.
Title, Ronin. Developer, Tomish Lackluwick. Publisher, Devolver Digital. Originally released on PC platforms in 2015, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 4 were announced as well, but only the PlayStation 4 ever materialized in 2016.
Title: Samurai Gun. Developer, Technopants. Publisher, Existentialism. Originally released for Windows in 2013, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 4 were announced in the same year, but neither PlayStation version ever materialized.
Title, Untitled Synchro Neuron Game. Developer and publisher, G.Rev. A Vita entry in the Cinco Neuron series was announced in 2012 for release the following year, but never materialized in any capacity.
The game was only in its planning stages in its announcement, and the developer conceded that the title may have been very different from other entries in the series. Title: Untitled Shin Megami Tensei Game. Developer and publisher Atlus. Atlus announced that an entry in their Shin Megami Tensei series would release for the Vita, but no such entry ever materialized across the Vita's lifespan.
While Persona 4 Golden 2012 is a spin-off of the series, an entry in the Shin Megami Tensei was announced separately and listed as a separate entry in Sony's upcoming game lists. Title: Snapshot. Developer and publisher Retro Effect. Just prior to its PC release in 2012, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 3 were announced for release by the end of the year, though neither PlayStation versions ever materialized.
Title: Soft Body. Developer and publisher Lobbysoft. A Vita version of the 2016 PlayStation 4 and Windows releases was reportedly coming soon by the game's developer, though a Vita version never materialized.
Title: Zone of Memories. Developer Pure Wish. Publisher FTL Entertainment. A visual novel originally announced for the Vita and PlayStation 4 as development progressed and content within the game expanded. The developers canceled the Vita version.
A Nintendo Switch version was later announced, cancelled for years, and then revived and released in 2023. Title: Space Dave. Developer and publisher Choice Provisions. A follow-up to Oh Dave 2014 was announced for a 2016 release, but was delayed out of the Vita's lifespan and only ended up releasing on the Nintendo Switch instead in late 2018.
Title: Starlight Tactics. Developer and publisher Escape Hatch Entertainment. A turn-based space combat game originally announced for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC and mobile platforms.
A version for the Vita was planned if the developers could get the right version of Unity running the Vita.
Only the Windows version ever materialized.
Title: Starlight Titanium. Developer and publisher Escape Hatch Entertainment. The game was announced for a variety of platforms, Vita included, though no versions ever materialized.
Title: Tales from the Borderlands. Developer and publisher Telltale Games. A Vita version of the multi-platform game was announced at E3 2014, but never materialized, despite the game's wide release across many platforms in the decade following.
Title: Unmechanical Extended Edition. Developer and publisher Grip Games. Originally released on PC and mobile platforms across 2012 and 2013, an extended edition was announced for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and the Vita in August 2014.
However, by the end of the year, the developers sent out a press release that the Vita version had been cancelled for the time being, and while they left the door open to pick it back up in the future, the Vita version never released. Titles: Warriors Lair / Rune. Developer Idle Minds. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. Originally announced as Rune by Sony at E3 2011 as a cross-platform PlayStation 3 and Vita game throughout in 2012.
The game was heavily promoted across 2011, with outlets such as IGN being given access to playable builds of the game. But the status on the game went quiet moving into 2012, where it missed E3 2012 and its release year entirely.
By July 2013, the game was announced to be cancelled on both platforms.
Title, Wonderfully Car. Developer and Publisher, Level 5. A cross-platform JRPG announced for iOS, Android, Nintendo 3DS, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and Wii U.
The game was intended to support cross-saving, allowing the player to save, progress on one platform and pick up where they left off on another.
Gameplay also occurred on two separate screens, whether it be on dual-screen platforms like Wii U and 3DS, or through other means like remote play.
While the mobile versions, released in early 2014 in Japan, it suffered from a troubled launch and short lifespan, being shut down just a year later, leading to the cancellation of all console versions. Title, Whack 'em Zack. Developer and publisher, Extramedia. A multiplayer brawler in the vein of Whack-A-Mole, developed by Dutch indie studio Extramedia as a spin-off of a clumsy adventure.
A build was made playable to attendees at First Look in the Netherlands in October 2015.
As a cross-platform release, it was also intended to launch on Steam.
Title, Zodiac, Orcan and Odyssey. Developer and publisher, Koboho. Versions for the Vita, PlayStation 4, iOS and PC were all in development, though only the iOS version ever released in 2015.
And title, Zone of the Ender HD Collection. Developer, Kojima Productions. Publisher, Konami. Originally announced for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 at E3 2011, a Vita version was later announced at Tokyo Game Show 2011, but then later cancelled shortly before its PS3/360 release. Lists of PlayStation Store games cover video games that can be downloaded from the online PlayStation Store.
The lists are organized by type of video game, console and by region.
PS1 Classics. Lists of PS1 Classics. List of PS1 Classics, Japan.
List of PS1 Classics, North America.
And list of PS1 Classics, PAL region. PlayStation 2. Lists of downloadable PlayStation 2 games. PlayStation 3. List of PlayStation 3 games, to see.
List of PlayStation 3 games, D2I.
List of PlayStation 3 games, J to P.
A list of PlayStation 3 games, Q to Z.
PlayStation 4. List of PlayStation 4 games. PlayStation 5. List of PlayStation 5 games. PlayStation Portable. List of downloadable PlayStation Portable games.
A list of PlayStation Minis.
PlayStation Vita. Lists of PlayStation Vita games. List of PlayStation Vita games, to D.
List of PlayStation Vita games, E to H.
List of PlayStation Vita games, I to L.
List of PlayStation Vita games, M to O.
List of PlayStation Vita games, P to R.
List of PlayStation Vita games, S.
List of PlayStation Vita games, T to V.
A list of PlayStation Vita games, W to Z.
And other PlayStation. List of PlayStation Store TurboGrafx 16 games.
Neo Geo Station.
List of Sony Pictures mobile games.
A list of PlayStation mobile games.
These articles articles listing games previously released for the original PlayStation that were later made available for download from the PlayStation Store for play on the PlayStation 3. PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation TV, PlayStation 4, or PlayStation 5.
For lists of the games available by market, see List of downloadable PlayStation games, Japan.
List of downloadable PlayStation games, North America.
A list of downloadable PlayStation games, PAL region.
This is a list of PlayStation, PS1, games digitally re-released on the PlayStation Store in Japan.
These are the original game software emulated.
The first downloadable titles were released in Japan on November 22, 2006.
Initially, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP.
An update released in April 2007 enabled playing of these purchased PS1 titles on PlayStation 3, PS3.
Some titles can also be played on other PlayStation systems.
PlayStation Vita, PSV, and PlayStation TV, PSTV support the same PS1 titles as each other.
Those released on PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5, display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
If a downloadable PS1 game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release.
Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or PSV does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PSTV supports this feature. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 800 games on this list. This is a list of PlayStation, PS1 games digitally re-released in an altered form on the PlayStation Store in NA territories.
These games run via emulation of the PS1 hardware.
At their initial release in December 2006, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP. The titles became available for PlayStation 3, PS3 in April 2007, for PlayStation Vita on August 28, 2012, and PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5 on June 13, 2022. The PlayStation TV, PS TV, supports the same titles as the Vita.
Each title released for PS4 is bundled with its PS5 release, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
In most cases, when a PS1 title was digitally purchased for hardware predating the PS4, it may be added without charge to the user's PS4 and PS5 libraries, provided it is available on those platforms.
For some of the PS1 titles lacking official support for Vita and PS TV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
The ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update. Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or Vita does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PS TV supports this feature.
Those released on PS4 and PS5 display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 286 games on this list. This is a list of PlayStation, PS1 games digitally re-released on the PlayStation Store in PAL territories.
These are the original PlayStation versions of game software emulated.
Initially, downloadable PS1 titles were only available to play on PlayStation Portable, PSP.
An update released in April 2007 enabled playing of each purchased PS1 titles on PlayStation 3, PS3.
Some titles can also be played on other PlayStation systems.
PlayStation Vita, PSV, and PlayStation TV, PSTV support the same titles as each other.
Those released on PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5, display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
If a downloadable PS1 game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release. For some of the PS1 titles lacking official support for PSV and PSTV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
The ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update.
Playing PS1 titles on a PSP or PSV does not support local multiplayer that was designed to use multiple controllers, but PSTV supports this feature. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer listed on the PlayStation Store, but might be located with a search function. This is a list of PlayStation 2 games later made available for purchase and download from the PlayStation Store for the PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation 4, PS4, or PlayStation 5, PS5 video game consoles.
Unlike PlayStation 2 classics on the PS3, the PS4 and PS5 releases run at a higher resolution and may feature trophies, remote play and share play.
Whoa!
PlayStation 4 releases are also playable on PlayStation 5. There are 374 downloadable games out of the 4,491 originally released for PlayStation 2. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available for purchase on the PlayStation Store.
And a dagger symbol indicates that the game is also available in the Classics catalog for PlayStation Plus Premium subscribers.
This is a list of games for Sony's PlayStation Portable, PSP, handheld game, console made available to download from the PlayStation Store.
The ability to download and play these titles has varied among titles between the platforms of PSP, PlayStation Vita, PSV, PlayStation TV, PS-TV, PlayStation 4, PS4, and PlayStation 5, PS5.
Titles released on the latter two are the original game software emulated.
If a downloadable PSP game has been purchased for a device released prior to the PS4, the title is automatically added to the user's library on all devices for which there is a release.
For some of the PSP titles lacking official support for PSV and PS-TV, this was previously able to be circumvented by transferring the game to the device via a PS3.
However, the ability to transfer games to and from a PS3 was lost in a 2022 update.
On PS4 and PS5, they display in high definition and may feature the addition of trophies.
The PS4 and PS5 releases are bundled together, and the former is also playable on PS5 through backwards compatibility.
This list does not include other titles made downloadable on PSP, namely PlayStation Minis or PS1 Classics. List of the 807 PSP games available to download from the PlayStation Store.
Almost all first-party PSP games released after October 1, 2009 are available for download on PSP.
This is a list of all 294 PlayStation Minis, PS Minis, for the PlayStation Portable, which are games available to download from the PlayStation Store.
Many of them are also compatible with a PlayStation 3, PS3, as well as a few of them with PlayStation Vita, PS Vita, and PlayStation TV, PS TV, as indicated.
This is a list of downloadable TurboGrafx-16 PC Engine games to be purchased from the PlayStation Store for Sony's PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation Portable, PSP, and PlayStation Vita, PSV video game consoles. A red cell indicates that the title is no longer available to purchase on the PlayStation Store. There are 48 games on this list. Neo Geo Station was a brand, IM2, for downloadable Neo Geo games that were previously available to be purchased from the PlayStation Store for Sony's PlayStation 3, PS3, PlayStation Portable, PSP, and PlayStation Vita, PSV video game consoles in all regions.
All games in this series have been delisted from the PlayStation Store.
This list does not include PlayStation games ported from Neo Geo that were released as PS1 classics. This is a list of video games published by Sony Pictures Digital Entertainment.
This division is part of Sony's U.S. mobile phone games division, based in Culver City, California.
Sony is one of the global leaders in mobile entertainment licensing and publishing, specializing in branded interactive games and personalization products available for download by consumers via their mobile device through a wireless provider distribution network. Mobile games: Bewitched, Boondocks, Bounce and Slam, Casino Royale, Charlie's Angels, Cobra K Card Fighter, Da Vinci Code, Elevator Action, Ghostbusters, God of War, Betrayal, Jeopardy! New York Times Word Challenge, Pop and Drop, Pink Panther, Puzzle Poker, Q Asterisk Bert, Ratchet and Clank, Going Mobile, Ratchet and Clank, Clone Home, Never Released, Strategy Sports, Soccer, Snoop Dogg Boxing, Spider-Man 2, Stuart Little 2, Air Adventure, SWAT 3D, Wheel of Fortune, XXX, The State of the Union, You Got Served, and Quadra Pop. The games, released under PlayStation Mobile, were available to devices via the PlayStation Store, allowing players to download the titles to their devices.
Games released under the program could have the DualShock controls overlaid on top of the touchscreen. However, for devices which have analog buttons such as the PlayStation Vita and Stereo Play, the controls were mapped directly to them.
Developers could also make purely touchscreen games if they so choose. At E3 2012, Sony announced that PlayStation Mobile had 56 established software houses committed to providing content on the platform. There were 683 games available on the service. PlayStation Studios is a group of video game developers owned by Sony Interactive Entertainment.
It is dedicated to developing video games exclusively for the PlayStation series of consoles.
The series has produced several best-selling franchises such as the Gran Turismo series of racing video games as well as critically acclaimed titles such as the Uncharted series.
Other notable franchises include God of War, Ratchet & Clank, Twisted Metal, and more recently, Little Big Planet, Infamous, The Last of Us, and Spider-Man.
PlayStation Studios, formerly SCE Worldwide Studios and SIE Worldwide Studios, is a division of Sony Interactive Entertainment, SIE, that oversees the video game development at the studios, owned by SIE.
The division was established as SCE Worldwide Studios in September 2005 and rebranded as PlayStation Studios in 2020 to include the PlayStation brand.
On September 14, 2005, Sony Computer Entertainment, SCE, now known as Sony Interactive Entertainment, the video game arm of Sony, announced the formation of SCE Worldwide Studios earlier that month, combining all studios SCE owned at the time.
Phil Harrison was appointed as the division's president. He resigned in February 2008.
Kazuo Hirei became acting president, succeeded by Shuhei Yoshida in May 2008.
When Yoshida moved to lead the Udai game development of SIE, Herman Hulst, previously of SIE's Guerrilla Games Studio, became the president of SIE Worldwide Studios in November 2019.
Whoa!
The studio's productions are generally supported by the Visual Arts Services Group, founded in 2007 in San Diego. SIE announced the rebranding of the division to PlayStation Studios in May 2020 as part of the introduction of the PlayStation 5, which was released later that year.
PlayStation Studios serves as the publishing brand for Sony's first-party development studios, as well as for games developed by studios brought in by Sony and worked for hire situations.
In 2022, Sony stated half of its first-party PlayStation Studios games will be on personal computers, PC, and mobile by 2025.
In August 2022, SIE announced the formation of the PlayStation Studios mobile division, alongside the acquisition of the company's first mobile development team. Savage Game Studios, later renamed Neon Koi.
In February 2024, Sony announced it would eliminate 900 jobs, or 8% of SIE and PlayStation Studios employees.
These cuts included the closure of London Studio.
In July 2024, Sony and Bungie announced that as part of restructuring at Bungie, one of the studio's incubation projects would be spun out, with a team behind the game forming a new studio within PlayStation Studios. Later on in May 2025, it being revealed as Team LFG.
In October 2024, Sony announced the closure of Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios.
In In March 2025, Sony formed Dark Outlaw Games, a new studio under PlayStation Studios, led by Jason Blundell.
In an August 2025 financial briefing, Sony CFO Lin Tao stated that SIE planned to fully integrate and oversee Bungie as a developer within the core PlayStation Studios lineup, after initially allowing them to function as an independent subsidiary since their acquisition in 2022.
On February 19, 2026, Sony announced that they will shut down Bluepoint Games.
On March 24, 2026, it was reported by Jason Schreier that Dark Outlaw Games were closing down.
Greatest Hits, North America, Platinum Range, PAL Territories, and the West, Japan and Asia are video games for the Sony PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Portable, consoles that have been officially re-released at a lower price by Sony.
Each region has its own qualifications to enter the re-release program.
Initially, during the PlayStation era, a game had to sell at least 150,000 copies, later 250,000, and be on the market for at least a year to enter the Greatest Hits range.
During the PlayStation 2 era, the requirements increased with a minimum number of copies sold, increasing to 400,000, and the game had to be on the market for at least 9 months.
For the PlayStation Portable, games had to be on the market for at least 9 months, with 250,000 copies or more sold.
Currently, a PlayStation 3 game must be on the market for 10 months and sell at least 500,000 copies to meet the greatest hits criteria.
PS1 classics were games that were released originally on the PlayStation and have been re-released on the PlayStation Store for the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Portable.
Classics HD are compilations of PlayStation 2 games that have been remastered for the PlayStation 3 on a single disc with additional features such as upscale graphics, PlayStation Move support, 3D support, and PlayStation Network trophies.
PlayStation Mobile, formerly PlayStation Suite, is a cross-platform, cross-device software framework aimed at providing PlayStation content, currently original PlayStation games, across several devices including PlayStation-certified Android devices as well as the PlayStation Vita. PlayStation Hits, formerly Greatest Hits, is a branding used by Sony Interactive Entertainment for discounted reprints of PlayStation video games.
The branding is used for reprints of popular, top-selling games for each console in the PlayStation family, which are deliberately sold with a lower MSRP than the original production runs of a game, and feature special branding, colored in red, since PlayStation 2 on their box art, as well as red-colored cases on PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 releases, instead of the traditional clear or blue-colored casing.
Equivalent programs exist in Europe and Oceania as Essentials, Japan and select Asian countries as The Best, South Korea as Big Hit, and in South America as Favoritos.
PlayStation Hits is used as the branding label for PlayStation 4 games in North America, Brazil, Europe, Oceania, Japan, and select Asian countries.
Sony Computer Entertainment America introduced the program for PlayStation in March 1997, and the first releases were Battle Arena Shinden, NFL Game Day, NHL Face Off, Twisted Metal, and Warhawk.
The requirement for being a greatest hits title was selling at least 150,000 copies and being on the market for at least a year.
Minimum sales required eventually rose to 500,000 by January 1999.
When the program came to PlayStation 2 in 2002, games could become greatest hits titles after selling at least 400,000 copies and being on the market for at least 9 months, while the threshold for PS1 games was reduced to 250,000 sales.
Suggested retail prices of greatest hits titles are typically $19.99, although multi-game packs may sell for $24.99.
Though Sony developed games are virtually guaranteed to eventually become greatest hits titles by meeting their sales and age requirements. Third-party developers are not required to release their titles with a greatest hits label, even if said titles meet the criteria.
Additionally, Sony allows third-party developers some flexibility in the pricing of their own greatest hits titles, but most of them stick to the agreed-upon suggested retail price.
Games that are multi-million sellers may become greatest hits titles much later than 9 months to maximize profits.
It is also common practice for a game to re-release on the greatest hits label at a close proximity to the release of that game's sequel or follow-up. In 2006, Sony extended the greatest hits program to the PlayStation Portable.
To qualify, a title must be on the market for at least 9 months and have sold 250,000 copies or more.
The greatest hits price for PlayStation Portable games typically begins at $19.99.
On July 28, 2008, the program was introduced on the PlayStation 3.
A PlayStation 3 game must be on the market for 10 months and sell at least 500,000 copies to meet the greatest hits criteria.
PlayStation 3 greatest hits titles currently sell at $29.99.
Sony announced the launch of greatest hits on PlayStation 4 in Mexico, Canada, and the United States, renamed PlayStation Hits on June 19, 2018.
As with PS3 greatest hits releases, they feature red, colored packaging and a red banner on their box art and disc.
PlayStation Hits pricing will also be available on PlayStation Store. While greatest hits titles are usually just a re-release of the original game with altered packaging and a lower price, occasionally a game is given a special edition of its original version, released under the greatest hits label.
Usually these additions are small bonuses, such as the inclusion of bug fixes, new game demos or soundtrack CDs, or slight improvements such as adding analog control or vibration functionality to games that did not have these features in their original releases.
Occasionally, significant changes are implemented into the game.
Noteworthy examples of this are the greatest hits special editions of Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, Heavy Rain, Jet Moto 2, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club Los Angeles, Silent Hill 2, Virtua Fighter 4, Evolution. and Spyro, Year of the Dragon, which were enhanced significantly from their original releases, with added characters, levels, modes, features, etc.
The following titles have been released on the greatest hits label for PlayStation. 007, Tomorrow Never Dies. 007, The World Is Not Enough. 1 Extreme, 2 Extreme, A Bug's Life, Activision Classics, Air Combat, Alien Trilogy, and Ready Racing, Ape Escape. Army Men 3D, Army Men, Air Attack, Asteroids, Battle Arena Shinden, Casper, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Chrono Cross, Cruel Orders 2, Cruel Orders 3, Cruel Orders 4, Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot, Warp, Crash Bash, Crash Team Racing, Croc, Legend of the Gallows, Dance Dance Revolution Dynamics, Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX, Destruction Derby. Destruction Derby 2, Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening Special Edition, Die Hard Trilogy, Digimon Digital Card Battle, Digimon Rumble Arena, Digimon World 2, Digimon World 3, Dino Crisis, Disney's Tarzan. Doom, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Battle 22, Driver 2, Duke Nukem, Time to Kill, The Dukes of Hazzard, Racing for Home, Fighting Force, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy Anthology, Final Fantasy Chronicles, Final Fantasy Origins, Final Fantasy Tactics, Formula 1, Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, Gran Turismo 2. Grand Theft Auto 2, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, Jeremy McGrath Supercross 98, Jet Moto 2, Championship Edition, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, The Legend of Dragoon. Loaded, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Special Edition, Madden NFL 98, Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX, Medal of Honor, Underground, Mega Man 8, Mega Man Legends, Mega Man X4, Metal Gear Solid, Monopoly. Monsters Incorporated. Scream Team, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Mortal Kombat 4, Namco Museum Volume 1, Namco Museum Volume 3, NASCAR 98, NASCAR 99, The Need for Speed 2. Need for Speed 3, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, High Stakes, NFL Blitz 2000, NFL Game Day 97, NHL 98, NHL Face Off 97. Nuclear Strike, Oddworld, Exodyssey, Pac-Man World, Parasite Eve, Rampage World Tour, Rayman, Ready to Rumble Boxing, Real Fishing, Resident Evil, Director's Cut, DualShock version, Resident Evil 2, DualShock version. Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, Ridge Racer, Road Rash 3D, Rocket Power, Team Rocket Rescue, Rugrats, Search for Reptar, Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, Silent Hill, SimCity 2000, Sled Storm, Soul Blade, Soviet Strike, Spider-Man 2, Enter, Electro, SpongeBob SquarePants, Super Sponge, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, Spyro, Year of the Dragon, Star Wars, Dark Forces, Star Wars, Episode 1, JD Power Battles, Star Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Star Wars, Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Stuart Little 2, Siphon Filter 2, Siphon Filter 3, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tenpin Alley, Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, Tenchu 2, Birth of the Stealth Assassins, Test Drive 4, Test Drive 5, Test Drive, Off-Road. Tetris Plus, TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, Adventures of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue, Triple Play 98, Triple Play 2001, Twisted Metal 2. Twisted Metal 3, Twisted Metal 4, Vagrant Story, Vigilante 8, Second Offense, Warhawk, WCW Nitro, WCW vs. the World, Wheel of Fortune, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Second Edition. Wipe Me Out, WWF SmackDown, WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role, WWF Warzone, WWF WrestleMania, The Arcade Game, X-Men, Mutant Academy, and Xenogears. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation 2. 007, Agent Under Fire. 007, Everything or Nothing. 007, Nightfire. 24, The Game. 50 Cent, Bulletproof. Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies. Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War, American Chopper 2, Full Throttle, ATV Off-Road Fury, ATV Off-Road Fury 2, ATV Off-Road Fury 3, ATV Off-Road Fury 4, Avatar, The Last Airbender. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance, Battlefield 2, Modern Combat, Ben 10, Alien Force, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Beyond Good and Evil, Black, Blitz, The League, Blowout, Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Bully, Burnout. Burnout 2, Point of Impact, Burnout 3, Takedown, Burnout Revenge, Cabela's Big Game Hunter, Cabela's Dangerous Hunts, Cabela's Deer Hunt, 2004 season, Call of Duty, Finest Hour, Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1. Call of Duty 3 Special Edition, Call of Duty, World at War, Final Fronts, Cars, Champions of North, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Chicken Little, The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, The Witch and the Wardrobe, Conflict, Desert Storm. Conflict, Desert Storm 2, Back to Baghdad, Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex, Crash Nitro Kart, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crazy Taxi, Dance Dance Revolution Extreme, Dark Cloud 2, Dave Mirror Freestyle BMX 2, DDR Max 2 Dance Dance Revolution, Dead to Rights, Def Jam, Fight for NY, Def Jam Vendetta, Destroy All Humans 2, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening Special Edition, Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy 7, Disgaea, Hour of Darkness, Dragon Ball Z, UK, Dragon Ball Z, UK 2, Dragon Ball Z, UK 3. Dragon Ball Z, UK Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Z, UK Tenkaichi 2, Dragon Ball Z, UK Tenkaichi 3, Dragon Quest 8, Journey of the Cursed King, Driver, Dynasty Warriors 4, Empires, Ed, Enemy, The Misadventures, Enter the Matrix, Fantastic Four, Fight Night 2004, Fight Night Round 2, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy X, 2, Final Fantasy 12, Finding Nemo, Flat Out 2, Flushed Away, Freak Style, The Getaway, Ghost Rider, The Godfather, The Game, God of War 2, GoldenEye, Rogue Agent, Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero 3, Legends of Rock, Guitar Hero Encore, Rocks the 80s. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter, Quidditch World Cup, High School Musical 3, Senior Year Dance, Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hitman, Contracts, Hot Shots Golf 3, Hot Shots Golf 4, The Incredible Hulk, Ultimate Destruction, The Incredibles. Iron Man, Yak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Yak 2, Yak 3, Yak X, Combat Racing, Jaws Unleashed, Jet Li, Rise to Honor, Juiced, Kill Dot Switch, Killzone, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, Chain of Memories, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2, The Legend of Spyro, A New Beginning, Lego Batman, The Video Game, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures. Lego Star Wars, the video game, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age, Madagascar, Madden NFL 12, Manhunt. Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, Maximo, Ghosts to Glory, Maximo vs. Army of Zin, Meet the Robinsons, Medal of Honor, European Assault. Medal of Honor, Frontline, Medal of Honor, Rising Sun, Medal of Honor, Vanguard, Mercenaries, Playground of Destruction, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Midnight Club, Street Racing. Midnight Club 2, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition Remix, Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, Mortal Kombat, Deception, Mortal Kombat, Armageddon, Mortal Kombat, Shaolin Monks, MVP Baseball 2005. MX Unleashed, MX vs. ATV Unleashed, MX vs. ATV Untamed, Mist Free, Exile. Namco Museum, 50th Anniversary, Nano Breaker, Naruto, Uzumaki Chronicles, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja 2, NASCAR Thunder 2003, NASCAR Thunder 2004, NBA 2K2, NBA Callers, NBA Street Volume 2, NBA Street V3, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit 2, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Undercover, Need for Speed, Underground, Need for Speed, Underground 2, NFL 2K2, NFL Street 2, NFL Street 3, Nicktoons Unite, On Sphere, Okami, On Musha, Warlords, On Musha 2, Samurai's Destiny, Over the Hedge, Pac-Man World 2, Pinball Hall of Fame, The Gottlieb Collection, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow, Power Rangers, Dino Thunder, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, and Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, Prince of Persia, Warrior Within, Ratatouille, Ratchet and Clank, Going Commando, Ratchet and Clank, Up Your Arsenal, Ratchet, Deadlock, Rayman 2, Revolution, Rayman 3, Hoodlum Havoc, Rayman Arena, RC Revenge Pro, Red Dead Revolver, Red Faction 2, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil, Code, Veronica X, Resident Evil Outbreak, Robots, Rock Band, Complete Edition, Scarface, The World Is Yours, Scooby-Doo, Night of 100 Frights, Shadow of the Colossus, Shadow the Hedgehog, Shark Tale, Shrek 2, Shrek the Third, Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons Hit and Run, The Simpsons, Road Rage, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Pets, The Sims Busting Out, Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus, Sly 2, Hand of Thieves, Sly 3, Honor Among Thieves, Smuggler's Run, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, SOCOM 2 US Navy SEALs, SOCOM 3 US Navy SEALs, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Combined Assault, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Mega Collection Plus, Sonic Riders, Soul Calibur 2, Soul Calibur 3, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man, Friend or Foe, SpongeBob SquarePants, Battle for Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob SquarePants, Creature from the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob SquarePants, Lights, Camera, Pants, The SpongeBob SquarePants Movie, SpongeBob SquarePants, Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, SpongeBob's Atlantis SquarePants, Spy Hunter, Spyro, Enter the Dragonfly, SSX Tricky, SSX3, Star Ocean, Till the End of Time, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Bounty Hunter, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars, Starfighter, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, State of Emergency, Street Hoops, Stuntman, Siphon Filter, The Omega String, Tekken the Power of Juju, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament, Tenshu, Wrath of Heaven, Test Drive, The Thing, Video Game, Thrillville, Time Splitters 2, TMNT, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon 2, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Jungle Storm, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider, Legend, Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Tony Hawk's Proving Ground, Tony Hawk's Underground, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Tourist Trophy, Transformers, The Game, True Crime, Streets of LA, Twisted Metal, Black, T the Tasmanian Tiger, Ultimate Spider-Man, The Herbs, Sims in the City, Valkyrie Profile 2, Solmeria, Virtua Fighter 4, Virtua Fighter 4, Evolution, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Rabbit, Wallace and Gromit and Project Zoo, The Warriors, We Love Katamari, World Championship Poker, World Championship Poker 2, World Series of Poker, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, WWF SmackDown Just Bring It, WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, Xenosaga Episode 1, There Will Turn Back, X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse, and Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelists of the Roses. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation Portable. 300, March to Glory, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, Ape Escape, On the Loose, ATV Off-Road Fury, Pleasant Trails, Burnout Legends, Cars, Castlevania, The Dracula X Chronicles, Coded Arms, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, Daxter, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dragon Ball Z, Shinju Decay, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, God of War, Chains of Olympus, Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, Chinatown Wars, Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Hot Shots Golf, Open T, Iron Man, Killzone, Liberation, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures, Lego Batman, the video game, Little Big Planet, Lumens, Puzzle Fusion, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Medal of Honor, Heroes 2, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club, LA Remix, Mortal Kombat, Unchained, MX vs. ATV, Untamed, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed Underground, Rivals, Catapin, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Resistance, Retribution, Ridge Racer, Scarface, Money, Power, Respect, Secret Agent Clank, The Simpsons Game, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo 2, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Tactical Strike, Sonic Rivals 2, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Yellow Avenger, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront, Renegade Squadron, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Tekken 5, Dark Resurrection, Thrillville, Off the Rails, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Transformers, The Game, Twisted Metal, Head-On, Untold Legends, Brotherhood of the Blade, Wipeout Tour, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011. The following titles have been released on the Greatest Hits label for PlayStation 3. Army of Two, The 40th Day, Europe Only, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed, Rogue, Batman Arkham Asylum, Game of the Year Edition, Batman Arkham City, Game of the Year Edition, Batman Arkham City plus Batman Arkham Asylum Dual Package, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Bioshock 2, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands 2, Burnout Paradise, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty, World at War, Civilization Revolution, Crisis 2, Dark Souls 2, Dead Rising 2, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3, Dead Island, Demon's Souls, Devil May Cry 4, Dishonored, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Ultimate Edition, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, Fight Night Champion, Fight Night Round 3, Fight Night Round 4, Final Fantasy 15, God of War Collection, God of War 3, Gran Turismo 5, Prologue, Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Heavenly Sword, Heavy Rain, Hitman, Absolution, Infamous, Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, Kingdoms of Amalur, Reckoning, L.A. Noire, Lego Batman 2, DC Superheroes, Lego Batman 3, Beyond Gotham, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego The Lord of the Rings, the video game, Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga. Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Mafia 2, MAG, Max Payne 3, Medal of Honor, Warfighter, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Midnight Club, Los Angeles Complete Edition. Mortal Kombat, Complete Edition, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Most Wanted. Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Rivals, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, The Run, Need for Speed, Undercover, Ninja Gaiden, Sigma, 9 no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, Pro Evolution Soccer 2013. Rage, Ratchet and Clank Future, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction, Red Dead Redemption, Resident Evil 5, Gold Edition, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City. Resistance Dual Pack, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Saints Row 2, Saints Row the 3rd, Saints Row 4, Shift 2, Unleashed, The Sims 3, Skate 3, Sniper, Ghost Warrior. Year, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Confrontation, SOCOM 4 US Navy SEALs, Sonic Generations, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection, Soul Calibur 4, Soul Calibur 5, South Park, The Stick of Truth. Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed 2, Street Fighter 4, Super Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter X Tekken, Tekken 6, Tomb Raider, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Future Soldier. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Blacklist, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, UFC 2009 Undisputed, UFC Undisputed 3, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune. Uncharted Dual Pack, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Virtua Fighter 5, Warhawk, Watch Dogs, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, and WWE 12. PlayStation 4. PlayStation gets titles for North America, Europe, Oceania, and Asia. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Europe and Asia only. Assassin's Creed, Syndicate Special Edition, Asia only. Assassin's Creed, the Ezio Collection, Asia only. Assassin's Creed, Unity, Asia only. Batman, Arkham Knight. Battlefield 1, Battlefield 4, Battlefield Hardline, Bloodborne, Crash Bandicoot, and Same Trilogy, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Crash Team Racing, Nitro Fueled, The Crew, Death Stranding, Destiny, The Collection, Asia only, Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, Asia only, Disgaea 5, Asia only, Doom, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Europe only. Dragon Quest Builders, Asia only. Dragon Quest Heroes 2, Asia only. Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Below and the Light Below, Dreams, Video Game, Drive Club, Dying Light, the following, Enhanced Edition. Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, EA Sports UFC 2, EA Sports UFC 3, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Everybody's Golf, Asia only. The Evil Within, Asia only. F1 2015, Asia only. Far Cry 4, Far Cry, Primal, Asia only. Final Fantasy Type, 0 HD, Asia only. Final Fantasy 10/10, 2 HD Remaster, Asia only. Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, Friday the 13th, the game. Galleon Chronicles Remaster, Asia only. God of War 3 Remastered, God of War, Gran Turismo Sport, Gravity Rush 2, Asia only. Gravity Rush Remastered, Asia only. Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition. Infamous, First Light, Asia only. Infamous, Second Son, Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition, Injustice 2, Just Dance 2014, Asia only. Just Dance 2015, Asia only. Just Dance 2016, Asia only. Just Dance 2017, Asia only. Killzone, Shadowfall, Mac, Asia only. Mac 2, Asia only. The Last Guardian, Asia only. The Last of Us Remastered, Lego Jurassic World. Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Worlds, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Europe only. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Game of the Year Edition, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10. Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Europe only, Need for Speed Payback. Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Europe only, The Order, 1886, Asia only, Persona 5, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Sengoku Bizarre 4, Sumerashi, Asia only, Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, Asia only, Spyro Ignited Trilogy, Star Wars Battlefront 2, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Kirui Unfolded, Asia only, Terraria, The Last of Us Remastered, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Siege, Asia only, Tom Clancy's The Division, Tomb Raider, Definitive Edition, Asia only, Uncharted, The Nathan's Drake Collection, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Europe and Asia only, Watch Dogs Complete Edition, Europe and Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2015, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2017, Asia only. Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. And PlayStation hits titles for the PAL region. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Pac-Man, Arkham Knight, Bloodborne, Dishonored 2, Doom, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Drive Club, Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Fallout 4, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, God of War 3 Remastered, Gran Turismo Sport, Gundam vs. Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition, Infamous, Second Son, Injustice 2, Killzone, Shadowfall, Lego Pac-Man 3, Beyond Gotham, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Need for Speed Payback, Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Terraria, The Evil Within, The Last of Us Remastered, UFC 2, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Uncharted, The Nathan's Drake Collection, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. Essential is the Sony PlayStation budget range in the PAL region, which covers Europe, the Middle East and Africa, Australia and South Asia.
It was launched in 1997 as the Platinum range but was later renamed for PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
After reaching the required level of sales, Sony often dropped the prices of the original title to platinum pricing levels, generally about half of the original retail price, as a way to clear inventory for retailers.
Similar budget ranges from Sony include the greatest hits and the best labels for the North American and Japanese markets, respectively.
Platinum was introduced in March 1997 and the first titles under it were Air Combat, Battle Arena Toshinden, Destruction Derby, Ridge Racer, Tekken and Wipeout.
At launch, a game required a minimum of 100,000 sales across the PAL region and needed to have been on sale for at least 1 year before qualifying for a Platinum re-release.
These criteria were later tightened, reducing the required time on sale to 9 months, while raising the sales threshold to 250,000 copies.
The threshold was subsequently raised again to 400,000 copies.
As of 2006, the requirements were over 400,000 sales after 6 months on the PAL market.
Games that sell over 400,000 units in another region alone, such as Japan or the US, do not necessarily qualify for a Platinum title.
For PlayStation Portable releases, the target is 400,000 unit sales required to achieve Platinum status.
As of 2008, any PS2, PSP or PS3 game that sold over 400,000 units on the PAL market qualified for Platinum status.
The Platinum distinction has since been extended.
Since 2010, it has been renamed Essentials for the PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
The first PS3 titles were released on August 1, 2008, namely Assassin's Creed, Heavenly Sword, Motorstorm, Ratchet & Clank Future, Tools of Destruction, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune and Virtua Tennis 3. For PlayStation 4 games, the name was changed to PlayStation Hits.
The first games under the new label were released on 18 July 2018 in PS Store and in retail stores for €19.99/£15.99 each.
Platinum range titles were recognizable by a platinum/silver colored band on the game's casing, both the front and the spine.
The PlayStation design used the same logo that was introduced in early 1997 for all PAL region game cases, the differences being the coloring and that it indicates itself as platinum.
The PlayStation 2 design of the Platinum games had a silver band to act as a border and to contain the game's original cover, which is shrunk to fill about 75% of the Platinum cover.
The early Platinum games that were released prior to 2003 had the PlayStation logo repeated twice on the front case, once on the Platinum border and once on the original game's case.
With the original game's case dropping the PlayStation logo after 2002.
In 2005, a new, featured layout was introduced. These have a black border and silver outlines around the shrunken original game cover.
There is also a red orb, located at the bottom of the original game, cover with the words Platinum the best of PlayStation 2 and Platinum the best of PSP, PlayStation Portable, for PlayStation 2 and PlayStation Portable games respectively.
The Platinum band can also be seen on the manual.
The PlayStation 3 Platinum range box art replaces the black background of the PlayStation 3 logo on the left with a yellow background and has the original box art shrunk slightly with a gray border and a yellow rectangle on top of it with Platinum the best of PlayStation 3 written on it. PlayStation and PlayStation 2 Platinum game discs do not feature any of the original game disc design. Instead, it is replaced with a simple silver design, which, along with the copyright notices around the edges, features the game's name in the center, surrounded by a black outline.
PlayStation Portable Platinum games use the original UMD games disc design, whilst PlayStation 3 Platinum games use the original disc design with a Platinum design on the disc.
List of Platinum range games. PlayStation titles. 007 Racing, 007, The World Is Not Enough, 007, Tomorrow Never Dies, Ace Combat 3, Electrosphere, Actua Soccer, Adidas Power Soccer, Air Combat, Alien Trilogy. Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare, Ape Escape, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, A Bug's Life, Battle Arena to Shinden, Lost A Move 2, C12, Final Resistance, Chase the Express, Colin McRae Rally. Colin McRae Rally 2.0, Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Cool Borders 2, Cool Borders 3, Cool Borders 4, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Warped, Crash Team Racing, Crash Bash, Croc, Legend of the Gallows, Dancing Stage Party Edition, Destruction Derby 2, Destruction Derby Raw, Die Hard Trilogy, Digimon World, Dinosaur. Disney's Aladdin, In the Zero's Revenge, Disney's action game featuring Hercules, Disney's Tarzan, Disney's Treasure Planet, Donald Duck, Quack Attack, Doom, Driver, Driver 2, The Emperor's New Groove, F1 Championship Season 2000. Fade to Black. FIFA Soccer 96, FIFA Road to World Cup 98, FIFA 99, FIFA 2000, FIFA 2001, FIFA Football 2005, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8. Final Fantasy 9, Formula 1, Formula 1 97, Formula 1 2001, Jeep Police, Gran Turismo, Gran Turismo 2, Grand Theft Auto, Heart of Darkness, In Cold Blood, International Track and Field. International Superstar Soccer Pro, ISS Pro Evolution, The Italian Job, The Jungle Book Groove Party, Lilo and Stitch, Trouble in Paradise, Loaded, The Lost World, Jurassic Park, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, Lucky Luke, Medal of Honor, Underground, Medieval 2, Metal Gear Solid, Mickey's Wild Adventure, Micro Machines V3, Monsters, Incorporated, Steer Island, Monopoly, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Moto Racer 2, Moto Racer World Tour, Need for Speed, Road Challenge, Need for Speed, Porsche 2000, Oddworld, Oddworld, Exodus, Pandemonium, Parasite Eve 2, Peter Pan, Adventures in Neverland, PGA Tour 96, Porsche Challenge, Rayman 2, The Great Escape, Resident Evil 2, Ridge Racer Evolution, Ridge Racer Type 4, Road Rash, Rugrats in Paris, The Movie, Sheep, Dog, and Wolf, Silent Hill, Soul Blade, Soviet Strike, Spider-Man 2, Enter Electro, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2, Gateway to Glimmer, Spyro, Year of the Dragon, Star Wars, Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, Stuart Little 2, Siphon Filter 2, Siphon Filter 3, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, Thunderhawk 2, Firestorm, Tigger's Honey Hunt, Time Crisis, Project Titan, Toka Touring Car Championship, Toka 2 Touring Cars, Toka World Touring Cars, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, Tomb Raider Chronicles, Tony Hawk's Skateboarding, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue, True Pinball, V-Rally 2, Wipeout 2097, Worms, WRC, FIA World Rally Championship Arcade, WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role, and WWF Warzone. PlayStation 2 titles. 007, Agent Under Fire, 007, Everything or Nothing, 007, Nightfire, 007, Quantum of Solace, 24, The Game, 50 Cent, Bulletproof, Athens 2004. Battlefield 2, Modern Combat, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Black, Rats, Forever Diamonds, Rats, Rock Angles, Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, Burnout 2, Point of Impact, Burnout 3, Takedown, Burnout Dominator, Burnout Revenge, Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty, Finest Hour, Call of Duty, World at War, Final Fronts, Honest Can Edit, Chicken Little, Colin McRae Rally 3, Colin McRae Rally 04, Colin McRae Rally 2005, Conflict, Desert Storm 2, Conflict, Vietnam, Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex, Crash of the Titans, Crash, Nitro Kart, Crash, Tag Team Racing, Crash, Twinsanity, Crazy Taxi, Dead or Alive 2, Devil May Cry 2, Disney, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, Disney/Pixar, Cars, Disney/Pixar, Ratatouille, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 2, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi 2, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi 3, Dragon Quest, The Journey of the Cursed King, Driver, EA Sports Rugby 08, Enter the Matrix, iToy, Groove, iToy, Play 2, iToy, Play 3, iToy, Play, Astro Zoo, iToy, Sports, FIFA 2001, FIFA Football 2002, FIFA Football 2003, FIFA Football 2004, FIFA Football 2005, FIFA 06, FIFA 07, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA Street, FIFA Street 2. Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X, 2, Final Fantasy 12, Finding Nemo, Formula 1 2001, Formula 1 2003, Formula 104, Formula 105, Formula 106. From Russia with Love, God of War 2, GoldenEye, Rotation, Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Gran Turismo Concept, 2002 Tokyo Geneva, Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City. Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Gun, Happy Feet, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter, Quidditch World Cup. Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hulk, Ice Age 2, The Meltdown, Yak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Yak 2, Renegade, Yak 3, Yak X, Juiced, Killzone, Kingdom Hearts 2. Kung Fu Panda, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, Anniversary, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, Legend, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Star Wars, the video game, Lego Star Wars 2, The Original Trilogy, Madagascar, Escape to Africa, Manhunt, Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, Medal of Honor, European Assault. Medal of Honor, Frontline, Medal of Honor, Rising Sun, Medal of Honor, Vanguard, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Midnight Club, Street Racing, Midnight Club 2. Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, MotoGP 3. MotoGP 4, MTV Music Generator 2, MX vs ATV Unleashed, Need for Speed, Carbon, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Underground. Need for Speed, Underground 2, Oni, Onimusha, Warlords, Over the Hedge, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Legend of Jack Sparrow, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, Prince of Persia, Warrior Within. Pro Evolution Soccer, Pro Evolution Soccer 2, Pro Evolution Soccer 3, Pro Evolution Soccer 4, Pro Evolution Soccer 5, Pro Evolution Soccer 6, Pro Evolution Soccer 2008. Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011, Ratchet, Gladiator, Ratchet and Clank 2, Locked and Loaded, Ratchet and Clank 3, Rayman, Raving Rapids. Rayman, Revolution, Rayman 3, Hoodlum Havoc, Red Faction, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil, Code Veronica X, Resident Evil, Outbreak, Ricky Ponting International Cricket 2005. Rugby 2004, Scarface, The World Is Yours, Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem, Shadow the Hedgehog, Shrek 2, Shrek the Third, Silent Hill 2, Director's Cut, Smash Court Tennis Pro Tournament 2. Smuggler's Run, SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs, SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs, SOCOM 3, U.S. Navy SEALs, Sonic Heroes, Sonic, Mega Collection Plus, Soul Calibur 3. Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, Spyro, A Hero's Tale, Spyro, Enter the Dragonfly, SSX 3, SSX, On Tour, SSX, Tricky, Star Wars, Battlefront. Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars, Starfighter, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, State of Emergency, Stuntman, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, The Witch and the Wardrobe, The Getaway, Black Monday, The Godfather, The Incredibles, The Legend of Spyro, A New Beginning, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons, Hit and Run, The Sims, Bustin' Out, The Sims 2, Castaway. The Sims 2, Pets, The Herbs, Sims in the City. The Warriors, This is Football 2002, This is Football 2003, This is Football 2005, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2004, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005, Time Splitters. Topa Race Driver, Topa Race Driver 2, Topa Race Driver 3, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, Tony Hawk's Underground, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Tourist Trophy, The Real Riding Simulator, Transformers, the game. True Crime, New York City, True Crime, Streets of LA, Ultimate Spider-Man, V-Rally 3, World Rally Championship, WRC2 Extreme, WRC3, the official game of the FIA World Rally Championship. WRC4, the official game of the FIA World Rally Championship. WRC, Avec Sebastian Loeb Edition 2005. WRC, Rally Evolved. WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. WWE SmackDown Just Bring It. WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and 13th. PlayStation 3 titles. Army of Two, The 40th Day, Assassin's Creed 2, Game of the Year Edition, Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Avatar, the game, Batman, Arkham Asylum. Battlefield, Bad Company 2, BioShock 2, Borderlands, Game of the Year Edition, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Call of Duty 3, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Call of Duty, World at War, Colin McRae, Dirt 2, Dante's Inferno, Dead Space 2, Dirt 3, Complete Edition, Dragon Age, Origins. Driver, San Francisco, iPad Move Edition, Fallout 3, Far Cry 2, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA Street 3. Fight Night Round 4, Final Fantasy 13, God of War 3, Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Gran Turismo 5, Grand Theft Auto 4, The Complete Edition, Haze, Heavenly Sword, Heavy Rain, Move Edition. Homefront, Ultimate Edition, Infamous 2, Just Cause 2, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Little Big Planet 2, Mafia 2, Medal of Honor. Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Midnight Club, Los Angeles, Complete Edition, Mod Nation Racers, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Motorstorm, Pacific Rift, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Shift, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011. Pro Evolution Soccer 2012, Prototype, Race Driver, Grid, Reloaded, Ratchet and Clank, Tools of Destruction, Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank, All for One, Red Dead Redemption, Resident Evil 5. Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, Ridge Racer 7, Saints Row 2, Sniper, Ghost Warrior, Soul Calibur 4, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Street Fighter 4, Tekken 6. The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Goody Edition, The Sims 3, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, Tomb Raider, Underworld, UFC, Undisputed 2009, and UFC, Undisputed 2010, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Virtua Tennis 3, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and WWE 12 WrestleMania Edition. PlayStation Portable Titles. Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ape Academy, Armored Core, Formula Front, Ben 10, Protector of Earth, Brothers in Arms, D-Day, Burnout Legends, Call of Duty, Roads to Victory, Cars. Chessmaster, The Art of Learning, Chili Con Carnage, Colin McRae Rally 2005, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7, Daxter, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai. Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai 2, Driver 76, Everybody's Golf, FIFA 06, FIFA 07, FIFA 08, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14. FIFA Street 2, Fired Up, Formula 106, Formula 1 Grand Prix, Gangs of London, Go Sudoku, God of War, Chains of Olympus, God of War, Ghost of Sparta, Gottlieb Pinball Classics, Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, Grand Theft Auto, Vice City Stories, Gran Turismo, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Yak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier, James Cameron's Avatar, the game. Killzone, Liberation, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Lego Batman, the video game, Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures, Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, Lemmings, Little Big Planet, Loco Roco 2, Lumens, Medal of Honor, Heroes, Medal of Honor, Heroes 2, Medieval, Resurrection, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Midnight Club 3, Dub Edition, Midnight Club, LA Remix, Mod Nation Racers, MotoGP, MotorStorm, Arctic Edge, MX vs ATV Reflex, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, Undercover, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Prince of Persia, Revelations, Prince of Persia, Rival Swords, Pro Evolution Soccer 2009, Pro Evolution Soccer 2010, Pro Evolution Soccer 2011, Pro Evolution Soccer 5, Pro Evolution Soccer 6, Pursuit Force, Extreme Justice, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Resistance, Retribution, Ridge Racer 2, Rocky Balboa, Secret Agent Clank, Sega Mega Drive Collection, Smash Court Tennis 3, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fire Team Bravo 2, Sonic Rivals 2, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars, Lethal Alliance, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6, The Simpsons Game, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Castaway, The Sims 2, Pets, Toka Race Driver 2, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Legend, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Essentials, Transformers, The Game, Virtua Tennis, World Tour, Whiteout Pulse, Whiteout Tour, World Tour Soccer, Challenge Edition, Worms, Open Warfare, WRC, FIA World Rally Championship, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, and WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010. List of Essentials Range Games. PlayStation 3 titles. Ace Combat, Assault Horizon, Assassin's Creed 2, Game of the Year Edition, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Assassin's Creed, Rogue, Avatar, The Game, Batman, Arkham Asylum, Goody Edition, Batman, Arkham City, Goody Edition, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Ultimate Edition, Battlefield Hardline, Vendetta, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands 2, Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, Call of Juarez, Bound in Blood, Call of Juarez, The Cardinal, Cars 2, Conflict, Night Ops, Crisis 2, Crisis 3, Dance Star Party, Dante's Inferno, Darksiders, Dark Souls, Prepare to Die Edition, Dark Souls 2, Dead or Alive 5, Dead Island Game of the Year Edition, Dead Island Riptide Complete Edition, Dead Rising 2, Off the Record, Demon's Souls, Dead Space 3, Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Devil May Cry 4, Devil May Cry HD Collection, Dirt 3, Complete Edition, Dirt, Showdown, Dishonored, Game of the Year Edition, DMC, Devil May Cry, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Age, Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Ball, Raging Blast 2, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Tenkaichi, Dragon Ball Xenoverse, Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, Driver, San Francisco, Duke Nukem Forever, Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, iPad and Friends, F1 2012, F1 2015, F1 2014, Fallout 3, Game of the Year Edition. Fallout, New Vegas Ultimate Edition, Far Cry 2, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 4, Farming Simulator 15, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA 15, FIFA 16, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA Street, Final Fantasy X/Final Fantasy X, 2 HD Remaster, Final Fantasy 13. God of War Collection, God of War Collection, Volume 2, God of War 3, Grand Theft Auto 4, Episodes from Liberty City, Grand Theft Auto 4, The Complete Edition, Gran Turismo 5, Grid 2, Grid Autosport. Heavy Rain, Move Edition, Heavenly Sword, Hitman, Absolution, Homefront, Ultimate Edition, Infamous, Infamous 2, Just Cause 2, Kane and Lynch 2, Dark Days, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, L.A. Noire, The Complete Edition, Lego Pac-Man, The Video Game, Lego Pac-Man 2, DC Superheroes, Lego Pac-Man 3, Beyond Gotham, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4, Lego Harry Potter, Years 5 to 7, Lego Indiana Jones, The Original Adventures, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, The Video Game, Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lego The Hobbit, Lego The Lord of the Rings, Little Big Planet, Game of the Year Edition, Little Big Planet 2, Little Big Planet Karting, Lost Planet 2, Mafia 2, Mag, Mass Effect 3, Max Payne 3, Medal of Honor, Warfighter, Medieval Moves, Midnight Club, Los Angeles, Complete Edition, Mod Nation Racers, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, Mortal Kombat Complete Edition, Motorstorm, Apocalypse, Motorstorm, Pacific Rift, Move Fitness, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Full Burst, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm Generations, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, a Criterion game, Need for Speed, Rivals, Complete Edition, Need for Speed, The Run, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Nine no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, One Piece, Pirate Warriors, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 2, Payday 2, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, Portal 2, Prince of Persia, The Forgotten Sands, Pro Evolution Soccer 2015, Pro Evolution Soccer 2014, Pro Evolution Soccer 2015. Prototype, Race Driver, Grid, Reloaded, Rage, Red Dead Redemption, Game of the Year Edition, Rayman Origins, Rayman Legends, Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time, Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction. Remember Me, Resident Evil 5, Gold Edition, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, Resident Evil, Revelations 2, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, Saints Row 2, Saints Row the Third, the full package, Sega Mega Drive Ultimate Collection, Shadow of Mordor, Skate 3, Sleeping Dogs, Sniper Elite V2, Sniper, Ghost Warrior, Sniper, Ghost Warrior 2, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, Sonic Generations, Sonic Unleashed, Sorcery, Soul Calibur 4, Soul Calibur 5, South Park, The Stick of Truth, Sports Champions 2, Start the Party, SSX, Starhawk, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Ultimate Sith Edition, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed 2, Street Fighter 10 Tekken, Super Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition, Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Goody Edition, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Legendary Edition, The Evil Within, The Lego Movie Video Game, The Fight, Thief, Tomb Raider, Underworld, Tomb Raider, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Future Soldier, Tom Clancy's Hawks, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas 2, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist, Toy Story 3, The Video Game, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception, Vanquish, Viking, Battle for Asgard, Virtua Fighter 5, Virtua Tennis 4, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, WWE 12 WrestleMania Edition and WWE 13. PlayStation Portable Titles. Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ace Combat, Joint Assault, Ape Academy, Ape Escape P, Army of Two, The 40th Day, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, ATV Off-Road Fury Pro, Avatar, The Legend of On. Vacuum Battle Brawlers, Defenders of the Core, N10, Protector of Earth, N10, Alien Force, N10 Alien Force, Vilgax Attacks, N10 Ultimate Alien, Cosmic Destruction, Blast Blue, Calamity Trigger. Breath of Fire 3, Brothers in Arms, D-Day, Burnout Legends, Burnout Dominator, Buzz, Brainbender, Buzz Brain of the UK, Buzz, Master Quiz, Buzz Quiz World, Buzz, The Ultimate Music Quiz, Capcom Puzzle World. Capcom Classics Collection Reloaded, Capcom Classics Collection Remixed, Cars, Cars 2, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Crash of the Titans, Crash, Mind Over Mutant, Crash Tag Team Racing, Dante's Inferno. Darkstalkers Chronicle, The Chaos Tower, Daxter, Despicable Me, Video Game, Dissidia, Final Fantasy, Dissidia 012, Final Fantasy, Disney Hannah Montana, Rock Out the Show, Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai. Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai 2, Dragon Ball Z, Tenkaichi Tag Team, Driver 76, Echo Chrome, Echo Shift, Everybody's Golf 2, Everybody's Tennis, Exit, iPad. F1 2009, Fat Princess, FIFA 09, FIFA 10, FIFA 11, FIFA 12, FIFA 13, FIFA 14, FIFA Street 2, Fight Night Round 3, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 4, The Complete Collection, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, Gangs of London, Greatest Collection, G-Force, Generation of Chaos, Geronimo Stilton, In the Kingdom of Fantasy. Geronimo Stilton, Return to the Kingdom of Fantasy, Gladiator Begins, God of War, Chains of Olympus, God of War, Ghost of Sparta. God Eater Burst, God League Pinball Classics, Gran Turismo, Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Invisimals, The Lost Tribes, Invisimals, Shadow Zone, Iron Man 2, Yak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier, Juice 2, Hot Import Knights, Key of Heaven, Killzone, Liberation, Lego Pac-Man, The Video Game, Lego Harry Potter, Years 1 to 4. Lego Harry Potter, Years 5 to 7, Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues, Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, The Video Game, Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars, Lemmings, Little Big Planet, Loco Roco. Loco Roco 2, Lord of Arcana, Marvel Super Hero Squad, Medal of Honor, Heroes 2, Medieval, Resurrection, Mega Minus Volume 1, Mega Minus Volume 2, Mega Minus Volume 3. Mega Man Maverick Hunter 10, Metal Gear Acid, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Mod Nation Racers, Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Mortal Kombat, Unchained, Motor Storm, Arctic Ash. MX vs. ATV, Reflex, Namco Museum Battle Collection, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 2, The Phantom Fortress, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Heroes 3, Naruto Shippuden, Kizuna Drive. Naruto Shippuden, Legends, Akatsuki Rising, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Impact, NBA, Live 09, NHL 07, Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, Need for Speed, Most Wanted 510, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, Need for Speed, Shift, Need for Speed, Undercover, Open Season, Parappa the Rapper, Catapun 2, Catapun 3, Peter Jackson's King Kong. The official game of the movie, Pets My Baby Hamster, Pets My Puppy Family, Phantasy Star Portable, Pocket Racers, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End. Power Stone Collection, Prince of Persia Revelations. Prince of Persia Rival Swords, Prince of Persia, The Forgotten Sands, Pursuit Force Extreme Justice, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, Ratatouille, Resistance, Retribution, Secret Agent Clank. Sega Mega Drive Collection, Sega Rally, Shaun White Snowboarding, Sid Meier's Pirates, Silent Hill Origins, Silent Hill, Shattered Memories, Skate Park City, SOCOM US Navy SEALs, Fireteam Bravo 3, Sonic Rivals. Sonic Rivals 2, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man, Web of Shadows, Split Slash Second Velocity, Space Invaders Extreme, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Yellow Avenger, SpongeBob's Truth or Square, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max, SSX on Tour, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront, Renegade Squadron, Star Wars Battlefront, Elite Squadron, Star Wars The Clone Wars, Republic Heroes, Star Wars, The Force Unleashed, Super Monkey Ball Adventure, Surf's Up, Siphon Filter, Dark Mirror, Siphon Filter, Logan Shadow, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6, Tenchu, Shadow Assassins, Test Drive Unlimited, The Mystery Team, The Sims 2, The Sims 2, Castaway, The Sims 2, Pets, Tiger Woods, PGA Tour 10, TMNT, Tron, Evolution, Tomb Raider, Anniversary, Tomb Raider, Legend, Tom Clancy's End War, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Essentials, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Tony Hawk's Underground 2, Remix, Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, The Third Birthday, Tomb Raider, Legend, Toy Story 3, the video game, UFC, Undisputed 2010, Up, The Kyrie Chronicles 2, Wall-E, Warhammer 40,000, Squad Command, Whiteout Pulse, Whiteout Pure, Worms, Open Warfare 2, WWE All-Stars, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, and X-Men Origins, Wolverine. List of PlayStation hits range games. PlayStation 4, PAL. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Batman, Arkham Knight, Bloodborne, Dishonored 2, Doom, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Drive Club, Dynasty Warriors 8, Extreme Legends Complete Edition, Dynasty Warriors 9, Earth Defense Force 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Fallout 4, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise, God of War 3 Remastered, Gran Turismo Sport, Gundam vs. Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition, Infamous, Second Son, Injustice 2, Killzone, Shadowfall, Lego Batman 3, Beyond Gotham, Little Big Planet 3, Mad Max, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Definitive Experience, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat 10, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, Need for Speed Payback, Need for Speed Rivals, Naya, One Piece, Pirate Warriors 3, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Reject Cars, Ratchet and Clank, Rayman Legends, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Street Fighter 5, Tales of Berseria, Terraria, The Evil Within, The Last of Us Remastered, UFC 2, UFC 3, Uncharted 4, Ascent, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, Uncharted, The Nathan Drake Collection, Until Dawn, Watch Dogs, Wolfenstein, The New Order, Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6, The Son of Life. The best is a Sony PlayStation budget range in Japan and parts of Asia.
Similar budget ranges include Greatest Hits, PlayStation in North America, Essentials in PAL regions, and Big Hit Series in Korea.
For the PlayStation, the best was followed by PS1 books when the PS1 was released in 2001.
These games were top-selling popular titles that were made available again in a low-priced version under this new label.
Games released under the PS1 books label did not come in standard jewel cases like other PlayStation games, but instead came packaged in slim jewel cases.
The game's instruction booklets were typically placed outside of the case, with both booklet and case sealed in plastic packaging.
The software contained on the discs was usually the original retail game, however bug fixes were applied for a few titles.
PS1 books titles were still being released until late 2006.
The first PlayStation 3 The Best titles were released on March 19, 2008.
However, Armored Core 4 has been released as early as January 10, 2008 in the best collection.
PlayStation. The best. A 4 Evolution Global, A5, Arusha, Eco 5, Ace Combat 2, Ace Combat 3, Electrosphere, Akagawa Shiro, Yazaki Q, Akiyamaho Dracula 10, Gekano Yazaki Q. Arcolette 2, Arcolette 3, Armored Core, Reject Phantasma, Armored Core, Master of Arena, Rikuzo Diko Tori Densetsu, Art Truck Battle, Rikuzo Diko Tori Densetsu 2. Battle Arena to Shinden 2 Plus, Wastelanding 2, Biohazard 3, Last Escape, Biohazard, Gun Survivor, Bloody Roar, Hyper Beast Duel, Bloody Roar 2, Ringer of the New Age, Bakyu no Natsuyazumi. Rikuho Monogatari Harvest Moon, Boxer's Road, Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4, Murder, Bushido Blade 2, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Classic Road, Clock Tower 2, Cool Orders 2, Dino Shikudakyu, Day, Forjai Super Robot TaBNWNE S1 Player Spirit, Densetsu no Ogre Battle, Density Go 2, Density Go Professional, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Diablo, Dino Crisis 2, Dokuta Nikari no Tetsukin, Doko Demo Isho, Dragon Quest 4, Mitsubishi Reshi Monatachi, Dragon Quest 7, Eden no Senshi Tachi, Echo Knight. Eli no Atelier, Salbert no Renkinjutsushi 2, FIFA, Road to World Cup 98, World Cup no Michi, Fighting Illusion, K1 Revenge, Fighting Illusion, K1 Grand Prix 98. Final Fantasy VII International, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy Tactics, Fish Eyes, Gekko Otsukuro, Gallop Racer 2, One and Only Road to Victory, Gallop Racer 2000. Genso Suikoden, Ikuho Parodius, The Deluxe Pack, Gradius Gaiden, Gran Turismo, Grandia, Gunbullet, Gunbirl, Hajin no Hippo, The Fighting, Monkey Pro Mahjong Tetsuman Special, Hashinenji, Hyper Olympic in Nagano. IQ, Intelligent, IQ, Final, Initial D, Jet to Go, Let's Go by Airliner, Kijiro, Kikumi Kanshinsho, Kamen Rider, Kensetsu Chike Simulator, Kenki Ipe, Kido Senshi Gundam. Kido Senshi Gundam version 2.0, Kandaichi Shonen no Jukenbo Hihodo Radameru Sanjeki, King's Field 2, King's Field 3, Clayman, Neverhood no Nazo. Kukumikan, Track Simulation Game, Ludeia Densetsu, Linda Cube Again, Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, Lupin Free, Chateau de Cagliostro Seike, Macross Digital Mission VFX, Mahjong Teike 2 Special. Maria, Shimatachi ga Yumari Awake, Atelier Marie, The Alchemist of Salberg, Revelations, Persona, Linkyo Otoro, Minano Golf 2, Monster Farm 2, Moon, Remix RPG Adventure. Moonlight Syndrome, My Home Dream, Mist, Namco Museum in Core, Namco Museum Volume 1, Namco Museum Volume 2, Namco Museum Volume 3, Namco Museum Volume 4, Namco Museum Volume 5. Neo Atlas, Nakanaga no Yabu, Hayden, Nakanaga no Yaho, Tenshoki, Nakanaga no Yaho, Shizuru, Nakanaga no Yaho, Repuden, Null, not digital, option tuning car panel. Or no Ryori, or no Shikaman Woko Duke, Overblood 2, Tachi Slot Hands in Koryu 3, PAL, Shinken Densetsu, Pa Rapper the Rapper, Parlor Pro 2, Parlor Pro 4. Persona 2, Innocent Sin, Persona 2, Eternal Punishment, Pilot 9 Naro, Police Knots, Popolo Croix Monogatari 2, Chromajon Kion Plus, Payo 2 Kerivan. Payo Sub Kerivan, MJ, The Mystery Hospital, Raystorm, Real Valkyro Densetsu, Ridge Racer Evolution, Rite Ninja Katsujeki Tenshu, Shinobi Gaiden, RPG Tsukuru 4. Runabout, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Kenkuku Romanton, Ishinju Kitahin, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Kenkuku Romanton, Jiyushi Inbohen, Samurai Spirits, Zenkuro Musikin. Songakushi 4, Songakushi 5, Songakushi 6, SD Gundam, G Century, SD Gundam, G Generation, Sinto Kaka, Airland Panel, Sinto Kaka K Improved. Shin Nippon Pro Wrestling, Falcon Repshiden, Shin Super Robot Taisen, Shin Theme Park, Shinsetsu Samurai Spirits Bushido Repshiden, Shutoko Battle, Drift King, Shutoko Battle R, Sidewinder USA, Sidewinder 2. Sin City 2000, Simulation RPG Tsukaru, Samato, Soul Edge, Sound Novel Evolution 1, Atajirizo Sazi Hen, Sound Novel Evolution 2, Kamekachi no Yoru Tokubetsu Hen, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha. Street Fighter 02, Super Robot Taisen F, Super Robot Taisen F Kenketsuhin, Teiko Rishiden 2, Teo no Shippo, Wild, Pure, Simple Life, Tales of Destiny, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Fantasia. TaBNWNNE Tekken, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, The Conveni, Onomachi wa Dakyuzinseyo, The King of Fighters 95, The King of Fighters 96, The King of Fighters 97, The Raiden Project. Theme Park, Time Crisis, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Tomb Raider 2, Couch Max, Seizukyu Driver Master, Couch Max 2, True Love Story, Suwato Seabass Fishing. Ultraman Fighting Evolution, General Emmy, Valkyrie Profile, Vandal Hearts 2, Vid Ribbon, Vigilante 8, V-Rally Championship Edition, Wild Arms, Second Ignition, Winning Post 2, Program 96. Winning Post 3, Wizardry, Logiman Saga, World Neverland, Allard Akityu Monogatari, World Neverland 2, Pluto Kaio Akityu Monogatari, XI Say, Jumbo. Yaradora Series Volume 1, Double Cast, Yaradora Series Volume 2, Kizetsu Ode Kishimi, Yaradora Series Volume 3, Sempagita, Yaradora Series Volume 4, Yukiwari no Hana, Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Capsule Breed and Battle, and Zero Pilot, Fighter of Silver Wing. The best for family. Nakudo Kaide, Let's Go, WGP Hyperheat, Bomberman Fantasy Race, Bomberman World, Koro Q Ver 1.02, Koro Q2, Koro Q3, Koro Q Marine, Q Boat. Koro Q Wonderful, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Flying Globetrotting, Crash Bandicoot Racing, Katana Twin D Yahoo Deluxe Pack, Digimon World. Dragon Ball Z, Idanaru Dragon Ball Densetsu, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Battle 22, Dragon Ball Final Bout, DX Jinsei Game, DX Jinsei Game 2, DX Nippon Taku Ryuko Game, DX Akuman Shoha Game, Gander Goemon, Yuchu Keizuku Akijinkyu, Ucho Park, Theme Park Monogatari, Hermé Hopperhead, Scrap Panic, Iwatobi Penguin Rocky X Hopper, Kawa no Nushitsuri, Hityu Omadami. Kei's no Klonoa, Dorka Phantomol, My Tanki Kanon, Mamataro Densetsu, Mamataro Dentetsu 7, Motor Toon Grand Prix USA Edition, Nyan to Wonderful, Pocket Fighter, Puzzle Bobble 2, Puzzle Bobble 3DX. Rockman 8, Metal Heroes, Rockman Battle and Chase, Rockman Dash Hagen Nova Kenshin, Rockman Dash 2, Episode 2, Great Inheritance, Rockman X3, Rockman X4, Rockman X5, Rockman X6. Sarugetsu, Smash Court, Fusion Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tetris X, Time Bakken Series, Bakken to Apatsu Durango, and Dron Nai Kappen. PS1 Books. 20 Riki Striker Repshiden, Akagawa Jiro, Majitachi no Nimori, Fuketsuze, Akagawa Jiro, Yazaki Q, Akagawa Jiro, Yazaki Q 2, Akiyamano Dracula X, Gekka no Yazaki Q. America Odd and Ultra Quiz, Arctolad 2, Arctolad 3, Armored Core, Reject Phantasma, Armored Core, Master of Arena, Veltlogger 9, Vishivashi Special. Vishivashi Special 2, Vishivashi Special 3, Step Champ, The Kumo Monogatari Harvest Moon for Girl, Bomberman Fantasy Race, Bomberman Land, Caramella, Chocobo Racing, Koro Q3, Koro Q Jet, Rainbow Wings. Koro Q Wonderful, Koro Q Marine, Q Boat, Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Colin McRae Rally 2, Combat Koro Q, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Crash Bandicoot 3, Flying Globetrotting, Crash Bandicoot Carnival, Crash Bandicoot Racing, Crockett Kingdom no Tinka Fox, Dinko Seka Micro Runner, Katana Twin D Yahoo Deluxe Pack, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, Duperism. Digital Glider Airman, Docu Remix, Billiards Multiple, Dragon Quest 4, Mitsubishi Monotachi, Dragon Quest 7, Eden no Senshi Tachi, DX Jinsei Game 5, DX Ocumen Shoha Game 2. DX Shasho Game, Echo Knight number 2, Memori no Shuheisha, Air Guys, in an Angel, Exciting Pro Wrestling 2, Fever, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 2, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation. Fever 3, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 4, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Fever 5, Sankyo Kishiki Pachinko Simulation, Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy VII International, Fish Eyes 2, Front Mission 3, Gecko Otsukuro 2, Gallop Racer 3, Denver Goleman, Oedo Deketun, Denver Goleman, Yuchu Keizuku Akijingu. GGG no Kitaro, Shayukashi Yake Dekshizun, Dekitotsu Toma Lurk, Toma Runner vs. Lurk and Seal, Shovel Master Minoru Kenki Patsu, Jinso Sukiden 2. Jinso Sukageden Volume 1, Harmonia no Kenshi, Jinso Sukageden Volume 2, Pure Zudaru Bear no Kedo, Get Backers Mechanic U, Goleman, Shinsei Shumi, Ikuho Parodius, The Deluxe Pack, Gradius Gaiden, Gran Turismo 2, Great Rugby Jityo 98, Groove Adventure Rave, Nikken no Hiseki, Groove Adventure Rave, Yakyu no Kizuna, Gucho du Park, Theme Park Monogatari, Heishin 2, Hunter x Hunter, Maharoshi no Greed Island. Hunter x Hunter, you the word Aura Stone, IQ, Final, Kijiro, Kikumi Kenshinsho, Kawa no Nushitsuri, Hityo o Matamik, Kensetsu Tike Simulator, Kenki Ike, Karo King, King's Field. King's Field 2, King's Field 3, Tecmo's Deception, Invitation to Darkness, Lake Masters Pro, Little Princess, Marlakitio no Ningyo Heim 2, Revelations, Persona, Metal Gear Solid, Integral. Metal Slug, Mesus Maiman Yakyu, Mini Moni, Dice Dupayan, Mamataro Densetsu, Mamataro Dentetsu 5, Mamataro Dentetsu 7, Mushikaro, My Home Dream, Neko Naka Enkai, Omagatoki. Omagatoki 2, or no Ryori, or no Shikata no Kobuke, Tachi Slaughteroo's Akitu 2, Tachi Slaughteroo's Akitu 4, Paraka the Rapper, Parasite Eve 2, Police Knots. Popolo Cross Monogatari 2, Popolo, Quiz Dollar Millionaire, Wacky Party, Quiz Derricano Jinsei Game Day, 2K, R4, Ridge Racer Type 4. Racing Lagoon, Rikikyu, Ikeda Kizuku Shinri Kenkuho, Brockman 2, Dr. Wily no Nazo, Brockman 3, Dr. Wily no Sego, Brockman 4, Aratana Yaho. Brockman 5, Blues no Ena, Brockman 6, Shijizade no Taruke, Brockman X4. Saga Frontier 2, Samurai Spirits, Zenkuro Musikin, Samurai Spirits, Amakusa Korin Special, Seru Getsu, Saiji Owasoho, Protestas, Seiken Densetsu, Legend of Rena. Senryu Shiden, Tora Riki Zenhin, Shin Theme Park, Shutoko Atlar, Silent Hill, Sister Princess 2, Slap Happy Rhythm Busters, Smash Court, Soul Edge. Sound Novel Evolution 3, Machi, Unmi no Kazutun, Star Ocean, The Second Story, Submarine Hunter Sayaka, Summon Knight 2, Super Robot Taisen Alpha Gaiden. Teo no Shippo, Wild, Pure, Simple Life, Tamane Monogatari, Tenkyu no Restaurant, Tennis no Ajizama, The Adventure of Puppet Princess, Marlakitio no Ningyo Hime, The Humming Islands, Kid Clown no Crazy Puzzle. The King of Fighters 97, The King of Fighters 98, Team Aquarium, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Dancing Summer Vacation, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Leaping School Festival. Tokimeki Memorial 2 Sub-Stories, Memories Rinnegan, Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 1, Nijiro no Seishin, Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 2, Iridori no Love Song. Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 3, Takadachi no Uda, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki Memorial 2 Taisen Puzzle Dama, Tokimeki no Haukago, Tomb Raider 2, Tora. Twilight Syndrome Seikei, RPG, Umi no Nushitsuri, Takerujima Namuka, General Urawaza Mahjong, Red 10 Watt Yakusuke, Vagrant Story, Valkyrie Profile, Vampire Hunter D. Vandal Hearts 2, Vid Ribbon, V-Rally Championship Edition, V-Rally Championship Edition 2, Wild Arms, Second Ignition, WTC, World Touring Car Championship, Xenogears, X-I-Say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Capsule Breed and Battle, Yu-Gi-Oh! Shindu Monsters, and then Nippon Pro Wrestling, Ohano Kan. PlayStation 2. //GU Volume 1, //GU Volume 2, Kimi Omoko, //GU Volume 3, Aruku Yona Heiazuru, //Volume 1X Volume 2, //Volume 3X Volume 4, ACE, Another Centuries Episode, Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies, Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War, Ace Combat, The Belkan War. Artunelico, Seki no Aori Yute Setsukuru Shouho, Artunelico 2, Seki Nai Hibitu Shouho Tachi no Metaphalica, Armored Core 2, Another Ace, Armored Core 3, Silent Line. Armored Core, Last Raven, Armored Core, Nexus, Rikuzo Diko Tora Densetsu, Otoko Hanamichi Yum Roman, Biohazard 4, Biohazard Outbreak, Bleach, Blade Rattlers, Bleach, Irabareshi Tameshi. Bleach, Anadareshi Yabu, Bloody Roar 3, Bakyu no Natsuyazumi 2, Bakyu Tomeo, Rikuho Monogatari 3, Heart Nai Hai Otsuki, Rikuho Monogatari, A Wonderful Life, Bomberman Land 2. Bravo Music, Breath of Fire 5, Dragon Quarter, Fusion, Wizardry Alternative, Capcom vs SNK 2, Millionaire Fighting 2001, Crash Bandicoot 4, Sakuretsu Magic Power. Concept 2 Expansion, Day, 2 Jai Super Robot Taisen Alpha, Day, 3 Jai Super Robot Taisen Alpha, Shun no Ginga E, Dark Cloud, Dark Chronicle, Dead or Alive 2, Hardcore, Demento. Deno Senki Virtuon, Marks, Density Go Final, Density Go Shinkansen, Devil May Cry 3, Special Edition, Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII International, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z 2, Dragon Ball Z 3, Energy Air Force, Exciting Pro Wrestling 3, EX Gen Z Game 2, Extermination, Fate/Stay Night Rialta Nua, Final Fantasy X, Fu Unwakamatsu Den. Fu Unshinsengumi, Galactomized Jakiju, Rakigaki Akutyu, Gallop Racer 6, Revolution, Gambler Densetsu Tetsaya, Genji, Genso Suikoden 4, Genso Suikoden 5, Godhead. Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, Gran Turismo 4, Gran Turismo 4 Prologue, Gran Turismo Concept, 2001 Tokyo, Guilty Gear 10 Plus, Guilty Gear 20, The Midnight Carnival. Gundam True Odyssey, Ashinuera Gino Densetsu, Gun Griffin Blaze, Gun Survivor 2, Biohazard, Code, Veronica, Hajime no Ippo, Victorious Boxers, Championship Version, Eco, Ikuzagami. Initial D, Special Stage, Yakan Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Ka, Kijero 2, Dark Illusion, Kametachi no Yoru 2, Katamari Damacy, Kei's no Klonoa 2, Sekegama Zando Azurumono. Kengo 2, Kengo 3, Kenko 2, Full Throttle, Chesson 2, Chesson 3, Kino Senshi Gundam Seed Destiny, Ringo vs. ZAFT 2 Plus. Kino Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yako, Axis no Kaioi 5, Kino Senshi Gundam, Renpo vs. ZNDX, Kino Senshi Z Gundam, AEUG vs. Titans, Kinnikuman, Generations, Katoba no Puzzle, Maja Kitten, Luteia, Dual Saga, Lupin 3, Majutsu no Izan, Magna Carta, Tears of Blood, Mekei Senki Disgaea 2, Maximo, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater, Metal Saga, Sajin no Kuzari, Minadezuki Katamari Damacy, Mina no Golf 3, Mina no Golf 4, Mina no Tennis, Mamataro Dentetsu 12, Mishinahan Henmo Ari Mess, Mamataro Dentetsu 15. Ganemambi Taoju no Maki, Mamataro Dentetsu 16, Moving in Hokkaido, Mamataro Dentetsu USA, Monster Farm 4, Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter 2, Mizu Orochi, Mayo Serun, Nip. Namco X Capcom, Naruto made Hero, Naruto made Hero 2, Naruto made Hero 3, New Gen Z game, Nobunaga no Yaho, Kikashin, Nobunaga no Yaho, Tenkasazi, Sphere, Okami, Onimusha 2, Operator's Side, Power-Up the Rapper 2, Persona 3 FES, Persona 4, Fantasy Star Universe, Phantom Brave, Pilot 9 Naruto 2, Pico Zero 2001, Polo Croix, Hajimari no Falcon, Puyo Fever, Ratchet and Clank 2, Ga Ginga no Kamandashu, Ratchet and Clank 3, Toxicity Galactic Rangers, Ratchet and Clank 4th, Jiri Ginga no Giga Battle, Ridge Racer 5, Road Galaxy Director's Cut, R-Type Final, Rurouni Kenshin, Maiji Tenkaichi Romanton, Enjo Kyoto Rin, Ryu Ga 2, Samurai 2, and Zenban. Samurai 2, Shinovan, Songakushi 7, Serugetsu 2, Serugetsu 3, Serugetsu, Million Monkeys, Sengoku Hazara 2, Sengoku Hazara 2 Heroes, Sengoku Hazara 10, Sengoku Muzu Mashouten, Sengoku Muzu 2, Sengoku Muzu 2 Empires 7, Molref no Chihaite, Shadow Hearts 2, Director's Cut. Shin Megami Tensei 3, Nocturne, Shin Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 2, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 3, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 3 Mashouten, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 4, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 4 Empires, Shin Sangatsu Muzu 4 Mashouten, Shining Force EXA, Shining Tears, Shining Wind, Shinobi, Shutoko Battle 0, Shutoko Battle 01, Sidewinder Max, Siren 2. Space Channel 5 Part 2, Star Ocean, Till the End of Time, Director's Cut, Summon Night 3, Super Robot Taisen Impact, Super Robot Taisen OG, Original Generations, Super Robot War Z. Tsushimi Haruhi no Commodore, Teiko no Taxijin, Appear Sanding, Teiko no Taxijin, Go Gabbing, Teiko no Taxijin, Waku Enin Matsuri, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Legendia, Tales of Symphonia. Tales of the Abyss, Terran Saga, Heroic Saga, Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag Tournament, Tenshu Kyurei, Tenshu Sen, Tengen Metyo 2, Manjimaru, Tengen Metyo 3, Numida. Time Crisis 2, Toro Tokijutsu, Tourist Trophy, True Crime, New York City, Ultraman Fighting Evolution 2, Valkyrie Profile 2, Solmeria, Vampire Knight. Venus and Graves, Maho to Megami to Haruhi no Yojin, Wander to Kyoto, Wild Arms, Advanced 3rd, Wild Arms, Alter Code F, Wild Arms, the 4th Detonator, Wild Arms, the 5th Vanguard, WRC, World Rally Championship. Xenosaga Episode 1, Your Will Turn Back, Xenosaga Episode 2, Gensai Swan, Get Unpose, Yu Yu Hakusho Forever, ZOE, Zone of the Enders, 002, a cake show. 03, Shizinoko, Anzete Zetsumi Toshi. PlayStation 3. Ace Combat, Assault Horizon, Africa, Akiva's Trip, Undead and Unrest, Asia Only, Alice, Madness Returns, Asia Only, Arcanelico Koga, Nelavar Seal, Armored Core 4, for answer. Army of 2, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed 2, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed 3, Asia Only, Assassin's Creed, Revelations, Asia Only, Battlefield 3. Battlefield, Bad Company, Asia Only, Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Asia Only, Bayonetta, Resident Evil 5, Asia Only, Biohazard 5, Alternative Edition, Resident Evil 6, Biohazard Chronicles HD Selection. Biohazard HD Remaster, Resident Evil, Revelations, Revelations 2, Resident Evil, Blade Storm, Hyakun Incenso, Blast Blue, Calamity Trigger, Asia Only, Blast Blue, Chrono Phantasma. Blast Blue, Continuum Shift Extend, Bleach, Soul Ignition, Akio no Natsuyazumi 3, Burnout Paradise, The Ultimate Box, Asia Only, Crisis 2, Asia Only. Day, Fujai Super Robot Taisen Z Jigatu Hen, Darksiders, Shinpan no Toki, Asia Only, Dead Rising 2, Dead Space, Asia Only, Dead Space 2, Asia Only, Demon Souls, Devil May Cry 4. Devil May Cry HD Collection, Disgaea Dimension 2, Dragon Age, Origins, Dragon Ball Z, Ultimate Tenkaichi, Dragon's Dogma, Dragon Quest Builders, Dragon Quest Heroes, The World Trees Glow and the Light Below, Asia only, Driver, San Francisco, Asia only, Earth Defense Force, Insect Armageddon, The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, Enchant Arm, Atelier Shah and Logi, Alchemists of the Dusk Sky, Fallout 3, Game of the Year Edition, Fallout, New Vegas, Far Cry 3, Asia only, FIFA 11, Asia only, FIFA 12, Asia only. Fight Night Round 4, Asia only, Final Fantasy 13, 2, Folk Soul, Ashinuera Densho, God of War 3. Heavy Rain, Infamous 2, Initial D Extreme Stage, Just Dance 4, Asia only, Katamari Forever, Keto Senshi Gundam, Extreme vs. Keto Senshi Gundam, Extreme vs. Full Boost, Keto Senshi Gundam, Target in Sight, Keto Senshi Gundam Senki, Record UC0081, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Little Big Planet 2, Lost Planet, Extreme Condition, Lost Planet 2. Macross 30, Ginga Otsunagu Unigo, MAG, Massive Action Game, Disgaea 3, Absence of Justice, Atelier Meru, The Apprentice of Ireland, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker HD Edition, Minano Golf 5, Minano Golf 6, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD Ver, Warriors Orochi 3, Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. Need for Speed, Carbon, Asia only, Need for Speed, Pro Street, Asia only, Need for Speed, Shift, Asia only, Need for Speed, Undercover, Asia only, Nier Replicant, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge, Asia only, Nobunaga no Yaho, Tendo with Power-Up Kit, Nobunaga no Yaho, Sozo, No More Heroes, Red Zone Edition, Okami HD. Prince of Persia, Asia only, Ratchet and Clank Future, Resistance, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Ridge Racer 7, Rocksmith 2014, Asia only, Rise from Lair, Rune Factory Oceans. Ryu Ga Q 1 and 2 HD Edition, Asia only, Ryu Ga Q 3, Ryu Ga Q 4, Ryu Ga Q 5, Ryu Ga Q Tendon, Ryu Ga Q of the End, Asia only. Rorona no Atelier, Ireland no Renkinship Sushi, Sacred 2, Fallen Angel, Saint Seiya Senki. Samurai Do 3 Plus, Samurai Do 4 Plus, Songakushi 12, Sengoku Hazara 3, Sengoku Hazara 3 Udish, Sengoku Hazara 4 Sumarashi. Sengoku Muzu 3Z, Sengoku Muzu 3 Empires, Sengoku Muzu 4, Senjo no Verituria, Shally no Atelier, Kazugar no Umi no Renkinship Sushi, Shinkame Tachi no Yoru, 11 Hidom no Suspect. Shinsangatsu Muzu 6, Shinsangatsu Muzu 6 Malshouden, Asia only, Shinsangatsu Muzu 7, Asia only, Shining Resonance, Shirakishi Monogatari, Hikari Toyami no Kakuzi, Siren, New Translation. Soul Calibur 4, Star Ocean, The Last Hope International, Street Fighter 4, Asia only, Super Street Fighter 4, Asia only, Super Street Fighter 4, Arcade Edition, Tales of Grace F, Tales of Vesperia. Tales of Zillia 2, Tears of the Tiara, Tekken no Daichi, Asia only, Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Game of the Year Edition. The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, Legendary Edition, The Idolmaster 2, The Idolmaster, One for All, The Last of Us, The Orange Fox, Asia only. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Advanced Warfighter 2, Asia only, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Double Agent, Asia only, Tokyo Jungle, Toro Tomorimori, Asia only. Totori no Atelier, Ireland no Renkinship Sushi 2, Trusty Bell, Shokan no Yum Reprise, Uncharted, Eldorado no Hiho, Uncharted 2, Alganto Tokieda Senden, Uncharted 3, Savitia 9 Emeru Atlantis. Ultra Street Fighter 4, Virtua Fighter 5, Wangan Midnight, Warhawk, Asia only, Watch Dogs, Asia only, World Soccer Winning 11 2009, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2010, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2011, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2012, Asia only. World Soccer Winning 11 2013, Asia only. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010, Asia only. And Zone of the Enders HD Edition. PlayStation 4. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Unity, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Astro Bot Rescue Mission, Battlefield 4, Battlefield Hardline, Biohazard 7, Resident Evil, Gold Edition, Asia only, Biohazard, Origins Collection, Biohazard, Revelations 2, Bloodborne, Bravo Team, Shityu Hooligan 4.1, The Shadow of New Despair, Days Gone, Death Stranding, Deracine, Destiny, The Collection, Asia only. Detroit, Become Human, Devil May Cry 4, Special Edition, Dragon Age, Inquisition, Dragon Quest Heroes, Yonoyu Toseki no Shiro, Asia only, Dragon Quest Builders, Drive Club. F1 2015, Asia only, Far Cry 4, Asia only, Far Cry Primal, Asia only. Farpoint, Fate/Extella, Firewall, 0 Hour, Final Fantasy X/10, 2 HD Remaster, Final Fantasy Type, 0 HD, Asia only, God of War 3 Remastered, Asia only. Gran Turismo Sports Step 2, Gravity Days/Cherry Meme, Jozo no Chicken Night, Kanoho no Neiuchu Naishoji the Setsudo. Gravity Days 2/Cherry Meme Kanchetsu Hen, Jozo no Chicken no Hate, Kanoho no Uchi Naishurin Shida Sentetsu, Hitaku no Aoshi Triko, Horizon Zero Dawn, Complete Edition. Infamous First Light, Asia only. Infamous Second Son, Just Dance 2014, Asia only. Just Dance 2015, Asia only. Just Dance 2016, Asia only. Just Dance 2017, Asia only. Killzone, Shadowfall, Mac, Asia only. Mac 2, Asia only. Little Big Planet 3, Mac Asenki Disgaea 5, Monster Hunter World, Need for Speed, Rivals, New Danganronpa V3, Minano Karashe Shingeki, New Minano Golf, Persona 5, Psycho Break, Asia only. Ratchet & Clank, The Game, Rayman Legends, Asia only. Rigged Machine Combat League, Ryuga Gagaku 0, Ryuga Gagaku Ishin, Ryuga Gagaku Kiwami, Sengoku Bizarre Force Umarashi, Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, Asia only. Senjo no Verituria Remaster, Asia only. Spider-Man, Tearway Unfolded, Asia only. The Crew, Asia only. The Impatient, Yami no Hayudo, The Last of Us Part 2, The Last of Us Remastered. The Order, 1886, Asia only. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, Asia only. Tom Clancy's The Division, Asia only. Tomb Raider The Definitive Edition, Uncharted Collection, Uncharted 4, Keizuku Tosego no Hiho. Uncharted, Kadation no Hiho, Until Dawn, Vyusha no Q's 9 Namakita R, Wander to Kyoto, Watch Dogs, Asia only, Winning 11 2015, Asia only, Winning 11 2017, Asia only, and White Out Omega Collection. PlayStation Portable. //link, 7th Dragon 2020, Ace Combat 10, Skies of Deception, Ace Combat 10, 2, Joint Assault, Armored Core, Formula Front International, Assassin's Creed, Bloodlines, Light Hell 2000. Bleach, Heat the Soul, Bleach, Heat the Soul 2, Bleach, Heat the Soul 3, Bleach, Heat the Soul 4, Bleach, Heat the Soul 5, Bleach, Heat the Soul 6, Bleach, Heat the Soul 7, Bleach, Soul Carnival. Rikuho Monogatari, Harvest Moon Boy and Girl, Rikuho Monogatari, Sugar Morito Mina no Nege, Akio no Natsuyazumi Portable, Akio no Natsuyazumi Portable 2, Akio no Natsuyazumi 4. Akio no Watashi no Katamari Damacy, Breath of Fire 3, Shityu Hooligan 2 Portable, Clank and Ratchet, Meru High Mission Asterisk Ignition, Coded Arms, Code Geass, Hangitio no Lock, Lost Colors. Conception, Ornoko Domo O Untour, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7, Day, 2Jai Super Robot Teisen Z Hake Hen, Day, 2Jai Super Robot Teisen Z Seizi Hen. Danganronpa, Kiho no Gatyun Tozetsuho no Kakuzi, Dead or Alive Paradise, Derby Time, Dissidia Final Fantasy, Dissidia Final Fantasy, Universal Tuning, Dissidia 012 Final Fantasy. Doko Demo Isho, Doko Demo Isho, Let's Deco, Dragon Ball Z Tag VS, Dragoneer Zarya, The Legend of Heroes 2, Prophecy of the Moonlight Witch, The Legend of Heroes 4, A Tear of Vermilion. The Legend of Heroes 3, Son of the Ocean, The Legend of Heroes, Trails from Zero, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky SC, The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky the Third. The Legend of Heroes, Trails to Azure, The Legend of Nayuta, Boundless Trails, Exit, Asia Only, Fairy Tale, Portable Guild, Fairy Tale, Portable Guild 2, Fake/Extra, Fake/Extra CCC. Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 4, The Complete Collection, Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, Final Fantasy Type 0, God Eater Burst, God Eater 2. Gran Turismo, Grand Knight's History, Jinso Suikoden, Sumugureshi Hayatsunin no Toki, Gundam Assault Survive, Gundam Battle Chronicle, Gundam Battle Royale, Gundam Battle Universe, Gundam Memories, Tabike no Kaiju, Initial D Street Stage, Innocent Life, Shinbaku no Monogatari, Asia Only, Jean Dirk, Kentamaho to Gatun Mono, Kentamaho to Gatun Mono 2. Kenka Bancho 3, Zinkatu Siha, Kenka Bancho 4, Ichinen Senso. Kenka Bancho 5, Otoko no Hazuku, Kido Senshi Gundam Seed, Ringo vs. F Portable, Kido Senshi Gundam, Shingaru no Yaho, Kido Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yaho, Axis no Kaioi. Kido Senshi Gundam, Jiren no Yaho, Axis no Kaioi 5, Kido Senshi Gundam, Gundam vs. Gundam, Kido Senshi Gundam, Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus, Kingdom Hearts Birth I Sleep. Kingdom Hearts Birth, I Sleep Final Mix, Keion Mikako Live, Katoba no Puzzle, Majik Hidden Deijutun, Kuroko no Bashuk, Kazeki no Game, Hiroyo, Ryu ga Gagaku Shinsho, Do, Hiroyo 2, Ryu ga Gagaku Ashura Hen, Asia Only, Loco Roco 2, Little Big Planet, Asia Only, Lumens, Macross Ace Frontier, Macross Ultimate Frontier. Macross Triangle Frontier, Magna Carta Portable, Mach Senki Biscaya 2 Portable, Mahjong Fight Club, Maho Shoujo Rikaru Nanahas Portable, The Battle of Aces, Maho Shoujo Rikaru Nanahas Portable, The Gears of Destiny. Metal Gear Acid 2, Metal Gear Solid, Portable Ops, Metal Gear Solid, Peace Walker, Nina no Golf Portable 2, Nina no Tennis Portable, Mana Nikki, Poka Poka Alimura. Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, Mugen Taro, Namco Museum, Naruto Shippuden, Naruto Made Axel 3, Naruto, Maritime Portable Mugenjo no Maki. Naruto Shippuden, Naruto Made Impact, Need for Speed, Underground Rivals, or no Moto ga Kananai Kuwei Wake Gane Portable ga Suzuku Wake Gane, Cataphan 2, Cataphan 3, Persona, Asia Only, Persona 3, Portable, Phantasy Star Portable 2, Polo Cross Monogatari, Pietro Oji no Boken, Pop Music Portable 2, Photo Kano, Prince of Persia, Rival Swords, Asia Only. Puzzle Novel Pocket, Asia Only, Pico Zero Academia 2, Princess Crown, Puzzle Novel Pocket, Asia Only, Queen's Blade, Spiral Chaos. Kido Senshi Gundam, Toy Senshi DX, Ratchet and Clank 5, Gekitotsu Dodeka Ginga no Miramiri Gundam, Rengekyu, Tower of Purgatory, Ridge Racers. Sakura Wars 1 and 2, Samurai 2 Portable, Samurai 2 Portable, Sarugetsu P, Sarugetsu, Pico Saru Racer, Sarugetsu, Saru Deizakuzen, SD Gundam G Generation Portable. SD Gundam G Generation World, SD Gundam G Generation Overworld, Sengoku Bazaar of Battle Heroes, Shirakishi Monogatari Episode Portable, Dogma Wars, Shin Sengoku Muzu, Multi-Raid. Space Invaders Extreme, Asia Only, Shining Hearts, Shining Blade, Shinseki Evangelion 2 and other cases, Shutoko Battle, Soul Calibur, Broken Destiny, Star Ocean, First Departure, Star Ocean, Second Evolution. Super Robot Taisen MX Portable, Tsushimiya Haruhi no Yakuzaku, Summon Night 3, Summon Night 4, Summon Night 5, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Fantasia, Narukiri Dungeon X. Tales of Rebirth, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology 2, Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology 3, Talkman, Euro, Tekken, Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6. Tenki no Monday, Asia only. Tenki no Monday 2, Yuzin, Asia only. Tenchu 4 Plus, Tenchu, Shinobi Teizun, The Idol Master SP, Missing Moon, The Idol Master SP, Perfect Sun, The Idol Master SP, Wandering Star, Toru Kagekyu no Shoden Jiho, Toru Mijutsu no Index, Toradora Portable, Toriko, Gourmet Survival, Kalkiden, Valhalla Knights 2, Valkyrie Profile, Zenith. Vampire Chronicle, The Chaos Tower, winning 11-9, Ubiquitous Evolution, winning 11-10, Ubiquitous Evolution, IS-1 and 2 Chronicles, IS-7, IS versus Trails, In the Sky, Yasha 30. Yasha no Q's 9M Akita, Yasha no Q's 9M Akita 2, Wild Arms XF, Yasha no Q's 9M Akita, 3D, ZHP Unlocking Ranger vs Dark Death Evil Man, and Zete Zetsumi Toshi 3. And PlayStation Vita. Akiva's Trip 2, Asia only, Assassin's Creed 3, Lady Liberty, Asia only, Biohazard, Revelations 2, Blast Blue, Continuum Shift Extend, Asia only, Bullet Girls. Ship Yubuigan 3 Portable, Seal Nazers, Ashinuerde Hoshi Sazikyuda, Day, 3 Jai Super Robot Tazen Z Jigakyu Hen, Danganronpa 1 to 2 Reload, Danganronpa Another Episode, Zete Zetsugo Shouho. Dead or Alive 5 Plus, Asia only, Demon Gaze, Dragon Quest Builders, Dream Club Zero Portable, The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, Fate/Extella, Fate/Hollow Ataraxia, Fate/Stay Night Alta Nua. Freedom Wars, God Eater 2, Gravity Days, Gundam Breaker, IA/VT Colorful, Katamari Damacy Novita, Kido Senshi Gundam Seed Battle Destiny, Mahjong Fight Club, Shinsei Zenkaku Taisen Hen. Mate Senki Disgaea 3 Return, Mate Senki Disgaea 4 Return, Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, Nina no Golf 6, Muramasa Rebirth, New Danganronpa V3, Nina no Karashe Shingeki. Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus, Asia only, Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus 2, Asia only, or no Shikama no Kobuke 2, Persona 4 Golden, Ragnarok Odyssey ACE, Asia only. Ridge Racer, Sengekyu Mizu 4, Shin Kametachi no Yoru, 11 Hidden no Suspect, Shinobito 2, Sage, Shin Sengekyu Mizu Next, Soul Sacrifice Delta. Sword Art Online, Lost Sun, Tales of Innocence R, Kalkiden, Uncharted, Shizu no Boken no Hajimari, Anis, Memories of Cell Saga. These are articles listing games previously released for the original PlayStation that were later made available for download from the PlayStation Store for play on the PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation TV, PlayStation 4, or PlayStation 5.
For lists of the games available by market, see List of downloadable PlayStation games, Japan, List of downloadable PlayStation games, North America, and List of downloadable PlayStation games, PAL region.
Sony has released a number of previously released PlayStation video games, remastered in high definition, HD, for their newer consoles, a form of porting.
A number of related programs exist, the most prominent two being Classics HD, also known as HD Collection, and PSP Remasters.
The former consists of multiple PlayStation 2 games, compiled on one Blu-ray disc.
The latter are individual PlayStation portable games, republished on Blu-ray.
These games are not direct ports, but remastered versions in high definition to take advantage of the newer console's capabilities.
The remastering of the games include updated graphics, new textures, and trophy support, and some of the remastered games, released on PlayStation 3 have included 3D and PlayStation Move support.
Some HD remasters have also been released individually or in bundles as downloads on the PlayStation Store. Others are released exclusively as downloads. This remastering began in 2009 with the release of God of War Collection. It originally started as only PlayStation 2, PS2, games being remastered for PlayStation 3, PS3.
PlayStation Portable, PSP, games began being remastered for the latter in 2011. Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD version was the first of these.
After the release of the PlayStation Vita in 2012, several of the remastered PS2 and PSP games began being released for this platform.
Some original PlayStation, PS1 games also began being remastered.
With the launch of the PlayStation 4, PS4 in 2015, Vita and PS3 games, in addition to the older platforms games, began being remastered for it.
Developers have also remastered games that were not originally released on a PlayStation console and remastered them for PlayStation platforms, in addition to releasing them for other non-PlayStation platforms.
This remastering extended to the PlayStation 5, PS5, with its release in November 2020, with some of its launch titles being remastered PS4 games. Classics HD is the official name given for these compilations in Europe. No equivalent of such name exists in North America or Japan.
However, these games include the subtitle Remastered in High Definition, or HD Collection, on the North American cover.
PSP Remasters is the official name given by Sony for collections featuring remasters of PSP games.
The PSP Remasters line includes the same features as the Classics HD line, as well as cross-platform play and shareable saves between the two versions. However, PSP Remasters do not include trophy support.
Remastered games released on the PlayStation 4 have sometimes had the subtitle HD Remaster, Remastered, or Definitive Edition.
PlayStation 4 remasters have all the same features as remastered collections on PS3, but do not feature 3D or PlayStation Move support. Though later releases could potentially support Move, 3D, however, is not a feature of the PlayStation 4 like it was on PlayStation 3.
The first remastered collection to be released was God of War Collection, which consisted of God of War and God of War 2.
This collection was released before the official line of Classics HD games.
God of War Collection was brought about from feedback in anticipation for God of War 3 and what type of content fans would like to see in a special edition of that game.
From this feedback, Sony released the collection separate from God of War 3 as a way to introduce new players to the franchise.
The success of God of War Collection prompted Sony to make a new line of games that would be bannered Classics HD in PAL regions. North American copies simply have the subtitle Remastered in High Definition or HD Collection.
One of the reasons why this brand was created is that PlayStation 2 discs are not compatible with PlayStation 3 consoles released after August 2007. Only the original 20GB and 60GB models and the first iteration of the 80GB model are compatible.
The second series of games, ported to the PlayStation 3 and first to use the Classics HD banner was the Sly Collection, released in November 2010.
The Prince of Persia series was the first non-Sony published games remastered, published by Ubisoft.
On November 2, 2010, God of War Collection became the first remastered collection to be released as a digital download on the PlayStation Store, and simultaneously the first time PlayStation 2 original games were released on the PlayStation Store.
The Tomb Raider trilogy was announced on December 19, 2010, and included all 3 second-era games of the series. HD remasters of Tomb Raider, Legend and Tomb Raider Anniversary for the first time on the PlayStation 3, plus Tomb Raider Underworld.
At E3 2011 during Sony's press conference, the PSP Remasters line was announced.
Monster Hunter Portable 3rd HD version was the first of this line to be announced.
Sony Computer Entertainment Japan announced that the PSP Remasters line would not include trophy support, God of War Origins Collection. Despite both games within it being remasters of PSP games, is not part of this line, thus has trophy support. During an interview with Game Informer, Kingdom Hearts creator Tetsuya Nomura expressed interest in HD versions and was researching them for his Kingdom Hearts series.
He said, "I would like to do something about the series being spread over so many different consoles, too. I am thinking a lot about the future."
In September 2012, Square Enix announced Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, a compilation for the PlayStation 3 including both Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and Chain of Memories in HD with trophy support.
Additionally, the collection included HD cinematic scenes from Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days and released internationally in 2013.
The following year, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, released on PS3, containing Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Earthly Sleep Final Mix, and HD remastered cinematic scenes from Recoded.
The inclusion of Birth by Sleep Final Mix marked the first time that the Final Mix version was released outside Japan.
With the launch of the PlayStation 4, some developers have decided to take advantage of the more powerful hardware and remaster their previously released PlayStation 3 titles on the newer platform.
Some of these previous titles also appeared on the Xbox 360 and some have been remastered for release on Xbox One and Microsoft Windows as well.
These remastered versions sometimes include the subtitle, Definitive Edition.
Developers have since stopped remastering games for older platforms and are only remastering games for the newer platforms.
An updated version of Injustice, Gods Among Us, titled Injustice, Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition and including all DLC of the original, was released in November 2015 for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Microsoft Windows, and PlayStation Vita.
The PS4 version, which was a launch title, and the Windows version is remastered.
In January 2014, Square Enix released an updated version of 2015's Tomb Raider as Tomb Raider Definitive Edition for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
In July 2014, Sony released The Last of Us Remastered for PlayStation 4.
It is a remastered port of the PS3 title The Last of Us for the newer platform in terms of quality.
In March 2015, Sony announced that PS3 title God of War 3 would be remastered and released as God of War 3 Remastered for the PlayStation 4 in July 2015. In celebration of the franchise's 10th anniversary.
The remastered version featured full 1080p support at 60 frames per second in a photo mode, allowing players to edit their photos and share them with their friends. In anticipation for the PlayStation 4 exclusive Uncharted 4, a week end, Sony released Uncharted The Nathan Drake Collection for the PS4 in October 2015, featuring remastered versions of the PS3 titles. Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, and Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception.
The collection is single-player only. The PS3 versions of Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 3 had online multiplayer and included a voucher for the Uncharted 4 multiplayer beta.
To finish out the remastering of the Kingdom Hearts games, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue released in January 2017 and consisted of Kingdom Hearts 3D, Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 0.2, Earth I Sleep, a fragmentary passage, and HD cinematics from Kingdom Hearts Kayak cover.
Unlike the previous two collections, which were exclusive to PlayStation 3, this collection released exclusively on PlayStation 4.
Additionally, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix, featuring both of the PS3 collections, released on PS4 in March 2017.
Square Enix later bundled Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue with a Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix collections as part of a new compilation. Kingdom Hearts, The Story So Far, released in North America on October 30, 2018, for the PlayStation 4.
The Xbox One and Xbox Game Pass versions, released on February 18, 2020. Constructor HD was the first game that was released on the original PlayStation to be remastered when it released in January 2017.
At E3 2016, it was announced that the original Crash Bandicoot trilogy, Crash Bandicoot, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, and Crash Bandicoot Warped would be remastered for PlayStation 4.
The name was revealed as the Crash Bandicoot N1 Trilogy at the PlayStation Experience event on December 3, 2016, which also revealed that it would release in 2017.
Developer Vicarious Visions coined the term Remaster Plus in describing whether or not the N1 Trilogy was a remaster or a remake.
They said that they did not consider it a remake, because they did not fully remake the games.
They said that they used Naughty Dog's original level geometry to rebuild the Crash gameplay from scratch.
As the levels were coming together, they also added their own art, animation, and audio. The cycle of remastering older games for newer platforms continued with the launch of the PlayStation 5 in November 2020, as some of its launch titles were remastered versions of previous generation's games.
The Xbox Series X/S, which launched 2 days earlier on November 10, emphasized backwards compatibility with thousands of older Xbox titles alongside a launch lineup composed primarily of cross-generation releases.
Along with trophies, 3D support, and HD upgrades, the various compilations also boast various other extras to accompany them.
God of War Collection, for example, contains bonus materials for God of War 2 that were originally released as a DVD in the God of War 2 2-disc set on PS2. Early copies also included the God of War 3 demo.
God of War Origins Collection included the documentary God of War Game Directors Live, the Kratos Legionnaire bonus skin, and the Forest of the Forgotten Combat Arena, which were all originally released as a download via the Ghost of Sparta pre-order package.
In Japan, the PS3 version of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker HD Edition is standalone and includes a code to download the PSP version, while Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 are packaged separately in Metal Gear Solid HD and come instead with a download code for the original Metal Gear Solid.
In North America and Europe, the three HD games are packaged together in Metal Gear Solid HD Collection with no downloadable games.
Tekken Hybrid not only includes an HD upgrade of Tekken Tag Tournament and a prologue based on Tekken Tag Tournament 2, but also comes with a 3D CGI film Tekken Blood Vengeance.
Though the actual games are not included, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix includes the cutscenes from Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days. Remastered in high definition and cutscenes from Kingdom Hearts 3 coded are included in the Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, also remastered in high definition. To help showcase the addition of the PlayStation Move, the Slight Collection includes various additional mini-games as well.
The Eco and Shadow of the Colossus collection features bonus content, including 2 XMP dynamic themes and exclusive video content for Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, and The Last Guardian, a demo for the latter was considered for inclusion, but was not.
The collection also features the original PlayStation 2 cover arts for both games on the inner side of the case.
The Silent Hill collection includes both original and new recorded dialogue for Silent Hill 2.
A notable feature with the PSP remasters is that players can import save games between the PSP version and the PS3 version and vice versa. This following free list contains games that have been remastered and released on the PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, and PlayStation 4 consoles.
Some games are part of the original Classics HD and PSP remasters line, which were PlayStation 2 and PlayStation Portable games. Remastered and released exclusively on the PlayStation 3, followed by PlayStation Vita and PlayStation 4.
Developers have extended the remastering of games to titles that were not PlayStation originals, and remastered releases have been released on platforms other than PlayStation.
Originally, multiple games were remastered into collections, such as God of War Collection, featuring remastered versions of God of War and God of War 2.
Developers have since also remastered and released games individually, such as Killzone HD, which is a remastered version of Killzone. PlayStation Collections are bundles of games for the PlayStation 3.
They contain both remastered games and games that have already been released for the PS3, in addition to bonus content.
The first collections announced in this line were the God of War Saga and the Infamous Collection, which were released on August 28, 2012, along with the Ratchet and Clank Collection, which was rebranded for this new line. PlayStation Mobile was a software framework used to provide downloadable PlayStation content for select, certified mobile devices.
This includes devices that both run Android 2.3 and met specific hardware requirements, PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV.
It was active from 2012 to 2015. It was originally announced in 2011 as PlayStation Suite.
It was based on the Mono platform.
An open beta was released in April 2012 before it officially launched in most regions of the world on October 3, 2012.
In May 2013, Sony announced that the publisher license fee would be waived in an attempt to entice more developers to create games for the service.
In August 2014, with version 2.00, Sony announced that it will deprecate support for Android and target only PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV.
It was announced in 2015 that PlayStation Mobile will be shutting down entirely.
The service never gained traction despite availability on a range of handsets by many manufacturers.
The storefront was closed in July 2015, with the service completely shutting down on September 10, 2015.
The games released under PlayStation Mobile were available to devices via the PlayStation Store, allowing players to download the titles to their devices.
Games released under the program could have the DualShock controls overlaid on top of the touchscreen. However, for devices which have analog buttons such as the PlayStation Vita and Stereo Play, the controls were mapped directly to them.
Developers could also make purely touchscreen games if they so choose. At E3 2012, Sony announced that PlayStation Mobile had 56 established software houses committed to providing content on the platform. There were 683 games available on the service. To ensure that Android devices run PlayStation Mobile content correctly, Sony created a set of guidelines and requirements for hardware known as PlayStation Certified.
The first certified device was Sony Ericsson Stereo Play.
The PlayStation Vita and PlayStation TV also had access to PlayStation Mobile.
In the November 2011 update, the previously released Sony Ericsson Stereo ARC and Sony Ericsson Stereo Acro became PlayStation certified.
The Sony Stereo S, Sony Stereo Ion and Sony tablets were also PlayStation certified. HTC was the first non-Sony manufacturing company revealed to offer PlayStation certified devices.
The HTC One series handsets were supported. Noted models include HTC One X, HTC One S, HTC One V, HTC One XL, HTC One X Plus and the HTC Evo 4G LTE.
At Sony's 2012 Gamescom press conference, it was revealed that the Wiki gaming tablet would also be PlayStation certified and that Asus would also create certified hardware.
At Sony's Tokyo Game Show 2012 press conference, Fujitsu and Sharp were announced as two more partners.
A full list of PlayStation certified devices could be found at PlayStation mobile download page that has since been removed. Sony has generally supported indie game development since incorporating the digital distribution storefront in the PlayStation 3, though initially required developers to complete multiple steps to get an indie game certified on the platform.
Sony improved and simplified the process in transitioning to the PlayStation 4.
As Sony prepared to transition from the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, they introduced a new PlayStation Indies program led by Shuji Yoshida in July 2020.
The program's goals are to spotlight new and upcoming indie titles for the PlayStation 4 and 5, focusing on those that are more innovative and novel. Akin to past titles such as Power Up the Rapper, Katamari Damacy, Little Big Planet, and Journey.
Sony also anticipates bringing more indie titles to the PlayStation Now series as part of this program. We will continue more about PlayStation in Part 12, so stay tuned.
Also, this was the most longest part in this video, by the way.